Ash Barty is a game away from round 2, leading 5-love in the decider.
Yes, thank you, Gigi. Thank you, Mariam, for now. I'm due to pop back onto 5 Live, I think around 4:20 with an update from Wimbledon. But very much now our focus is on the football. You've heard from Boris Becker today. He wants penalties. Alexander Zverev wants penalties. I'm exhausted even thinking about it. Chappers is here for us now at Wembley. Chappers, we've got to know each other over the years. I wouldn't go as far to say as we know each other intimately, but...
Well, no, I think that's a fair assumption, Tony.
You strike me rather like me as a glass half empty man. I don't know. I mean, so and I don't know why. I've just formed that opinion, but I need some positivity now from you and the team.
Well, John Murray's just given me a very smug, knowing grin at the suggestion I may be glass half empty, Tony. There is a lot of positivity amongst the team. Micah, in particular, is incredibly positive and is bouncing everywhere, so much so that I've had to take the wine gums off him, because if he has any more sugar, then people's speakers are going to blow this afternoon during the course of our coverage. Tony, I will be glass half full throughout the course of the afternoon. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that. Back with Tony at Wimbledon later, and the Wimbledon coverage will probably be on Sports Extra sooner than they thought it might be, because England's cricketers are doing their very best to get the one-day international with Sri Lanka over and done with, so they can follow the football as well. England currently 64 for 2. Sri Lanka earlier 185 all out in that first ODI at the Riverside in Durham. So here we are then. We are at Wembley. It's a grey, wet Wembley at the moment for England against Germany. A place in the last 8 up for grabs. We have one heck of a team with us here. John Murray, Chris Waddle, Karen Carney and Micah Richards. Once this game is done, we've got Sweden-Ukraine. That's the final last 16 match of this tournament. And, of course, the winners of this game will play the winners of Sweden and Ukraine. And we'll keep you up to date with Wimbledon and the cricket, as well as Harry Kane leads England out onto the pitch here at Wembley. John Murray, our correspondent, just sitting behind me. They strike a very different vision to the one they did before that Croatia game, when it was hot and sunny and they all just came out in t-shirts and shorts. Harry Maguire is actually shivering a little bit at the moment under his hoodie as he just does a few stretches as well. But they're wrapped up warm, John, ahead of this last 16 time.
Yeah, touch of nerves maybe, perhaps, but they certainly look, don't they, as though they've got their game faces on. And I felt that last night. I spoke to Gareth Southgate last night and Harry Kane over the video interview that we did. And yeah, I think focus was very much the phrase that you would use. But you know, obviously, Mark, last night we referred to and mentioned Euro 96, etc., etc., etc. And I completely understand why Gareth Southgate was keen to sidestep questions about all that. But we don't have to do that, do we? We can enjoy and remember what England against the Germans at the tournament is all about, whether you go back to Bloemfontein, whether you go back to Turin or even Lyon in 1970, or even all the way back to 1966. But I think the Southgate story is almost Hollywood, isn't it? When you think that player that missed the penalty under the Twin Towers almost 25 years ago to the man who's going to be the manager on the touchline here under the arch in 2021. I think it's so compelling, don't you?
Who would play him, John, in a Hollywood movie? Who would play Gareth Southgate?
Well, I'm not very good on my Hollywood actors, in all honesty, Mark. Okay. You've probably got it. I mean, I sort of know the names.
Bradley Cooper?
Yeah, I sort of know the names,
maybe?
but I don't necessarily know what they look like.
Oh, and if you had a cameo, who would play you?
Oh, Bill Nye.
I was thinking John Cleese, actually.
That would probably be second choice.
Chris Waddle, you got your game face on?
Yeah, it's obviously it's the build-up now, isn't it? So that we, the little players now just having a bit of chit-chat and a bit of laugh, aren't they? Trying to relax, and then they'll go back in, and once they put that kit on, that means business, doesn't it?
What's interesting about the team this afternoon is that John and Chris have done many of these tournaments. I've done a few, not as many as that experienced duo. But in Micah and Karen Carney, we have two people with us for the first time at an England tournament. And even though you have pulled on the England shirt, both of you, and Karen, you go first, you are as excited as any fan in this stadium, or indeed listening or watching around the country.
Yeah, I rocked up, didn't I, in my England jersey, and you all looked at me and thought, oh, here's a newcomer. Not a clue. Not a clue. I literally rocked up. I was so excited, full on, got my England shirt on, and used that all pristine, clean. I thought, I've come to the wrong party here, but...
Glass half empty again, was it, Karen?
Pass us a wine gun, will you, Micah? Hey, I'm so excited. I've had far too many sweets. I look like I'm about to play a game with my shin pads and socks on. I'm good to go.
Is it because, do you think, Micah, you can allow yourself to be excited and enjoy this, whereas if you were down there in that group, you've got to be focused, you've got to be serious. It's a job.
Exactly that, chappers. I think you can let the emotions get the better of you when you're up here. I mean, you know, working at a tournament just for the first time, I'm so excited. I'm like a Cheshire cat is what they call him, smiling, and just being here at Wembley, and my emotions get the better of me. When you're a player, you can't let that happen. You've got to focus on the job. You know, England-Germany is always a fixture, no matter when it is. It's always one you look forward to. And this is the only part of the pitch now, the players walking on the pitch, where you just start to feel the nerves coming. You've done your prep last night, you've had a good night's sleep, and then it's showtime now. And this is going to separate the men from the boys. And
what are the benefits of doing this and coming out onto the pitch as that little group to have a look round the stadium, see the fans in? I mean, they've played every game here at Wembley of England. They know the turf, they know this stadium. What is the purpose of that, coming out of the tunnel and just having that little walk on the pitch for 5 minutes?
It's just like getting your mindset right. You're going on there, you feel the pitch. You got different studs. Some players like to wear the molds. Some players like me, with no technique, the defenders, we just have big studs. Do you know what I mean? So it's just getting used to it, and then getting used to the environment. You sort of feel the atmosphere. You see that the fans are starting to come in the stadium now, and this is where your head really starts to think about, how can I affect the game? And that's what they'll be thinking coming out now.
Let's go to the other side of the stadium. Raf Honigstein is over there. They put broadcast on one side and they put written media on the other side. Raf from The Athletic, of course. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm in the English writers block, so I don't know how that's gonna affect things later on.
But does that mean, because the way I'm looking at the stadium now, if you're in that English writers block, are you very close to all the German fans who have that corner and one end of Wembley, and many of whom are waving the German flag at the moment?
Yeah, I'm the one guy with the big flag over there. No, I'm not waving the flag. I'm on the other side. I'm on the other side, the far side of the media.
Okay, that side, right. There's a good contingent here, isn't there, for Germany?
Yes, it would have been more, of course, if the restrictions hadn't been the way they are. Only local German fans are allowed in, so it gives you a small idea of just how many of us are here. But it could have been more. It's a shame, really.
Regular listeners to Five Live will know that you've been slightly pessimistic throughout this tournament about Germany's chances, and certainly a couple of their performances, but particularly the last performance where they squeaked through against Hungary. Has your mood changed going into this game?
A little bit. I mean, you can't help but feel excited when you go to Wembley, and you feel that maybe this Germany team will connect with its own history and will find inspiration in some of the old stories. That's the reason why I think we have, more than usual, invoked past triumphs in the run-up to this game. Also a reflection of maybe not so much confidence in the presence right now. You know, when you look back a lot, that doesn't really perhaps tell you much, or tells you a lot about where you are at the moment. That you feel that looking back might be more inspirational than looking in front of you. But I hope, especially after watching the games last night, that an England team that is better than Germany, in my view, might still allow us the kind of opportunity and maybe the chance of a small upset as we saw yesterday. So I think that gives me confidence. It's not so much about Germany now suddenly being a lot better. I think maybe the differences in the teams, even the ones that function well and those who don't function well, isn't as great at the Euros, and that gives us a chance.
Do you envisage, Raf, this game being anything like some of the ones that we have seen already? And I'm not necessarily just talking about yesterday's amazing games between France and Switzerland and Spain and Croatia, but Italy-Austria had an intensity where both teams went at each other, and the majority of games have seen both sides trying to win it rather than necessarily control a game and take a 1-0. Do you envisage that today, or do you expect this to be cagier?
It's so difficult to predict, because I think Germany want to control the game but with the ball, and that in itself gives a chance for England, because if Germany don't have their passing game slick enough and accurate enough, then those spaces can be exploited, and then suddenly, especially with England starting so strongly in all these games, you know, the first 50 minutes there was real tempo, there was real pace in every single game. That's when Germany could be vulnerable. And of course, if we do see an early goal, then everything will open up. So it has all the hallmarks of a cagey game, you know, with Southgate possibly changing his formation to meet Germany and mirror their setup, and that in itself is a fairly, maybe not negative, but cautious move, you could say. But at the same time, Germany are not very good at defending. We've already conceded 5 goals in 3 games. Even if we're trying to be cagey, we might not succeed. So I think it should be pretty entertaining.
The boos you can hear are the Germans coming out onto the pitch, although that little pocket, it's actually more than a little pocket, that medium-sized pocket of German fans away to our left, continuing to wave their flags. Do you think it will be a cagey affair, Chris, or do you think it will resemble some of the other games in the last 16?
It's hard to tell. I've got to say, Mark, it's a very hard game to call this. If Germany turn up, then we're in for a right game. England, let's be honest, have done okay. They haven't been outstanding. They've had moments. They didn't play well against Scotland. They did all right against Croatia. And the Czech Republic was about, basically, Czech Republic wanted to finish second. So I didn't really read anything into that neither. So it's a good test for England. And there's obviously a big prize waiting ahead. Who wins this really will fancy their chances to get to the final. So it's a great opportunity for England. But we know, listen, Germany are a very dangerous side. Yes, we could see England turn it on today and win comfortably. But if Germany turn up, we know we're in for a very hard game.
Another question to Raf in just a second, but England have lost another wicket at the cricket. Ellie.
Yeah, Owen Morgan is out now, chappers, and having set off at an express pace with Johnny Bairstow hitting 43 off 21 balls, England becalmed a little bit. Now Owen Morgan just nicking through to Pereira off the bowling of Chimera for 6. Joe Root is still there. He's on 11 off 11 balls. Sam Billings is the new batsman, but having been rattling along at 11 and over, it was cut considerably, and now England 75 for 3, and we're in the 11th over of the innings. 186 is the target.
Thank you very much, Ellie. 5 Live Sports Extra to listen to that. Just being told that Frank de Boer has resigned as the Dutch manager. They were knocked out by the Czech Republic over the weekend, so he has resigned now as the Dutch manager. One other piece of managerial news today, and Patrick Vieira is going to be the new manager at Crystal Palace. Raf, just on the crowd, I mean, Wales's Chris Gunter was incredibly critical of this tournament and saying it's not very fair and it is a bit of a shambles, the travelling that has to be done and who gets home fans and who doesn't. Robin Gerson's ahead of today's game, the German wingback, has said Wembley with more fans today is an additional motivation. It is great when the stadium is against you and you can silence the fans. Are they going to relish this then?
Well, I think there's 2 parts to this. First of all, I think for a lot of footballers, playing in front of fans still has a bit of novelty factor and excitement after the horrific quite the pressing months that we've envisaged. So I think there's just a sheer sense of almost childish joy. Fans are back, and we haven't seen that many. In Munich, there were only about 14,500. So that's one thing. The other thing is, Germany know that Wembley hasn't always worked in favour for England. They know that the crowd can get a little bit anxious. They know that England teams who don't have the ball sometimes have a history of getting a bit nervous, and they're trying to use that. They're trying to work with that, and you'd expect them to. And I think whether, that is sort of very basic psychology, whether it works out that way is impossible to say. But I think they're trying to make that work and trying to get both the inspiration from the crowd and, if possible, maybe a sense of anxiety and impatience from the home crowd, if it's possible.
Do you think Wembley could work against England, Micah?
No, I agree with Raf to a certain extent, but it can work both ways. If England get an early goal, then they're going to have the crowd right behind them. I think they've got to use Wembley as a fortress. I agree with him, with Raf. I've been playing for England where we lost to Croatia to not qualify for the Euros. So I felt that personally, but I think it's a little bit different now. Even like the way that the media are, everyone seems a little bit more together, especially after the year everyone's had. And I just believe that the fans will be with them right until the end of the game today.
Although, Karen, when we were here for Scotland, and I know Pat Neville was pitchside for us then, but for that Scotland game, it did feel like it got to England during that, because it was much more positive for Scotland, who had that similar contingent where the Germans are this afternoon.
Yeah, I can understand that. Also, the Scotland game, they played a different shape, and I think we struggled to deal with them playing with that back five at times. But you're right, in terms of the crowd and maybe the expectations. But I think hopefully there's a few more senior players are fit, especially after that third game. And I think we'll be able to manage the situation a little bit better. I'm confident in this group. I actually feel really confident going into this game. I've got no fears. So I'm just really looking forward to it. They've been in these moments before. They're paid professionals at the end of the day. That they'll be totally fine.
Let's get the team news then. They are in both lineups. England, John Murray are going 3 at the back.
Yeah, we can confirm that Gareth Southgate is going with a change of formation, 3-4-3. This is the team. Pickford, Walker, Stones and Maguire, Trippier, Phillips, Rice and Shaw, Saka, Kane and Sterling. So that is just the one change, with Kieran Trippier in as the right wing back and Jack Grealish back on the bench. Just going to check the list. Yes, he is there among the substitutes. So they've matched up the German system, and they are starting with 3 central defenders for the first time since the autumn, for the first time since November, against Iceland in the Nations League. Just looking on the list of substitutes, and Mason Mount is there, who's obviously been self-isolating until midnight last night, but Ben Chilwell is not involved in the 23. And the German side, well, there is no Gundogan and no Gnabry in the German side. So Neuer in goal. 3 central defenders are Ginter, Hummels and Rudiger. Kimmich and Gosens are the wing backs. Then Goretzka and Kroos in the centre of midfield, in the absence of Gundogan, who had a bruise on his head. That's why he's not involved in the starting lineup. Then Havertz, Muller and Timo Werner comes into the side for this game. So Werner and Goretzka are the 2 that come in for Gundogan and Gnabry. There were doubts over Rudiger and Gosens as well, who've had a cold this week. They weren't able to train properly at all, but they're both past fit and are in the German team.
Before we let Raf go, let's get Raf's view on that German side. That was just mind games, wasn't it, on Rudiger and Gosens?
No, not really, because Gundogan is out. Well, he's not starting.
But
he was also doubtful.
But Rudiger and Gosens, we were told, had colds.
Yeah, I'm sure they did have colds. I don't think you'd make up a cold for those 2 particular players to scare or to lull England to a false sense of security that they might miss.
And Werner and Goretzka coming in.
That's a really interesting one. Goretzka, we all thought he might be in, even if Gündoğan had recovered. Goretzka's had such an impact against Hungary, and he will provide a bit more muscle, a bit more dynamism, and I think just having two ball players in midfield was always going to be a very risky setup for this game, so that's expected. Timo Werner is not expected because Serge Gnabry has been always present for Joachim Löw. I think Löw years ago said, Gnabry, Serge always plays for me. So whether that's a bit of an injury because he's had some muscle problems or a tactical decision to use the pace of Timo Werner, we don't know, but it's an interesting one because Werner's form has suffered, as you know, from the Premier League, and it hasn't really picked up in a Germany shirt either. So big opportunity, but also big responsibility for him to show up today.
Thanks, Raf. Have a good afternoon.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Like yeah. Raf Honeystein with us on 5 Live Sport. Chris Warner, what do you make of the England formation, I suppose, really, rather than line-up?
I don't mind it. I think you've matched Germany up, and if you respect the team that much, match them up. If you've got a bit of a concern about their strengths and their weaknesses, you try and find it out. But what they're doing is they've gone exactly the same shape as the Germans. So they believe if it's a one-on-one battle all over the park, Gareth obviously believes that his players will win them one-on-one battles more than the Germans. So you can see what he's doing. And listen, this squad's developed a lot, wouldn't it, Gareth? If it's not working, they can easily change it. They've got enough players on the bench who can change the game as well. So it's a bit cautious at first, but he's obviously playing safe.
Yeah, I don't want to be glass half empty, Karen. But if you're in the Germany, but if you're in that German dressing room, do you look at the England team and go, oh, they're worried about us, they've matched us up, rather than letting us worry about them? They're obviously worried about us and want to match up.
I think they would have expected us to go to this formation, if I'm honest, because even you look at the press conferences that they've kind of, both teams have alluded to that they're not going to go at it, they're going to be cautious. So we know the German side have always played this shape since the start of the tournament. I think they already knew that he was going to match them up. They've been preparing for this. Gareth Southgate's been preparing this formation for the latter part of the tournament for the last 18 months. So I don't think they would have been surprised. It was just about which personnel they probably would have gone with, and I think Saka playing in the manner that he did, I don't think they'll be surprised. I think they'll be like, I don't think they'll be, they're not going to be threatened by it, and they're also not going to be surprised.
I'm worried a bit down this left-hand side in terms of Germany's left-hand side. Trippier, I like Trippier. I like Walker. I like the way they've gone with Walker, the three at the back. But if you look at the runs that Werner makes, inside runs, and Gosens, I'm particularly interested in watching him. A wing-back, full-back for Atalanta. He's had like 10 goals, 10 assists, and he gets forward at every opportunity. Trippier and Walker are going to have to be very disciplined today. But in terms of the shape of England, I think it's okay. We've seen yesterday's games that impact from the bench is absolutely vital. You got Foden, you got Grealish, you got Rashford, you got even Mount to bring on. So I don't think being cautious for the first half, first 60, 70 minutes is necessarily a bad thing. But this Germany side can hurt you if you give them time and space. In terms of England going forward, Saka and Sterling in behind will be a threat. If we look at Ginter and Hummels, they can't run. So I can see what Gareth's trying to do with pace on the wings.
Yeah, look, watched them this morning again. I was really trying to rack my brains, and I think, Mikey, you're spot on. The two wing backs for Germany are their biggest threat. They like to pull you apart, then to attack inside. And I think what Southgate's, you're right, he's just going to go, I need you to go 3 for 3. You know, their 3 weakest players are the 3 at the back, and we've got to go for them. The rest of the team have got to consolidate and defend that. They push everyone forward. We've got to hit them on the counter-attack. And you're right, England's have got to be so good in the wide areas, because that's where Germany will threaten us. We have to stop crosses, we have to get tight, get up to the ball, because they will try and suffocate us into the half of the pitch. Then we've got to try and break on them quick.
Well, if you look at Germany, right, what they'll do is they're very similar to us. Muller will come to the ball. He's not going to run in behind Muller. He's like Kane. He doesn't want to run that way. It's not his game. He's not a target man. He's not going to. He wants to drag players out of areas. So, and then you look. Apart from Kyle Walker, that back three is not very quick. We're talking about Hummels and a kind of run. I wouldn't say Maguire was lightning. I definitely wouldn't say John Stones is lightning. Now that's why he's playing Werner today, because he thinks we'll soak the pressure up, get the full-backs, the wing-backs a little bit ahead, get down the side of Maguire, get down the side. You're not going to get joy against Kyle Walker that way, but if you can get between them centre-halves or down the sides of them two centre-halves, they'll fancy their chances on the counter-attack without a shadow of a doubt. So it is a really matched-up game. We're talking about the German back three is not the most mobile, good in the air, as the England one is, but one's pretty quick and the other two are not. So they're very, very similar. Midfield, not in it. You'd probably say gets forward more. Cruz is very good on the ball. He's closing down. Can create a lot of problems if he's given time and space. Rice and Phillips have got their work cut out in there. But I feel physically and mentally they could dominate them two. But they're very, very clever players.
So just a couple of things out of all of that, and this isn't a dig at Manchester City here, Micah, before you take it as such, but I wonder whether Jurgen Lowe in any way has looked at the Werner-Kyle Walker battle in FA Cup semi-final, Champions League, so on and so forth, and thought, right, we'll see what we can do with that to try and unsettle Kyle Walker with that.
Yeah, I think just Werner in general, I think Werner's similar to Morata, where Morata's got really good movement and so has Werner. He frustrates people because he gets in these grey areas and doesn't finish it off. I think that's a very valid point in terms of, you know, Walker and Werner matching up for Chelsea and Manchester City. But I think Werner was going to play regardless of whatnot because of his runs in behind. I think if we're talking about runs in behind, like Walker's the only one, like Chris said, who's got a bit of pace. So I just think they've looked at England's defending for, we can get at this defence, but I think it's pretty even. Both teams are very even, and it's who turns up on the day. Chris is totally right.
And then, Karen, if you're looking at where England can exploit Germany's defence on the pace side and hit them quickly on the break, I wonder how critical Calvin Phillips will be to that, given his range of passing.
Yeah, totally. Get it off the back line, keep spraying it, first pass forward as quick as possible. You know, the margins are going to be so small, so you've just got to hit the front player as quick as possible. Sterling, Saka, just get on it, see the space and behind, make sure you just run and penetrate the back three as quick as possible. But Phillips, he'll have to be both fantastic in and out of possession, keep screening that free in front of him, protecting, and as soon as he's got the opportunity, get that range out with his passing.
Just one final thing on the selection here for England, Chris, and then I'll bring you all in on this, which is Bukayo Saka has played as a wing-back this season for Arsenal. He's played right and he's played left. Now, if you hadn't played Trippier but say had started Saka as a right wing-back, you could have then maybe brought Mount in or Foden in, or you could have had Grealish in. And there'd also be a bit more versatility in that lineup, wouldn't there, in being able to switch between a 3 at the back and a 4 at the back if they needed to.
I don't think he can really move Saka after his last game. I thought he was very positive, and he carries the ball ever so well. He's very positive, gets at you, runs at you. People don't like that, defenders don't like that, any defender doesn't. So, and when he's got decent pace about him as well. So I think you had to leave him where he was. He got the man of the match performance in the last game. You've had to say, look, we'll go again. As I said before, Mark, this England team is very flexible. You can change it to a 4, you can go 3 at the back, you can go 4-4-2 if you want. You can change the system very easy. And listen, I'm sure as the game goes on, subs will come on, because not just because of changing the game. Physically, a lot of these players have played non-stop football for like a year, and you can see some of them are feeling the pace. Not just the England players, the German players as well.
I think what we have to be careful of is we've got Rice and Phillips, and before the tournament I was talking about them as defensive players. I think Phillips has shown he can be more offensive, but we can't allow the gap between Saka, Kane and Sterling and Rice and Phillips to become too big, because at times, you know, there's going to be times where England are going to have to drop off, and they're going to have 7 defensive players on the pitch, and sometimes you do need that link between the midfield and attack, and not just throw hopeless balls forward and expect Saka and Sterling to go and get them. Got to play forward with real quality. So whether it's Rice or Phillips, sometimes they're going to have to break the lines and try to be playing them through balls.
Did one performance make Saka undroppable?
I think Chris is totally right. I think this last game, he was magnificent. And sometimes the managers, he didn't start the two games before that. He comes in, he was a brilliant player.
He wasn't even in the 23 for one of those games.
Well, he played really well at Middlesbrough, didn't he? The friendlies at Middlesbrough he played really scored. He scored as well. He played really well. He looked the part, and I remember we were watching the game and he said he wouldn't be a problem if you had to throw him into the starting lineup.
He had a little bit of a hip injury, if you remember, after that warm-up game when he scored his first goal and missed a bit of training. So I think that was the reason that perhaps he wasn't part of the picture right at the start.
This is 5 Live Sport at Wembley, where the rain is falling. England against Germany in the last 16 is an hour away. You can watch it on BBC television as well. It's on BBC One. If you go to the iPlayer, you get the HD pictures and you can pick the 5 Live commentary if you so wish. We're also across the tennis and the cricket this afternoon as well. Let's start at Wimbledon and Russell Fuller,
where the rain is also falling. No play on the outside courts before 4:30, but under the roof on centre court, Roger Federer has just arrived at the start of his 22nd consecutive Wimbledon Championships. He's playing Adrian Manarino of France, while on court number 1, also under the roof, Angelique Kerber, a German player who loves her football and will be keen to get off court as quickly as possible, is 5-4 up with a break in the first set against Nina Stojanovic. And results earlier today have seen Venus Williams at the age of 41 reach the second round, and also the world number 1 Ashley Barty of Australia, who beat Carlos Suarez Navarro of Spain 6-1 in the deciding set.
England are wobbling in the cricket a little bit. Ellie?
Yeah, 4 wickets down now, Chappers. 89 for 4 at the drinks break. They need another 97 runs from 36 overs, so they've got plenty of time to get it, although ideally I think quite a lot of people in the crowd would have wanted it to be over a little bit quicker than it looks like it's going to be. But Sam Billings was out for 3. He was the latest man to go. Chimera's taken 2 wickets, caught at backward point, Sam Billings, and then Moeen Ali dropped behind the stumps by Pereira off the very first ball that he faced. He's still there though. He's on 1. Joe Root, 22 of 24 balls. So this has very much changed around from when Johnny Bairstow was smashing it to all parts, getting 43 off 21 balls. England 89 for 4, chasing 186 to win.
If you're just tuning in, England are going to play 3 at the back against Germany this afternoon. Pickford in goal, Walker, Stones and Maguire as the back 3. Shaw and Trippier are the wing backs, then Phillips and Rice and Saka and Sterling either side of Kane. We'll continue our build-up with kick-off at 5 o'clock after Dan Morsley and the news.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
A police officer has been jailed for 8 years for the unlawful killing of the former Aston Villa footballer Dalian Atkinson. PC Benjamin Monk, who's 43, was convicted of manslaughter after discharging his taser at Mr Atkinson 3 times and kicking him in the head while he lay on the ground. The travel ban between Scotland and Manchester, Salford and Bolton is to be lifted from midnight, the Scottish Government has confirmed. A ban on non-essential travel to and from Blackburn will remain in place. Nicola Sturgeon has told MSPs she remains hopeful they will be able to continue lifting restrictions from the 19th of July. Parts of east central Scotland have overtaken northwest England to become the UK's main COVID hotspot. New cases in East Lothian reached 595 per 100,000 in the 7 days to June the 24th, with Dundee seeing 587. And latest figures show the number of pupils missing classroom time for COVID-related reasons in England has gone up by around 130,000 in a week. On Thursday, more than 375,000 pupils, about 1 in 20, were home from school.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Listen live on digital, online, smart speaker or the BBC Sounds app.
Let's take a look at the travel news. The M62 westbound between junction 22 Rishworth Moor and 21 Milne Row. The motorway there is still closed following the earlier lorry fire. The fire is now out, but they're dealing with some repair work now, and there's long delays because of that closure back past junction 24 at Ainley Top, and we're also hearing about a broken down vehicle within those queues, adding to the delays. Then the M1 northbound between junction 27 and 28 at Alfreton, only one lane open there. Recovery work continues continues after a very big spillage and an accident. It's causing delays almost all the way back to Nottingham and also on the A38 eastbound as well around Alfreton. County Durham, Darlington, the A66 both ways is closed because of an accident at the spillage. That's between Neasham Road and the Arena. That's affecting traffic in and out of Darlington. And the M4 eastbound between Junction 4 Heathrow and Junction 3 Hayes and Heston. Broken down vehicle closing one lane and causing slow traffic. Michelle Dignan, 5 Live Travel.
Here comes Max Verstappen, meanwhile, the Red Bull driver, through the final few corners, and it's going to be another victory. Verstappen across the line. It's his 4th win of the season, wins the Styrian Grand Prix, and extends his championship lead over Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton now is going to set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix, scores an extra point there, but finishes 2nd to Max Verstappen as the checkered flag falls.
Better, stronger, faster. F1. Get reaction and analysis with 5 Live's Checkered Flag podcast.
The car was on fire today. So nice to drive. Unbelievable. Thank you very much.
Available now on BBC Sounds.
The wait is over. Euro 2020.
With Mark Chapman on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Afternoon, this is 5 Live Sport as England take on Germany in the Euros at Wembley again.
Hello again, glad you've tuned in. You've obviously heard there's a football match on tonight. England against Germany, the second semi-final of Euro 96. Sporting history waiting to be made.
Here comes the corner, teed in by Gascoigne. Little header, and Shearer's there! And scores for England! England have scored after only 2 minutes. It's an absolutely dream start to the semi-final.
And where was the marker for Alan Shearer? They're not complaining, the ball's in the back of the net and a wonderful start.
In goes Kuntz, and it's an equaliser from Germany.
I love this goal.
Let us hope we get a golden goal. Let's hope we get a goal and we don't go to those penalties once more. Oh, and a header from Kuntz in the back of the net, but the referee's disallowed it.
He loses his man, Gascoigne! I don't believe it.
Agonising for the players to have to go through this again, and it's tough on us all.
Stefan Kuntz to keep Germany in Euro 96. Here he comes, high into the roof of the net, and it's 5-5.
But we're moving on now to sudden death.
And Gareth Southgate, who has been magnificent at the heart of England's defence, now has to score a goal to keep England going in the European Championship. Here he comes. Oh, and it's been saved by Kopka. Kopka dives to his right. Gareth Southgate didn't really strike it cleanly. He looks down, he looks forlorn.
The other players going to try and console Gareth Southgate, but there is no consolation unless he can be saved by David Seaman.
Seaman has been the hero for England throughout the championship. He has to be again. Muller comes up, and it's a goal for Germany. And as in Turin 6 years ago, the Germans held their nerve better. The dream dissolves for England.
Obviously, I'm bitterly disappointed that I've let down not only the nation, but more importantly, the lads in there who've worked so hard.
It's so tough on the man who doesn't score.
The euphoria that the whole country was feeling has come to an end, but there you go, I've got to live with that and I've got to get on with it.
It's been such a success in this championship. He's proved himself to be a true international player. There will be better days for him.
We're ready for it. We know it's a very difficult challenge. It's a great opportunity for this team to make some history and give people memories of England-Germany fixtures for the future that are different to some of the ones they've been flooded with over the last few days, which mean absolutely nothing to them because they weren't born for most of them.
Well, that was then, but this is now. The rain continuing to fall here at Wembley. The cones are out for both sides to come out and warm up, which they will do shortly. And England against Germany is 50 minutes away. Full commentary here on 5 Live. You can watch it on BBC One as well. Chris Waddle and John Murray will be your commentary team. Karen Carney is pitchside. Micah Richards is alongside me, which is proving slightly problematic because people keep coming up for selfies with him. And in fact, I thought somebody was coming not long ago for and I was starting to get a little bit annoyed, and I was thinking surely not someone else, but it turned out it was Jermaine Genius just coming to say hello. Unless you asked, did you ask for a selfie with Mike or everyone else has done?
I did want one, but he said no.
Yeah.
He said no.
That's
he's got
what
too
like
big for me now.
He's changed. He's changed. Jermaine, part of the BBC One commentary team. How do you view this as sensible, matching up Germany, or overly cautious?
I think from a formation perspective, I don't blame Gareth for matching them up. I wouldn't say that we've exactly lit the tournament alight with 4 at the back, and whether it's a kind of 2 holders and a number 10, or whether we played a 1 with 2 8s in that midfield. And I think matching them up was probably sensible. Whether the personnel match the formation is another question. Obviously there's no Ben Chilwell in the squad at all by the looks of it, and we saw what him and Reece James did in the Champions League final. They're much more natural wing backs in comparison to what Luke Shaw is, I suppose, and Kieran Trippier, but he's with them week in, week out. He's been watching them and understands exactly what they bring to the table. Kieran Trippier is there obviously for set pieces, and it's very defensive, but I don't blame him. I think after seeing yesterday's games, everyone's just gone, hang on a minute, let me just play it safe a little bit, because this is absolutely mental, the style of games that are going on.
That's a really interesting point, because yesterday was one of the great days of international football, right? But also, Portugal went hell for leather against Belgium in that second half and couldn't break them down. Italy and Austria was a really, really intense game. Czech Republic against the Dutch were fantastic and went for it. Denmark against Wales went for it. It'd be nice to see both teams here go for it, wouldn't it, rather than be cautious?
I think the game, the environment, the conditions, it lends itself to for that to just happen anyway. Michael will tell you, and Chris will tell you, the games that you're playing sometimes as footballers, that you think, right, we're going to have some control in there, or we might sit a little bit deep, and the emotions of the game take over. A big tackle flies in, or a big chance, and before you know it, the game can get away from you and can turn into, I suppose, much more of a Premier League type game that we're used to. But that's what the players have to control. They have to control their emotions today, play the game, and it could be slow. England have played the tournament very slow up to date, but there's no doubt that they're due a performance that shows a lot more energy.
JJ, from a midfielder's point of view, you've got Rice and Phillips in there. I know we've been playing sometimes a free midfield, so we're playing 1 holder and 2. You see Phillips go play more number 8. How do you see, in terms of offensively, how that can work with linking up with Saka, Kane and Sterling? Because when you get into a deep block, a defensive position, how are then you going to play the ball forward to Kane and Sterling with that quality?
Well, to be honest with you, I think in this type of formation, the wing backs are your key, and they need to be high and wide, and which then allows Sterling to play a little bit more central, and it allows Saka to play a little bit more central off Kane. Kane will naturally want to come deep, so you need your wing backs high and wide, making those runs, threatening in behind, but then the likes of Saka and Sterling can create overloads if they want to help form that link. So you almost get like a box effect in that midfield. So you'll have your 2 sitters, and then Sterling can just drop a little bit. Saka can drop a little bit if he wants, as long as your wing backs are high and wide to provide that width and stretching teams that you need. But we've played the system, obviously, back in the World Cup in Russia, and we've kind of flirted with it every now and again. For me, those wing backs are not natural wing backs that today. So whether they do that job or not is yet to be seen.
Just one final thing on what we've seen in the last 16, Chris, and myself and Mike had touched on it very briefly last night on the highlights, which is with 5 substitutions and actually a 6th if you go into extra time, you're ending up with half of your players with fresh legs and half being absolutely knackered, and particularly if you keep your defenders on who are knackered and change your attackers. And I wonder if that's a reason as well why we've seen the entertainment and the thrilling games.
Yeah, definitely. I think, as I said earlier, the players have had a long year. They haven't really had a break. They've just played football non-stop with the games in the clubs and internationals. They play a lot of international football as well. So a lot of players are running on empty. So the subs are key today. Simple as, you can. The system's not working. Listen, if you look at it, they've matched up, right? And it's who plays on the day. It's who's having a good game, who's having a bad game. The ones who have a bad game, unfortunately, you've got to make a change. You've got to make a decision and change it. But if you look, they're just basically matched up on each other, and it's who against who's going to win the battles, and that's going to decide who wins the game.
teams are falling apart, chappers. You look at France yesterday. Hamstrings getting pulled, calves getting pulled.
Which is not
Same with Belgium.
surprising, is it?
It's not surprising, but again, it goes down to kind of, maybe the way that we have played with slow build-up and just nicking games here and there. Gareth maybe knows the kind of level of the team and has been trying to get them to a certain point where they peak at the right time, and we're going into that phase now. There's no time to wait anymore. This is it now.
I honestly think, though, that if you're playing in the Premier League week in, week out, and playing 45, 55 games, Champions League, it's a lot harder than playing in the Czech League, and it's a lot harder playing in that. So the teams who are coming through and surprising people, if you actually look at their games, how many they've played this season, they might have played 10, 15 less in a lesser league. So they are fresher. I don't care what anybody says. If you're playing at the top league, it's a grind every week. And you've got your Champions League, you've got the internationals, and everybody wants to beat England. So that's another level you've got to keep rising all the time. No disrespect to the Czechies in that, but if you play in the Czech League, it's not as hard as playing in the Premier League, I can tell you that now.
Well, one quick one though, Chris, on kind of conditioning and stuff like that, because what major tournaments, so you was obviously Italia 90, was you at 86? So the conditions in 86 were ridiculous, from a temperature point of view, pitches that were sliding all over the place, and then obviously Italia 90 was again from a heat perspective very, very hot. We've never had it as good in a major tournament as an English team ever. I was in Germany 2006. It was boiling hot every single game, and it affects you as an English player. It just does. This is perfect. It's like middle of the season in the Premier League, and I would expect us right now to be back to our peak and really imposing ourselves physically on this team with the youth that we have.
But you've seen a lot of teams, aren't you? Belgium dropping they couldn't walk off.
They're older.
Belgium's got some young players in the prime, but they couldn't. Some of them needed carrying off early in the game. So you look at Spain and Croatia. Yesterday, Croatia put a spell on for half an hour, and then they died again. They collapsed again. And you can say they've got some older players, but some young players. It is that they've never stopped playing football for a year, and it's really demanding. And we're seeing people getting injured and people basically putting their hand up saying, "Get me off."
Manuel Neuer and the rest of the German goalkeeping contingent have come out, which is why you can hear the boos initially, but they're warming up in front of that corner of German fans, so then you heard the cheers as they went over there. Jermaine, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
You're off to go and do your TV stuff now.
Mike, you're going to get a picture later, please. All right, thank you, pal.
You're going with the big boys now, aren't you?
See you in a bit.
Jermaine Genus, part of the BBC TV commentary team this afternoon. We've talked about substitutions. John Murray, do you just want to mention the three England players who haven't... I think this is a ridiculous rule. Nobody cares what I think, but it is a ridiculous rule.
Yeah, I think many people agree with you, Mark. And the three who are not involved, as I mentioned, Ben Chilwell's not involved for understandable reasons. Ben White. But interesting, it's Chris that spotted this, actually, and I think it's a really interesting discussion point. No Dominic Calvert-Lewin on the bench for England, when we've considered him all the way through to be the man if anything should happen to Harry Kane. And just out of interest, the three Germans who aren't in the 26, Klosterman, Gunter and Hoffmann.
Well, we started this hour by playing you a mix from Euro 96, 25 years and 3 days it is now since that semi-final. Gascoigne's late miss, just couldn't quite reach the ball, could he? Southgate's penalty and Germany winning. Harry Kane says that match, not surprisingly, won't be a consideration for this group.
I'll be totally honest, I reckon the majority of the players don't even remember that game. A lot of them weren't even born. I think I was only 3 years old. Of course, you see highlights and stuff like that, but the bottom line is we've moved on. We're a different team. We're a different squad. We've won penalty shootouts in the last 3-4 years. So the most important thing from our point of view is that we're trying to get the job done in 90 minutes. And if called upon, we'll be ready to do whatever it takes. As players, we don't need no more added motivation than to go out there and show our country what we can do. And, every time you pull on an England shirt, it's an extremely proud moment, and you want to do yourself, your family, your friends, your country proud, and that's the same no matter who we play. It's a big game at Wembley. Hopefully we can get the fans right behind us and obviously try and come out the winners.
How did you feel, Harry, at the moment that realisation hit that it was going to be Germany? You were going to captain England against Germany in a tournament match at Wembley.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, for a moment, it could have been any team in that group. It was chopping and changing. So, no, of course, there was excitement. It's going to be a hugely proud moment walking out at Wembley in front of our fans in a knockout game. And obviously, against a big nation like Germany will be hopefully a memory that will stick with me and the team forever if we get the job done. So that's our focus. That's the most important thing. And I'm looking forward to trying to achieve that.
Chris Waddle, Micah Richards, Karen Carney pitchside, listening to Harry Kane there. John Murray, our correspondent, with us. History is irrelevant, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think he hits a good point there. You know, he was 3 when they played in 96. You know, he wasn't even thought of probably in 90. So, you know, it is. They're writing a new chapter. They're writing history. It's like, you know, you look back and obviously 66 always comes up because that's when the last trophy we won. So there's always going to be, yes, but I do think
But in 1990, when you played against Germany in the World Cup semi-final, did 66 have any... No. 66 wouldn't have had any bearing on you at all.
Well, it did, because we thought we were going to win it. So we thought if we get the final we could win it, and we knew it was all on that German game. So we all thought we've got a chance here of basically copying the 66 lot. So it did get mentioned a couple of times, thinking if we win it, imagine that, because we haven't won anything since 66.
Yeah.
Now 96, they probably thought we haven't won a trophy since 66. So yes, it would have been brought up. So, but look, history rates itself. Now this team go and win, and they go and win the tournament, then everybody will be talking about this team for years and years, and everybody will want to match it.
If they were being managed by a manager who makes it all about himself, and I can think of a couple who do that, but Southgate has never made it about himself. Therefore, even the argument, let's go and do it for the manager because of what happened 25 years ago, I'm not sure Southgate would even want them thinking like that, would he, Micah?
No, not at all. He's not. Since Southgate has come into this squad, he's been a revelation. He's been excellent. The way he speaks, the way he handles himself, the way he has to discipline players, but then he doesn't hold it against them. He gives everyone another chance. And you can see that within the group. You can see it in the way they play. Yes, we would have liked them to play a little bit more, better football in terms of what they've got available to them. But I just think Southgate is a class act, and he wouldn't want the players to make it about him, because he's not that sort of person. I mean, if they're going to do it for him, he'll be so happy.
If they're going to do it for him, then great. But if you were in that dressing room, you wouldn't be going, well, let's go and do it for the manager to avenge what happened 25 years ago when most of us weren't even born. You wouldn't be saying that, would you?
No, you wouldn't be saying that, Chappers. But, you know, Chris is right. It's exactly what he said. Like, you always look back in history. No matter what, when we was playing Germany under 16s, under 17s, under 18s, all the way up to 21s, we know Germany is a big game. And why do we know it's a big game? It's because of history. Yes, they're not going to be going out and saying, let's avenge this, and this is Southgate's redemption. But at the end of the day, you listen to the history, Chappers.
The cheers you can hear are as England come out to warm up here at Wembley. Germany came out a couple of moments ago. Harry Kane leading the team out in his red tracksuit top. He's got blue tracksuit bottoms on. Most of the rest of the team just wearing their white shorts and white socks. Declan Rice has run out like a kid in a sweet shop, waving and smiling. I'm assuming he's good. Wasn't he then? Chris saw it. I'm assuming he's got friends and family in a tier near us. But he was waving, he was smiling, he was virtually skipping, he was hitting the badge on his chest, wasn't he, Chris?
He's in holiday running down the beach, wasn't he? He was waving at everybody, wasn't he? I thought he was going to dive in the sea. Unfortunately, there's not one there, but it was, I thought he was on holiday. Has he got a caravan or something at the back of you or something?
I mean, I'm hoping he's that relaxed, Karen, throughout the whole of this game. He looked absolutely buzzing, did Declan Rice, as he came out.
No, it's fantastic. They all look at home here now. I must say though, I am behind the goalkeeping area now where they were just warming up, and the pitch is massively cutting up. We've had a little bit of rain, but it's definitely cutting up, so something to keep an eye on. But looks great. I mean, look at the all white kit they've got, just fantastic. What a setup it is down here at the moment.
And John Murray, let's reiterate as well, because people will be joining us all the time as they maybe get off work a little bit early and get in their cars to try to get home to watch this on BBC One. And remember, you can watch it on BBC One and listen to the 5 Live commentary as well. But that is a really good German section, and Ralf Honigstein said to us, all Germans who are based in this country for obvious COVID reasons, but that is a great German section over there.
Yes, it is actually, and it looks more than the 1800 that it actually is. Our colleague Ollie Foster, who's outside the ground on Olympic Way, has told us that they would have had an allocation of 7,000, which is the case that we've seen on mainland Europe for the games, as we saw in Budapest the other night. But because of the restrictions, etc., only German fans in this country could get tickets for the match. So they are there all around one corner on the far side as we look to the left of the tunnel. And certainly German flags have been doing a roaring trade. But, you know, we're going to have as big a crowd inside Wembley Stadium, inside any football stadium, that we've seen since lockdown came in. So there will be somewhere between 40 and 44,000 people, and it's making a difference.
It really is. The atmosphere is fantastic. And it's always good as part of our 5 Live coverage to have the thoughts of a decent Premier League right back, and we're going to do that now because Moritz Volz has joined us, also assistant manager at RB Leipzig. Afternoon, Moritz.
Good afternoon, guys.
The Germans are going to relish this, aren't they?
We usually do, and by the look and the sound of the atmosphere at Wembley, absolutely. There's no reason not to.
So when you look at the selection of Joachim Löw, and he's got Gerson's fit and healthy, Rudiger's fit and healthy, and Goretzka comes in and Timo Werner comes in. When you look at that lineup, what does it say to you?
First of all, disappointed that he's sticking to the 3-4-3 formation, and second of all, pleased that we have Thomas Muller in there from the beginning in terms of creativity, in terms of leadership, and also Goretzka as an improvement in combination with Kroos to the combination of Kroos and Gundogan, because I felt we were weak at the heart of midfield.
That Hungarian game, the sort of chaos and at times desperation in that game, was some of that down to not having the leadership of Thomas Muller?
I don't think so. For me, it is basically what this team and this group are like. Inconsistent, unable to set the switch and just focus from one moment to the next. And if you take all of the 3 group games, and that's why I'm disappointed with Joachim Löw sticking to the formation, because it hasn't really worked consistently throughout the group stage. And I would have liked to see him change that.
And the big discussion, of course, then would be a change of formation would release Kimmich into a role that he probably wants to play more rather than right wing back.
Yes, that's the main point I'm making. For the team's sake, more than for Kimmich's sake, I would really love to see Kimmich in the centre mid, to give the team shape, to give the team stability, and to be allowed to lead from a central position on the field.
Just at the time Morris joined us, and once both teams got into their warm-up, they, as you can hear, played 3 Lions. But it's not obviously the most intimidating of songs, and the Germans at the moment appear to be dancing and singing to it, Mike, I don't know if you noticed, with a lot more gusto than the English fans are doing.
And that's not surprising, because I hear the song and it just reminds me of Euro 96, and it gives me great vibes, I must say.
It's a celebratory song for the Germans, Moritz, isn't it, because of that tournament?
Yeah, more than any other song I can think of at the moment.
Boris Volz.
I've been in a number of German football grounds when we've covered European matches, and the German side has won. Moritz will know this, and they sing it. The German fans sing it when they've beaten the English clubs in European matches. Word perfect.
I mean, the Germans are properly singing and dancing to this at the moment. I'd say you've got 1 in 10 of the English fans who are joining in and waving their flags at the moment.
I guarantee you, in that case, it's good that we're on radio and there are no visuals with us dancing along.
Yeah, that is very true. Karen, as you've come in your England shirt, are you singing and dancing down there?
Yeah, I'm giving it massive chappers from all the fans. They should see me. I'm loving it. No, it's good. I was just wondering though, I was watching the warm-up, and as I said, the pitch is cutting up. I think that's the first time I've seen England warm up in the middle of the pitch. And I think there must be some issues. I know Germany weren't allowed to train on the pitch beforehand, but it is definitely cutting up, chappers. It's something to keep an eye on for sure.
So what, because you've been pitchside for us for 2 of the 3 England games so far, so they're actually warming up in a different area to where they have been normally, are they?
Yeah, definitely. And where the goalkeepers have been warming up, there's massive patches already. You know, it looks immaculate, but if you start warming up in a certain area, it really cuts up, and maybe as the game progresses it could be an issue, but they seem to be moving in different areas and could be a pitch issue. Just one to keep an eye on.
Already, Karen, are we?
Hey, look. If it gets a bubble and it goes in and Germany concede, that bubble will be the best bubble in the world, I'm telling you.
Let's not think about, bad bubbles and stuff after what happened to the Spanish yesterday with Unai Simon. Let's hear from Jurgen Klinsmann next on 5 Live Sport. Germany, of course, 1-1, drawn 1, lost 1 so far. Jurgen was asked what kind of performance he's expecting this afternoon.
See, this is exactly the point, is which England and which Germany we're going to see on Tuesday night. This young generation, they go more through emotional up and downs than maybe ever before. So inconsistency is part of their almost their lifestyle, so it's the younger players nowadays, so what Sane do we get? What Gnabry do we get? What Timo Werner do we get? He's always at the right time, at the right place, but maybe not clinical enough yet, to finish things off. So these are always the question marks with that younger generation. And the same is it with the English side. They have these highly young, talented, attacking-minded players, but you don't know, who steps it up on that specific day. And this drives you insane as a manager, because you put your first 11 together based on what you see in training, but maybe what I saw yesterday in training doesn't really reflect what I'm going to see on Tuesday night. So that's why for Germany it was so crucial to bring back Thomas Muller and Mats Hummels as an experienced pillar in that team, alongside a Manuel Neuer and a Toni Kroos. There's all players that are about 100 caps each. To kind of calm things down, to make it more consistent, to kind of don't go the roller coaster up and down, not even in a game. That happened to Germany against Hungary. They got emotional, they got scared of not making it, they're not passing through. The moment Thomas Muller came on, because he had a bit of an injury, but he came on, not maybe to be the difference maker himself in terms of scoring a goal or so, he came on to calm everybody down. And that's what he did, and then they just kept on playing until Goretzka got a chance and he put them through the round of 16. But this is the mental and the emotional side of things for that new generation of players is so huge that pretty much it's unpredictable for us to say this is going to happen in this game and this will be the outcome. Impossible to predict.
Jurgen Klinsmann there, he's in the BBC studio this afternoon. So you can listen to his thoughts there with Gary and the team. Maurice Vols, that's really interesting, some of the stuff there he was saying about the emotional side of these young players.
I think so too. And yes, it may be emotional instability compared with previous generations, but I also think the increased pace of the game has an influence on maybe less kind of stability, less predictable outcomes in what kind of team, which face each team will show tonight.
So the increased pace of the game in general gives you slightly less control?
Yes, I think so. I think it just it asks you to work more on instinct, because you don't have time in the situation, and that instinct often works best from an emotional, stable place. But with the amount of games these days, with the added stresses of social media, I think it puts in different components, different challenges for players of the new generation.
Moritz, for the time being, thank you very much. And Moritz will join us again at half-time here at Wembley. Just a quick one, Micah, because that is interesting. The easiest thing is, when talking about becoming more emotional or not having the same amount of control, is to focus on the age of a player, whereas Moritz's point about how the game has changed, the pace of the game, actually means you just have less control.
Yeah, it's a very good point what he was saying, to be honest. There's two aspects to it, isn't there, really? I think we mentioned social media at the end. It's so massive now. It's you have to be really mentally strong, and I think in terms of the tactics and the way you set up, like, you want to have a structure. You don't just want to have loads of fast individuals who just want it to be entertaining. You've got to have a measured approach. But I think what's so good about these young players is how resolute they are, how switched on they are, how conditioned they are to be the best they can be. And this set of players, I was lucky enough to play with a couple of these players, and they're a different breed, and that's why they're playing for England at the top level.
Speaking of players you've played with, and also speaking of where players are warming up on the pitch, the England subs are just doing a little bit of with a man in the middle and trying to the rondo, aren't they? Yeah. And Jack Grealish is in the middle of that rondo at the moment. A little bit embarrassing as Micah tries to get Jack Grealish's attention from up here in the media stands. Jack, come here, I'm here. Please be my friend. Please be my friend. Well, you've got 3 or 4 minutes, Micah, of trying to get his attention whilst we go to Tony Livesey at Wimbledon. So you don't have to focus on anything, no questions, just trying to get Jack's attention so he can see you. Tony.
Cheers, chappers. Yes, thank you. Unbelievable as it is, there are 7,500 people here in Centre Court, totally focused on something else other than the football there, because they're watching arguably Russell Fuller, our tennis correspondent, the current greatest of all time anyway, Roger Federer.
Making a 22nd consecutive appearance at the All England club. Tony, at the age of 39, he's up against Adrian Manarino, who he's beaten twice in straight sets at Wimbledon before. Tight opening game. Federer found himself love 40 down, held on. He's since had 4 break points on the Frenchman's serve, but Manarino has held on. So we're going with serve. Federer leading by 4 games to 3. People in here enjoying it, not just because Federer's on court, but they're being protected from the rain, which you can hear landing quite heavily on the roof above us.
Yes, indeed. So all the outside courts suspended at the moment, but there is play on court number 1. There's a roof there. Naomi Cavade's watching the German Angelique Kerber in action. How's it going, Naomi?
Yes, the champion of 2018. She's looking pretty good. Off to a bit of a slow start. Lost the opening 3 games to Nina Stojanovic, who is here on her debut of Serbia. But since then, she has been rolling. We've seen her firing her trademark forehand down the line, the comiettes that the crowd knows so well. And she's coming in on good form after picking up a title in Germany the week before this tournament started. So the women's event is wide open. Not many people talking about Kerber, but she's looking good. A set and 4-2 up now.
Naomi, thank you. Russell, just looking at today, what we've seen so far, one of the picks, Britain's number 1, Dan Evans, getting through.
And he looked really good as well. He was up against Feliciano Lopez, who, like Roger Federer, is 39, but he's a fabulous grass court player, and it was an awkward first round match-up for him, but he won in straight sets, and it was a really, really sharp performance for Evans. Harriet Dart, the other British player to have finished today, and she lost to the seeded Elise Mertens in straight sets. There are other British players hoping to come on. Francesca Jones due to play Coco Gauff, Cameron Norrie and Jay Clark also in action, but some matches have already been called off. Emma Raducanu and Samantha Mary Sharan will not play their matches today, and I suspect more are going to be called off. They say in theory no play before 5, but you can hear that rain coming down. Yeah. It's going to be a much longer delay than that.
Yeah, I've got a question on the delay in a sec, but we'll just reflect on the match we saw before this one and Federer on centre court, where the world number 1 Ash Barty beat Carla Suarez Navarro of Spain, but there's much more to it than that. Such a backstory for Suarez Navarro, and an emotional farewell. We were watching TV pictures, and her mum was crying her eyes out at the end there as she left the court.
Her mum seemed to be filming virtually every point. She said it's going to be her last year, And she's delighted to have the opportunity because it was only in May at the French Open that she came back after chemotherapy for Hodgkin's lymphoma. I'm delighted to say she's made a complete recovery. She wants to go out on her terms. And unfortunately at Roland Garros, where she played her last French Open, she was scheduled late in the day on a show court. And by the time she played, the curfew in France had kicked in, so she played in front of empty stands. Here, she got the perfect send-off. Despite losing the match in 3 sets to the world number 1, Ashley Barty, she got such a warm standing ovation as she left centre court for the final time.
Indeed. Very quickly, how far behind are we? If there's no play later today, where does that leave the tournament?
Well, it perhaps means that we could be about a day behind. They'll perhaps look to finish all the first round singles matches tomorrow, whereas normally they'd expect to finish them by the end of Tuesday. That's not too critical in its own if the weather forecast improves, which I think it's meant to from about Thursday onwards.
Russell, thank you very much indeed. Chappers, back to you at Wembley. I'm about to break. We always have this problem when I'm trying to get from Drive to the car park so I can hear the Monday Night Club. I've now got 20 minutes to break the land speed record from Wimbledon back to my house so I can watch the footy. Try and delay kickoff.
You've got 21 minutes before kickoff.
I'm going now. Goodbye.
Go. Germany have just done their final warm-up routine, which involved getting the ball in the middle of their own half, spraying it out to one of the 2 wing-backs, putting the ball into the box for 2 players to attack it, and Timo Werner volleyed over from 6 yards and he nearly went into the second tier. Did you see that, Chris?
Well, that's like the new Disney movie, and finding Timo. But listen, listen, they do it very well, especially Kimmich. They'll get it out wide. He'll not hesitate, out of his feet, and they get bodies in the box.
Let's go to the cricket. Eleanor Oldroyd.
And Sri Lanka 185 all out in their innings. England 125 for 4 now, so they need another 61 runs from 159 balls. Plenty of time to get it, and ticking along pretty well with Joe Root on 41, Moeen Ali on 13. They've put on 45 together since that little flurry of wickets in the middle of the innings, with Morgan out for 6 and Billings out for 3. Looking around the crowds, everyone still seems to be in their seats. No major sort of disappearance of fans going off to try and find somewhere to watch the game at the moment, but there could be a lot of radios being listened to, maybe people watching on their devices as well. Nobody would judge up here in the northeast. England 128 for 4. They need 58 more off 158.
5 Live Sports Extra if you want to listen to that. Both sides have gone back in. England's subs are still out. Jack Grealish, with the calves bulging through his tracksuit bottoms, just volleyed a ball 35 yards across the field to Phil Foden, who controlled it with the back of his heel, kept it in the air, and then did keepy-ups, flicked it over his head, and did keepy-ups for about the next 10-12 seconds before hitting it back to Jack Grealish. You saw that, didn't you?
It was just effortless. I mean,
it was.
To have that quality on the bench as well, they need to make an impact when they come on, because football's so easy for those gentlemen there.
Joachim Löw has said... Sorry.
Spot the defender.
Yeah.
That's not hard, Mika. Come on.
It depends who's asking.
It's not hard, that. You've got to take them divers' boots off now and again, mate.
Joachim Löw has said to German television pre-match, we need depth up front today, and Timo Werner offers a lot of qualities there. He has tremendous pace and he can hurt defences that way. Leon Goretzka, who's come in for Ilkay Gundogan this afternoon, Joachim Löw said Goretzka's been in great shape these last few days. Gundogan has had a few problems, so it was obvious that we'd make this change. So that's what Joachim Löw has said. This is what Gareth Southgate has said on his formation change.
Well, we've seen the tactical problems that Germany have caused some of their opponents already, and we knew we had to deal with that. But of course also we've got to cause them problems with the ball, so the focus of a lot of our work this week has been in possession, but you've still got to answer that problem, and we felt the best way of doing that was with wing-backs.
And could I ask you about Bukayo staying in the team and Kieran Trippier coming into it? What was the reason for those two and their involvement?
Well, really their performances already in the tournament and also in training, you get a good feel for where the group are at. With Bukayo, we think speed today and behind the back line is important. He's been really comfortable receiving under pressure, and I think that's a key attribute for today's game. And Kieran has big match experience, and I think we saw that in the first game against Croatia. He also adds to our set plays with his delivery, and he's one of the best communicators and talkers we've got in the team. So he's been a key player for us for a long time.
And I mean, it's a wonderful occasion for us, but to make it a wonderful night for you, what do you want England to do tonight?
Well, for it to be a wonderful night, we have to win. As simple as that. So I think we've got to play with composure. Our decision making's got to be good. This isn't a game that will be won just on passion and athleticism. It's a game where you've got to make good decisions, and we've talked to the players about that.
As Sweet Caroline rings around Wembley. Karen, did you notice anything particular when you watched England during the last few bits of their warm-up?
Not really. They look really just calm and relaxed. I spoke to the kit man briefly, who I knew. He was like, yeah, they're all chilled, they're good to go. It's going to be tight, we know that. And just listen to Southgate there as well. It's just going to be about pacing behind those moments. But so far, when I was watching them close up, they look treating it like another game by the looks of it. I don't know how they're feeling internally, but the atmosphere though is electric behind me in this goal. The fans getting closer and closer. You can feel it, you can hear them. I'd be interested to see Jordan Pickford trying to communicate to his back line with this crowd, but it's getting good now, chappers.
Yeah, well, hopefully they won't be blasting out Sweet Caroline once it's kicked off. I mean, you hear Sweet Caroline. I know, you hear Sweet Caroline. Every sporting event, every single stadium. It doesn't matter what it is, you always hear Sweet Caroline. But it's great this afternoon, isn't it?
And it's nice as well, isn't it? That it shows that some 16 to 35s like old things.
Are you basing that on Micah's dancing?
No, I'm basing it on the crowd. I'm looking at the crowd in front of us.
Was that dancing, was it?
Well, I have to say, as one of those things, having seen Neil Diamond in concert a couple of years ago, he was very good. And I represent the young people, don't I, John? So, you know, don't laugh, Micah. Let's turn it back to this game. Let's just do a little bit more on Bukayo Saka, because the fearless side of his game appears to be what really attracts Gareth Southgate to his selection. He knows that if Bukayo Saka gets it, he will run at them.
Exactly that. Sometimes you're fearless. I played some of the best football of my life when I was 19, just because you don't worry about the outside noise. He knows he can go there, affect the game. He's probably the one with the least pressure. All the experienced pros, they're carrying a lot of weight on their shoulders, but for Saka, he can go out there and enjoy it and show everyone exactly why he's been picked today.
Yeah, he's fine. He's fearless at the minute. He ain't got time to think about what it's all about. He just goes out and plays his game. You know, I can only sort of relate that to 1990 with Gaza. Just went out and played his game, didn't care who we're playing against. Well, we didn't even know who was playing against sometimes. He just put his shirt on, went out, give him the ball, let him get on with it. And he was like that for 2 or 3 years, but probably all his career, because he couldn't tell him to do anything else.
I wonder where the fear comes from then. Where does the fear come from within that career?
It's experience. You start playing, you start thinking more about the game. You know, you think more about your position and losing the ball, and the coach is telling you this and that. You start learning more, but when you first come on the scene, you're just off the cuff. You're totally off the cuff, and that's what they like about you. But you've got to start learning about the game, and then you take certain things out of your game because the coaches tell you certain things. But yeah, young players sometimes go. That's why there's a lot of them start in tournaments. You know, like Mbappe a few years ago, just went out and played. Now he's thinking about the game so much for me. I watched him last night. He's still a danger and he's still a great player. I'm not saying he's not a great player, but he's starting to think too much about the game.
In a game of this magnitude, and you've played in many of them, Chris, you play a game of this magnitude, do you settle into it immediately, or do you spend the first 5 or 10 minutes thinking, whoa, crikey, this is Germany in a World Cup or a Euros or whatever, and it's only 15-20 minutes in that you can kind of settle down a little bit?
Probably the second option. No, to be fair, when we played them, you know, we played our way and we went toe to toe. We could have won it, they could have won it, you know. So, no, I think you just want to get off to a good start, get a good first touch, get the ball moving, do a few positive things, you get the crowd going behind you, and all of a sudden you're into the game, and then you start enjoying it. If you have a bad start, it's not a great game to be in.
For you, it was probably make sure your first touch was right. As soon as you got that first touch, set you up for the race. for me as a defender, make sure you win that first header or the first tackle, and that sets you up for the rest of the game. You think like you can do anything then, as long as you win the first one. If you miss that first header, it's playing through your mind for 10, 15, 20 minutes, and it's so hard to recover from that.
Is that a header that is a free header? Is that a header where you're going up against your man, and if they get the flick on you, thinking, oh God, this could be a long afternoon?
It's a 50-50 header. When the ball comes and you're playing at centre half or right back, you're expected to win it. If they win it, they've got the advantage on you. But I think as a defender, just make sure you win the first tackle and you can grow into the game. All the nerves after you did that first tackle go out the window.
I thought you were going to say, with Chris it was always make sure you get your first touch right, and with you it was always make sure you get your fourth touch right after you've tried to bring it under control.
I thought the first header was winning the toss of the coin.
Les, Karen, every time you put on an international shirt, could you automatically enjoy it?
No, not all the time. You're obviously so nervous, but it's just the biggest honour you'll ever have. It's the biggest privilege. I mean, God, I'd love to be out there now, you know, walking out in front of this magnificent crowd, getting on there. It's the best feeling, the biggest accomplishment you'll ever have in your life, and we've got to get behind the guys today, and what an occasion for them, just buzzing for them. Honestly, it's the greatest honour you'll ever have to represent your country. And talk about jerseys, you only borrow it. You might be lucky to get it once, you might be lucky to get it 50 times, but you only borrow it and you've got to give it back. So every time you wear it, borrow it with pride. Honestly, it is unbelievable, and it's just bringing goosebumps back for me. I don't know about Micah as well, but what a day already.
Honestly, I can't stop smiling. It's the first time I've done a game live radio at Wembley. I'm in my absolute element, and I can't wait for the game to kick off.
I hope I really don't regret pointing this out, Karen. And I'm doing it because you mentioned Jordan Pickford and warming up, and we've barely talked about Jordan this tournament because he has been so comfortable and so sure.
Do you know what it is, chappers? Because I'm behind the goal, I see him shouting at everyone. So as long as he's shouting at everyone, keeping them away from his goal, if I see him go quiet, I'll buzz you in and I'll be like, okay guys, I'm nervous. But when he's front-footed, when he's telling everyone else what to do, keeping them organised, Michael will tell you the best defenders are the ones that organise everyone in front. The best goalkeepers organise everyone in front, so they never have to do the work. But Pickford, he's been brilliant. He looks confident, he looks assured, he looks fit, he looks sharp. You know, hopefully he doesn't get tested today and he's well protected by that back three, back five, whatever it's going to end up as.
Why on God's earth have you just jinxed our goalkeeper before a match of the biggest match?
No, I haven't. But I thought it was fair to praise him when he Jordan Pickford. I always feel really sorry for him. He only gets singled out when he drops a ricket. And he's been excellent this tournament.
He's been brilliant this tournament. When called upon, I think the only thing they argue about is because people like John Stones and Man United, they like to play from the back, and Jordan doesn't want to take any sort of risk of saying, I'm not playing little triangles in here. And you can see them arguing about when he sends it long, which he does at Everton quite a bit. And that's the only thing you can say they've been arguing about. But his actual goalkeeping has been brilliant.
And he should send it long sometimes today if we think the Germans are vulnerable to the pace on the counter.
Exactly.
Chappers,
Sometimes it has to go.
I'll be shouting at him, boot it long, don't worry, I'm too close to him. I'll be like, get rid, route one, let's not mess about with it.
Right, well that could be you cursing him as well as me cursing him there. Micah's shaking his head and looking very disappointed in you as well. Very quickly, Micah, how do England approach, say, the first 20-25 minutes here?
Cautious, just feel your way into the game. Like I mentioned, do the simple things. We've got probably 7 defensive players in there. Don't take too many risks too early on. We've seen over the last games yesterday, impact from the substitutes. So manage the game. It's all about game management and take the chance when it comes.
Do you manage the game, Karen, or do you go off like the house on fire?
I feel the way into the game, get your first few passes, probably like Micah said, feel the rhythm and then open the game up. You don't want to concede early, so one more, feel the way into the game, get the rhythm and then be explosive a little bit later on.
There is a sensational atmosphere here in Wembley. 45,000 we were told, weren't we?
It's somewhere over 40, 43, 44, something like that. Just one other thing I want to mention, Mark. I've just seen through my binoculars, quite a number of the German fans are holding up white placards. You can see them near the corner of the stadium, and they read LGBTQ rights, human rights from Wembley to Qatar, and significant in connection with that, the fact that Harry Kane and the FA, Harry Kane is going to wear a rainbow armband today, just like Manuel Neuer, and the German players will show solidarity with England and take a knee before the match.
Yeah, we're told upwards of 40,000. Thank you for that, John, here in Wembley. I have to say, looking around, it looks like more and it sounds like more. Every man, woman, child on their feet at the moment around this stadium. The German fans away to our left in that corner have not stopped bouncing, have not stopped singing, have not stopped waving their flags for the last hour. England fans are on their feet. The officials are coming out of the tunnel now. England, led by Harry Kane, follow those officials in their blue tracksuit tops. White shorts and white socks are visible. And then, as Harry Kane reaches his position on the pitch next to the officials, Manuel Neuer in his red goalkeeping top and the rainbow armband around his left bicep leads Germany out to a chorus of boos. This is Euro 2020, live on 5 Live. The last 16 tie between England and Germany, with Micah Richards, Karen Carney, Chris Waddle, and first of all, John Murray.
Well, thank you, Mark. And I think the England captain, Harry Kane, must have felt immense pride coming out, leading England into this match with that noise inside the stadium. And they did ask for the anthems to be respected, and clearly that's not happening, the German anthem. Disrespectful to the German anthem. This will be different. Contrast to the reception that the German anthem received, that was absolutely magnificent, Chris Waddle.
It was. I felt it went a bit over the top on the German one, I've got to say.
Jürgen Löw incidentally said just before the match, he said it's nice that 1,000 or 2,000 German fans are here today. On the other hand, it's really awesome when 95% of the audience are against you and want you to lose. So that's another aspect to what we hope will be a great story to bring you whatever unfolds during the course of the next couple of hours here on BBC Radio 5 Live. The team photographs have been taken, the players have peeled away. It's white against black. England in the almost all-white kit with the red numbers and the blue trim down the sides, and the Germans in the all-black kit with the white numbers on the back. The captains, Harry Kane and Manuel Neuer, have exchanged their pennants. I'll just run you through the teams in full if you've missed them. Jordan Pickford in goal for England. Walker, Stones and Maguire, three central defenders in a 3-4-3, which has Trippier, Phillips, Rice and Shaw across the middle, and then Saka, Kane and Sterling as the front three. And the German side, Neuer in goal, Ginter, Hummels and Rudiger, the three central defenders, Kimmich, Goretzka, Kroos and Gosens, Havertz, Muller and Werner. So with Werner coming in, that means you've got three Chelsea players in the German lineup. You've got three Manchester City players in the England lineup. A little bit of Champions League afters, maybe. And we are almost ready for the start of the match. The players are lined up. Two more places to be filled in the last 8, and one of them will be taken by either England or Germany. On this June summer's afternoon, I'm looking up through the roof of Wembley Stadium. There's a helicopter just appeared up there. The white arch, grey skies above, a little bit of rain in the air. And the players now take a knee, and there's the reaction from the crowd to that. German players and England players alike. And right, here we go. England against Germany, 2021 style here at Wembley Stadium. And the Germans get the match underway, and immediately the ball is fired away downfield, way above Timo Werner, and it bounces through for Jordan Pickford to get his first touch of the match. It's transformational to have over 40,000 people inside Wembley. This is a different ball game. England in this very old ball game against the Germans. Harry Maguire hits a long pass, but that's beyond anyone in a white shirt and bounces through to Manuel Neuer at the other end, and a chorus of jeers and whistles. Manuel Neuer winning his 104th cap. This German side before kick-off had 635 caps between them. England 367. The Germans with it in their right back position, chipped away by Ginter to the halfway line, and then Thomas Muller is picked up for a shove in the back on Harry Maguire, who's sent sprawling flat on his face on the pitch. Free kick to England. Chris,
it's an experienced player, Thomas Muller. He knows what he's doing there. He just nudges him as the ball's on its way, and this is a chance for England to ask a question, put the ball in the box. It's really strange, John. Muller's playing like a centre forward alongside Werner, and Havertz is playing as nobody on the left-hand side. Kyle Walker's free.
Free kick for England. The two wing-backs are there, Trippier and Shaw. England only 2 goals so far at the tournament, yet to score from a set-piece. Shaw with the run-up. It's Shaw's delivery, but it's headed away by Kroos on the edge of the box. Calvin Phillips is there to steer it back into the centre circle. And Kyle Walker actually, as German players arrive all round him, just passes the ball back to Pickford. Long from Jordan Pickford, another long ball for England, which bounces on the edge of the area but will bounce through to Manuel Neuer, all in a kind of rust-coloured outfit in the goal to our left. England fans, they are almost packed in the stand down in front of us here, arms raised, trying to urge England on to a place in the quarter-finals. England would leave Wembley and go to Rome if they get through. And now it's being carried forward centrally by Goretzka. Ball given out to the right-hand side. Kimmich is onto this. First threat from the Germans. Kimmich with a cross to the back post, which is put out by Kyle Walker. Jordan Pickford was scrambling there for a moment, but at the back post, headed behind. Corner Germany.
Well, there's the threat on the break, and what a ball by Kimmich. His first touch wasn't the best. He digs across out to the far post. Kyle Walker spots the danger and heads it away for the corner. That's what Germany can do on the break.
England 0, Germany 0 if you've just switched on, if you're just out of work and you're racing home. It's a German corner. Cross into the near post. That's headed away. Walker was down on his knees to get it away. The Germans take up possession. Here's Havertz on the left-hand side. Havertz drives it across, but that's again cleared away by Kyle Walker. Out of play. It's allowed to bounce by Havertz. A throw into the Germans 10 yards back from the corner flag.
I've got to say, English looked quite nervous start they've had. They tried to press for the first couple of minutes. It didn't get any joy. And now Germany's got the possession and they're carrying it. They look so relaxed, the Germans. England look quite tense.
Germany have been a host nation. Played all 3 of their games in Munich, the win, the loss and the draw, and they scrambled through in 3rd place in the group. And England unbeaten, the 2 wins and the draw against the Scots here on what was another vibrant occasion. And the Germans with the ball on the left-hand side. Here is Havertz, one of the Chelsea contingent, to another. Werner inside the box. Declan Rice is back there in front of Werner to clear it away. Goretzka tries the shot, but it's straight at Pickford from 25 yards, and he gathers that into his chest. And that is all at the end, behind which Karen Carney is behind the advertising hoardings. Karen.
Yeah, look, I was a little bit nervous, but that whole passage of play is because basically it's either Havertz and Muller coming into the little pocket space and nobody at the back threes knowing where to go or press. So they're being really tentative and dropping off and giving them just too much time, respect, and they're gaining territory. And then we're not putting in a tackle and getting up to the ball. And Jordan Pickford now is absolutely going berserk at his back line. Get closer and up to the ball.
England international Karen Carney down there on pitch side behind Jordan Pickford's goal. Germany breaking forward, it's 0-0. Havertz in the centre circle though, just allowed the ball to run under his foot and then plays it out to the left-hand side and there's no one there. Werner's made a run in to the penalty area. Gosens was nowhere near it and the ball is easily collected by England and by Trippier, and England will bring it away. Saka gets a touch and then he might have been shoved over and the ball is played back to Pickford, who spreads his chest wide and chests it down, and then Jordan Pickford up towards Kane on the halfway line. Rudiger against Kane. He heads it forward for Germany. Muller flicks it out to the left-hand side. Werner is there. Kieran Trippier's with him. And Gosens has to backtrack, and I'm not sure he kept it in. Yes, he did on the slide. Gosens just kept it in play, so it is 0-0. England against the Germans for only the 8th time at either a European Championship or a World Cup. For only the 3rd time here at Wembley at a major tournament. We've talked about Euro 96. We've certainly talked about 1966. And this is the 3rd time. Here is Saka. Over there on the right-hand side.
They've got to up the tempo a bit, England. I'm not all for this cautious start. England's at the best when they're on the front foot. I think Germany are controlling the game. They're growing in confidence. Listen, they've come out. For me, it's a free hit for them. Everybody seems to be against them. Everybody says they're not good enough. They're so relaxed on the ball. England can't get it off them.
Rice loses possession, centre field, or he's dispossessed more correctly. Muller gives it to Kroos to his left. Now the ball is worked out by Goretzka towards the left-hand side. Goretzka's come in for Ilkay Gundogan, who had a head injury, but he is on the bench, Ilkay Gundogan, and the Germans are forced to give it all the way back to goalkeeper Neuer. If you didn't hear, incidentally, of the 2 self-isolators in the England squad, Mason Mount is there, so England do have Chelsea presence on the bench, but not Ben Chilwell. He is one of the 3 players not included, which includes Dominic Calvert-Lewin, Chris.
Well, that's strange if you're chasing a goal and you've got to put the ball in the box a lot. There's nobody probably in the squad better in the air than him.
England with Saka, but Saka runs into trouble. Hummels dispossesses him. The ball is played through the middle. Werner's after it, but Pickford's quickly out of his penalty area, blasts the ball away, high downfield. Sterling's after it, allows it to bounce near the edge of the penalty area, but cowering over him, Matthias Ginter is able to head it forward, and the Germans have it again. Muller turning in the centre circle against Stones. Goretzka sent away through by Muller. England players trying to get back. Goretzka goes down on the edge of the box. Rice with the challenge. It's in the D. It's a free kick. They fell into the penalty area. Yellow card, Declan Rice.
I tell you what, John, what a great Thomas Muller started this game. Magnificent. His movement, he's coming off. Is he got a goal scoring opportunity? Kyle Walker's probably there, but if not, that could easily be a different coloured card.
That is the threat as well of Goretzka. You know, so dangerous, breaking forward, the central midfielder. Very good goal scoring record. Whether it's at club level with Bayern Munich, or whether it's with the German national team. Declan Rice shoulder to shoulder with him, just tugged him back, had a handful of shirt, and a free kick in the D. Quickly down to Karen Carney.
Yeah, look, it was a foul from the angle what I saw. We got split apart and the pass was played through, and Declan Rice had no choice but to bring it down because Muller was in. You're right, Muller's been started really good. It's just game intelligence just to go into little pockets. We're not dealing with it. We look nervous. We need to get control of the ball and start moving it. They're getting too much into the game and too much comfortable possession for my liking.
Long discussions about what the Germans are going to do with this free kick, because it's only a couple of feet outside the box.
It needs power, John, and to be fair, if it's me going on this one, I'm going to where the goal will be standing on the right side of the goal, looking from the goalie's point of view. I'd go with power to hit the goalie, and if he spills it, you get it tapped in.
Well, 4 or 5 of them were in discussions. Muller was there, Kroos to the right of the ball, Havertz is standing behind it, Goretzka is standing to the left of it.
You need a left footer on this with power. Aim for Jordan Pickford's right arm, right side of Jordan Pickford. You'll not be able to stop it if you hit it hard enough.
England so far 3 clean sheets in the 3 matches at the tournament. It looks as though Kroos might be going to tap it to Muller and then Havertz to hit it. That's what it looks like. That's what happens. Havertz hits it low and it's blocked in the box by the England wall. Comes out to the right-hand side. The cross from Ginter comes off the back of Sterling and bounces out for a throw.
I can't believe he didn't hit that straight up from the placing of it. When you roll the ball nowadays, the wall are there within a second. I can't believe he's just not went up and hit it with power.
Throw into the Germans, 10 yards back from the corner flag. England 0, Germany 0. BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sounds. We've got a choice of sport for you on this busy summer Saturday afternoon. Because the one-day international continues with England closing in on victory against Sri Lanka. You can listen to that on 5 Live Sports Extra and BBC Sounds, and we'll keep you up to date with the tennis as well down at Wimbledon. But England with the ball inside their own half. Here is Goretzka again. He's been much in evidence, the tall midfielder in these early stages. Curls a right-footed ball forward. Shaw is there near the left corner of the box, cleared further away by Maguire. Rice, who's on a yellow card, booked Declan Rice. Got a long time to play on a yellow card. Someone in that position, Chris Waddle.
Yeah, it is. He's a ball winner. He breaks the play up. And but I've got to say, John, Germany have started this game magnificent. They're so relaxed. They're all comfortable in possession. England cannot get near them.
Germany with all of this experience, as well as the Chelsea Champions League winners in the German side. 4 Bayern Munich players. Got Hummels there as well at the back. Borussia Dortmund with all of his experience. Toni Kroos of Real Madrid, another centurion. And here's Neuer at the back in front of his penalty area. The Germans just keeping possession and just knocking the ball around, just trying to subdue the atmosphere. And you can hear the reaction from the 40-odd thousand England fans.
I'll tell you what, John, when they got the national anthem played in the Bund, that was non-stop for the whole. I bet them players have had a word with each other and said, OK,
let's show them.
Let's show them.
England 0, Germany 0. This is England's 300th match at Wembley, incidentally. Long ball played forward for Germany from Havertz, looking for the run of Goossens down the left-hand side. And it's through out of play behind the goal for England's ball. Might have just gone out for a throw-in. It did, but Trippier is going to take. Yes, it's just actually left to Kyle Walker to take. We've got Micah Richards as part of the team as well, who is just down in front of us. We'll just see what happens here with this England throw. Next time the ball goes out of play, we'll hear from Micah. But Walker is going to take this. Here he is, a couple of big strides, and then the throw up to Trippier, who heads it on, and then it's back with the Germans, but it's out of play on the far side, another England throw. So come in, Micah Richards. What do you think so far?
Germany have been absolutely outstanding. England can't get anywhere near them. I mentioned before the game, win your first tackles. They've not done any of that. They've grown in stature, Germany. England allowed to get on the ball too much. And they just seem miles up, look actually nervous. They need to settle down, relax, and play what they know how to do.
Well, this is England possession. And Maguire to Shaw on the left-hand side. Rice goes back across to John Stones. England 3-4-3 if you've just switched on and you're trying to get home in time to see it. It's on BBC One. Ball played down the right-hand side. Kroos comes across. Saka is there. Nice from Saka. Takes on Rudiger. Goes flying. And the referee, the Dutchman, Danny McKelly, says free kick England. And well played, Bukayo Saka.
Yeah, well, a good little turn. Maybe he could have got a free kick off Kroos. But he doesn't. He keeps going. And Rudiger comes in. Yes, and he's blocked him off his obstruction. And it's a free kick. And we know how good England are at set pieces.
Yeah, we knew at the World Cup when they scored 9 of the 12 goals in Russia from set pieces. So a free kick on the right-hand side, yet to really threaten from a set piece. 0-0. And England with Maguire at the back post. And Declan Rice on the edge of the box. Here's the free kick played into the back post. Maguire does get his head to it, but it's headed away for Germany on the edge of their own penalty area. And they were able to pick out Maguire with the set piece, but not able to threaten.
Well, he's trying to head it back across the goal, obviously, to an England player, but the Germans clear it. First real threat England's had. First bit of passing.
Oh, nice from Saka again. Does really well over on the far side. He drew Golsons, takes it up into German territory. Now Declan Rice receives it. Here's Shaw on the left-hand side, left wing back today, Luke Shaw. And then England go back into their own territory. Well, if there's one young man out there, the 19-year-old Bukayo Saka, who's not showing nerves.
No, he's not. He's very confident. He's had a good start of the game. He's the one positive for England, I've got to say, at the minute, because Germany are in control. England's just starting to get a few passes underway now. They've had the possession for, 10, 12 passes.
They had the free kick, the Germans, which Havertz in the end struck into the wall. Goretzka's had a goal from 25 yards. But England, really, that set piece, all they've been able to do anywhere near Manuel Neuer's goal over to our left. England 0, Germany 0. As I say, matches on BBC One. It's across the BBC. You can listen to Guy Mowbray and Jermaine Genius if you like there. Or when you get home, you can carry on listening to us as England play it to Saka down the right-hand side. But it's blocked out of play for a throw to England. Yeah, the 5 Live commentary synced up with the pictures in HD on the iPlayer and also via the BBC Sport website. And that's the case with all of the Euro 2020 matches that are live on the BBC. Right, let's see what England can do with this throw. Level with the edge of the German penalty area. Calvin Phillips comes short. Trippier takes it instead to Saka. Saka now back to Trippier and then back to Walker nearer the halfway line. John Stones is calling for it. He gets it, raises his right arm. And then John Stones goes on a wander forward with the ball. Declan Rice, square of him. Here's Raheem Sterling, steps inside, curling right foot shot. But Neuer is able to dive to his left and punch away. Got both gloves to it, got a good sight on it, and pushed it out for a corner.
Well, it's the first thing we saw. Raheem Sterling drops deep, comes 30 yards from goal, gets it out of his feet, and he bends it for that far post. And Neuer is a top-class keeper, gets across and pushes it away for the corner. It's getting the crowd going.
England's first attempt on goal, a save by Neuer. Didn't really get the whip on it that he would have wanted, but still Neuer had to make the save. Corner for England then, from the right-hand side. Here it is, white shirts going everywhere. Maguire with the header, but it's straight at Neuer, and he didn't get the power on that.
They've got problems with set pieces. I think it's Havertz who's picking him up, and he's just letting him. He's basically got a free header from the, 12 yards out. Nobody near him. There's a late challenge by Havertz, but I don't know who's supposed to be marking Maguire, but they've got to check that out.
Well, if you allow Harry Maguire the amount of space that he's had for the free kick and for the corner,
the third time lucky.
It could well be. And the Germans, we talk about their experience, but the weakness of this Germany team is that they have conceded goals. Conceded 25 goals in their 16 matches this season. Fell behind in every match in the group, that difficult group, on their home ground in Munich, as Germany win a free kick 10 yards inside their own half. And that is, this is completely different for the Germans. 3 matches in Munich, and now here they are in London, taking on England very much in hostile territory, as Germany win a free kick for a foul on Toni Kroos.
Phillips letting Kroos know that he's not going to get a lot of time on the ball. He's going to get around him. It's a silly free kick, but he just lets him know he's there.
So Germany work it forward again. Back it goes to Rudiger, who's not been very well. Joachim Löw told us last night that they were going to make a late decision on the 3. Gundogan only on the bench. But Goossens, the left wing back, and Rudiger have both been ill, he told us. As Harry Maguire takes it away. Muller fouled Maguire, but England take it on through Sterling. Sterling now, halfway inside the German half, uses Bukayo Saka. Saka's ball takes a touch, it's deflected away from Harry Kane, who was after it on the edge of the area. And a promising position for England comes to nothing.
It was, but Raheem Sterling should have moved the ball a lot quicker. He was looking and eventually ran out of space and ran out of time.
Muller's pass is way behind Werner and bounces out for a throw to England.
England's come back into the game now. You know, that first opening 10 minutes, Germany were brilliant and settled really early. England now has grown in confidence and they're passing the ball around a lot better.
That's Chris Waddle with us on 5 Live, famously played against the Germans in the World Cup semi-final. A little bit of personal history, Chris, with the Germans for you as well, but almost everywhere you look round here. Gareth Southgate over on the far side. We were talking to Stuart Pearce earlier. There's history with the Germans wherever you look. England 0, Germany 0. Phillips playing it square to Rice. Rice now to the left-hand side to Shaw. Sterling's at close quarters. Harry Kane near the edge of the area. Shaw's pass to Sterling was a little short. The Germans were in quickly. Goretzka. And then Phillips is in quickly on Havertz on the halfway line. And the crowd enjoyed that. Calvin Phillips is, as they say, putting himself about.
Yeah, he's not a reputation. I've got to say, Goretzka midfield started the game ever so well as well.
Muller playing the ball over the top for Werner, who might have been offside, but in any case Kyle Walker was able to come across and get there ahead of Werner, and that's certainly one of the contests we'll be looking for. Timo Werner, who's been criticised of course in this country for the chances that he's missed this season. I think quite a shrewd move by Joachim Löw to bring him in for this game. Timo Werner in what is his first start of the tournament for the Germans. Back it goes to Stones. Stones looks to his right and finds Walker. Walker drills a low one forward towards the captain, Harry Kane, yet to get off the mark at Euro 2020. Oh, Trippier had come back from an offside position. Free kick to the Germans.
I've got to say, John, I think that's the first time Harry Kane's touched the ball. It's nearly 20 minutes. Well, it is 20 minutes gone.
20 minutes gone. Where did that go?
Yeah, exactly. So it's quite even now, though, but not a lot of goal action. But England are getting a lot more passes, a lot more confidence through that. But Germany are carrying that threat.
Let's go down to Karen Carney again for a thought.
You know, but England started to gain a little bit of possession. It was quite funny. John Stones turned to Pickford and told him to calm won't say what he said, but calm down. And credit to Stones, he's been the one that's getting on the ball and being brave and started build up from back to front for England. That's what I noticed anyway at this level.
Trippier steps in on the right-hand side, wins the ball back. Now Declan Rice, forward to Sterling. Sterling in quite a tucked-in position there, quite central. Back to Rice, looking for Shaw to provide the width on this side, but the ball's gone back to the far side, the England right. Saka now turns away from Kroos. Kroos put in the challenge, obviously took the ball. It ran away. The crowd think that Saka was fouled there, but I think Kroos did get a touch.
Now Kroos, good challenge again. You know, we're waiting for...
Oh, Harry Maguire on Muller.
I think we're waiting for that one big chance. At the minute, they're just cancelling each other out.
Maguire absolutely dominating Muller with that challenge. He had a run up at it from 10 yards and jumped into the challenge and beat Muller comprehensively. Ball's out of play for a throw into England on the left. Shaw to take this. Raheem Sterling already has forced a save from Manuel Neuer, but a poor touch from Sterling from the throw from Shaw, and it just bounces through for a goal kick.
It's like the concentration a little bit there, Raheem Sterling does do it a few times in a game, we do see it, but it's very even now. England's up the tempo a bit and they're passing the ball around a lot quicker. Germany are finding it hard now to get out their own half.
Really vibrant atmosphere inside Wembley. I hope it's coming across to you wherever you are. Quite possibly you're in your car trying to get home in time to see as much of this as possible. Rudiger stepping forward for Germany down the left-hand side, but in steps Trippier, and now Saka receives it. Saka with a little bit of space in front of him, dwelt on the ball, but did get the pass back to Rice, now through the middle to Sterling. Sterling turns, faces the play, back to Rice though, behind him, Phillips and Rice together. Shaw, Sterling makes a run, ball goes infield towards Saka, who was challenged, by Goretzka, and the referee says yes, that is a free kick to England, out here towards the left.
He was a little bit unlucky, wasn't he, Goretzka? He's playing very well. He just gets a bit of the ball, he gets a bit of Saka, so the referee's decided obviously it's a free kick. I just think the problem as well with England at the minute is the two wing-backs are not getting far enough forward. They're not joining in quick enough, they're not going on runs down them wings, stretching Germany, getting it high where they can put crosses in or whatever. They're playing too deep.
Goretzka with the foul, might have got the ball, given us a free kick, and this is in a good position. So obviously need to keep our eyes on Harry Maguire again. Shaw and Trippier. It is Shaw who plays it in. England player's gone down at the back post. It's headed across the box. It's actually, I think it was Harry Maguire who was blocked on the edge of the penalty area, but he's back on his feet, and Germany play it back to Neuer, who cleared. He's a long way out of his goal, and the ball bounces forward towards Saka, but he couldn't get there. Hummel stepped forward and cleared it away.
England's just getting on top now. So every set piece they look threat when they put the ball, especially Maguire attacking it. In England have upped the tempo, and Germany now are finding the pace a little bit too quick.
And Maguire there ended up on the ground.
I didn't see who blocked him off, but it was obviously no VAR, so it must have been anything.
It was Rudiger, Mark Chapman says, in front of us, who put the block in on the... We should have guessed that, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Rudiger spotted the danger of Maguire.
Yeah, that's yes, he
and
has.
thought next time, and that's what happened. Here is Maguire going on one of his forward runs into opposition territory. It's 0-0, 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Saka out there on the far side. Trippier receives it, coming back in, having started the first match against Croatia as the left back, now playing as the right wing back. He's nothing if not versatile, the Atletico Madrid man. Shaw wriggles away from Ginter and was just tugged back, and that's another free kick to England. And the set pieces now, the free kicks, the corners, beginning to mount up for England. Need to make them count.
Yeah, they are, and it's a definite free kick.
And it's a yellow card as well for Ginter. And that means he's out of the quarter-final if Germany get through this.
He doesn't need that, definitely didn't need it in this game, never mind the next game. And again, a chance to put it in and ask more questions.
And Harry Maguire now walks across the penalty area, and he's walking towards Rudiger and takes up a position at the back post. He's actually looking across at the assistant there and just suggesting to the Dutch assistant that he needs to keep his eyes on what might happen from this free kick. And he did that very clearly within the sight of Rudiger. Very clever. Free kick for England then. This is in a good position. A couple of strides in from the left touchline. Trippier, possibly the in-swinger, Shaw the out-swinger. Maguire is the furthest man, and it's curled in from Trippier, but it's headed up in the air. And Neuer tried to keep it in, patted it away. It initially came off the head of Kimmich, and Neuer couldn't keep it in. It's a corner.
They don't like set pieces. The more England keep putting it in there. You don't play anything short. Keep putting it in the box. You can see they don't like defending them.
Corner to England from the right-hand side. They don't like set pieces. Sounds a little bit like Corporal Jones, but we don't need to go anywhere near that on this day. England with the corner. Trippier takes it near post. Stones tried to get there, well headed away by Hummels. Got up there ahead of him, well challenged. Phillips still plays it back to the right-hand side. Trippier is there. Trippier delivers. Maguire with the header, but under pressure could only head it wide. Well wide of the top corner. Golson's, it was the left wing back who put the challenge in on Maguire.
Glorious chance. Again, the ball in the box. To be fair, there's quite a lot of say when they play the ball forward. It just stands up, lovely ball. And Maguire really just got to focus on the ball, hit the target. He's just got to hit the target there.
Good period of play though for England, Chris.
It's an excellent period, yeah. And every time they get a set piece, keep putting it in there.
0-0, England 0, Germany 0, and we've played now almost half an hour. Shaw steps in ahead of Kimmich in the centre circle. Now Rice, Sterling. This time Sterling's here on the left-hand side, on the left wing. Takes on Ginter, beats him. In slides the challenge. Swept infield by Shaw, but blocked near the corner of the penalty area, and the Germans are able to break. Werner was looking for the ball from
and that's when
Goretzka.
You hit him. And that's when you hit him on the halfway lane when he starts running. Drop that ball in behind Stones. You're not beat Walker, I don't think.
But for some reason, Goretzka did not play it.
They just want to get back the possession, don't they? they're giving the ball away, and they like to have possession, Germany.
And they've lost possession again. Centre field, Havertz gave it away, not for the first time. England 0, Germany 0. We've got commentary live from Glasgow later, when Sweden and Ukraine will play, and the winners of this will play the winners of that in Rome at the weekend. Hummels with the ball at his feet. Hummels works it out towards the left-hand side. Now a ball to the edge of the box, but John Stones was able to move across and chest that down quite comfortably, and then takes the ball out and gives it to Luke Shaw here on the left-hand side. Back it goes to Maguire. It's been quite the threat, but England not yet able to make the breakthrough, and then Maguire is fouled by Kai Havertz. And he's not happy about that. Maguire gets up, throws his arms in the air.
Because, John, he should have went back to Pickford, and Pickford didn't really give him an option. He just stayed on his goal line as if to say, I don't want it.
Yeah, and that's the point that I think, well, let's go down to Karen, because she's behind that goal. Karen.
I think they were quite comfortable playing out there. They didn't look as stressed as the other game. I must say, though, from watching it from behind the goal, Stones has been brilliant at reading the situation. He can get sucked in at times, but he's made really good decisions and front-footed, and Walker's been brilliant at covering. But Trippier keeps shouting, though, because I'm not sure whether he needs to get higher or drop back, and he's asking for some guidance on that. But I think we look comfortable at the moment. We've definitely got them rattled, and I sense it down here.
England 0, Germany 0. You do feel that around the ground. You can probably tell, listening, there is that buzz of expectation now that England are knocking on the door. This crowd of over 40,000 German fans in the corner, only a few of their black, gold and red flags being waved at the moment as England come forward again, but Saka this time misplaces his pass and the Germans have got it back. Goretzka in between the penalty area and the centre circle, takes it on. Goretzka to the right-hand side to Kimmich. Kimmich goes for that ball towards Werner, but Stones was up, read that easily, headed it down. Calvin Phillips plays the pass. That's a good pass as well, if Sterling can keep it in, which he can. The bouncing ball. Sterling now up against Kimmich. Sterling beats Kimmich on his left foot. Ginter's there as well. Sterling with a cross to the back post, headed away by Kroos. Comes out to Rice on the edge of the box, but Rice's headed landed in between Shaw and Sterling, and the Germans are able to get it away.
Yeah, they're calm as well, don't they? They don't panic, they don't put the foot through it, they don't lash, they think they've got a bit of space I can play. Just earned a free kick there, Kimmich off Shaw. But Sterling, I think he'll get a lot of joy if he plays out against Ginter. I think if he plays in that inside left channel, he'll get a lot of joy.
Half an hour played, BBC Radio 5 Live. Watch it on BBC One when you get home. It is one of the sporting occasions of the year, this. And incidentally, David Baddiel and Frank Skinner are here. They're in the stadium. 3 lions on their chests, no doubt. And also in the stadium today, the 7-year-old Prince George is here at Wembley, son of the FA president, for his first England match with his parents. And Gary, our producer, has written in brackets, that's William and Kate. Thanks very much, Gary. As Germany bring it forward with Muller. Now Havertz, 25 yards out. Kimmich on the right-hand side. Left-footed cross from Kimmich to the back post, and it's gone beyond everyone. Goossens was there. We've seen him do that effectively already at this tournament, but he couldn't get a touch on that goal kick.
He's got to score. He's took his eye off the ball. He's got to be brave. He's got to go and attack it. It's a great move by Germany. We've not seen anything from, 10 minutes? It's a great ball in by Kimmich. He's got to go and attack that. He's probably saying he's got a little bit of an obstruction, a little bit of push from Trippier.
But it's through for a goal kick. Let's bring in Micah Richards again, who's just down in front of us. In fact, let's just see first of all what England do with this. Pickford hits that ball from the edge of the 6-yard box. It's headed forward by Ginter. England are claiming that struck the arm of Goretzka. Play allowed to continue. Havertz into Werner with the shot, but Pickford is out to save from the angle and blocks it effectively.
At this level, he's got to score. We know Werner's not a great finisher. He needs 3 or 4 chances a game if he's going to score. Wonderful pass. He's just got to lift it over Pickford, who's going to ground early. If he just dinks it, it's 1-0 Germany.
And that was all Chelsea. Havertz, superb ball through the inside left position. Werner was in from the angle, but Pickford made the save. Important save. It's still 0-0. England coming forward now. Sterling on this overcast afternoon. It's actually a very decent summer's afternoon for football, as Rice has it on the halfway line. then back to Maguire. Maguire works a pass to Shaw, and then Rice will knock it back into his own half. Harry Maguire again, just knocks the ball ahead of himself, gives it to his club colleague Luke Shaw on the left-hand side again. Shaw, not too many options there, has to go back to Maguire again. And then Maguire says, right, let's try on the right-hand side. So Kyle Walker back towards Stones. Now Calvin Phillips. And Stones to Bukayo Saka. Saka's been probing away. England have been probing away. Phillips now goes for one of his passes into the penalty area, looking for Kane, but Hummels was there and he was able to head it away, and Germany have got it back. And that's a long one downfield towards Werner, and Werner with a touch to Muller. Lovely first-time touch from Muller. Gosens actually couldn't take it into his possession, but the Germans still have it, and then Goretzka goes back into his own half. Let's bring in Micah Richards then. Micah.
England are playing a lot better now. I think they've still got a problem with this three at the back. When Germany are dropping into them pockets, one of the centre-backs don't know whether to go, whether to stay. I've been really happy with Calvin Phillips, the way he's engaging, and he's the one who's trying to help Kane out and be pressing in the second line. But a lot better from England, much more encouraging.
Thanks, Micah. As the pass, long pass, is hit to Kimmich. Kimmich now into the penalty area. Maguire, though, comes across and puts the block in, and the offside flag was up. Anyway, Chris Waddle.
He's a great outball, Kimmich, and he's got terrific energy. He's a wonderful footballer, and he just went a little bit too early. A yard and a half other side, Harry Maguire. And he saw Werner in the middle, but we're just seeing a replay of Werner's chance. He's trying to go low, it's trying to go through the keeper's legs, and all he's got to do is lift it, and it's 1-0. But England's had a good spell, but now Germany have come back into it.
And the one-day international has been won by England, incidentally. England have won by 5 wickets, 189 for 5 in reply to the Sri Lankan 185 all out. Joe Root, 79 not out. We will bring you all of the details on that at half-time, and that means, of course, that our Wimbledon coverage will resume on 5 Live Sports Extra if it hasn't already. England 0, Germany 0 here on BBC Radio 5 Live. For the right to go to Rome to play Sweden-Ukraine, you'll hear Ian Dennis and Pat Nevin on that from 8 o'clock tonight. We'll try and bring you as many interviews after the conclusion of this match here at Wembley, whichever way it goes. And then they will all be on the Euros Daily podcast in the morning for you from BBC Sounds. Phillips playing the ball back to Stones. Stones works it across here to the left-hand side. 10 minutes to go in the first half. Germany have come close. That Pickford save from Werner was important. At the other end, Sterling with the curling shot that was saved by Neuer, and the Harry Maguire headers that have caused 1 or 2 problems. But it is still 0-0. All England's matches so far have been tight affairs. Here's Maguire now. Maguire to the halfway line, but overran it, and then it came off Havertz. He was a little fortunate there. The touch was heavy, and it's out for a throw into England, 10 yards inside the German half. People on their feet. I don't think anyone is on their seat in the lower section of the stand in front of us. Throw in that Shaw is going to take, apart from Mark Chapman and Micah Richards, as Mark helpfully points out. Shaw takes the throw in to Saka near the edge of the area. Sterling, Harry Kane, who's not been able to get into it, gives it square to Declan Rice. 1 or 2 West Ham fans in the crowd wanted him to have a go there, but he goes out to Trippier. Now back to Walker, puts his foot on the ball, again. Could have delivered it. Here's Rice though. Rice driving towards the dead ball line. Then the challenges come in, and Germany clear. Headed forward though by Walker. Here's Calvin Phillips. Then it's lifted forward for Saka on the right-hand side. He's up against Rudiger in the German left-back position. It's actually quite congested in there, but that's a lovely ball to Phillips. Phillips now was closed down just as he tried to pull it back by Hummels, and the ball bounces away out of play for England.
The crowd get frustrated. They want to see the ball going in the box down to Kyle Walker. Doesn't put it in. Saka doesn't put it in. They get very frustrated.
Throw-in taken quickly. Phillips angles it back. Well, it was the right idea from Calvin Phillips, but Saka wasn't onto it, and now Germany will break downfield with Havertz. Havertz has carried it 10 yards into the England half. Rice went with him, so Havertz in his green boots out there on the far side. In comes Phillips and upends Kai Havertz with the ball probably bouncing out of play anyway, but Havertz is just having to climb to his feet.
Well, he runs them up the field, doesn't he? He gets Germany away from the trouble of their own goal, and Phillips doesn't hang back on the chance. He could have put Werner in actually once or twice there. Werner held his run. He could have put him in, but he decided to keep hold of the ball, and they get a throw in. But Germany are very good at changing the tempo of the game. They play slow, and then all of a sudden they go through the gears.
Joachim Löw wasn't best pleased with that. He's got an open-necked, baggy blue shirt, baggy trousers as well, I think. Baggy trousers.
He likes madness.
Yes. Do-do. Here's Hummels, who heads it forward, and Werner coming back from an offside position. That'll be familiar to the Chelsea fans who are here inside Wembley Stadium. Werner, offside.
Yeah. Well, that's a shock,
free kick, England.
It's very even now, isn't it? I think Germany started the best. England came strong for 10-15 minutes, and now it's sort of settled down again, and we've got 30, coming up to 39 minutes. It's very tight.
Sterling, that's a heavy touch from Sterling, but he's just about kept possession. In comes Kimmich. The ball bounces forward for Germany. Werner, Stones was in quickly with the challenge, breaks forward for Havertz, but Walker was across, and Walker got the touch, and then I think got his heels clipped by Havertz. He did. It's a free kick to
The only thing you'd say with Havertz, he's a young player with he's got a lot of talent, but his awareness at times, he doesn't see people around him.
Let's go back down pitch side behind the England goal to Karen Carney.
Kyle Walker has been unbelievable. Every time there's been a mistake, he's there just to pick it up. But going back to that earlier point, there's too many touches in when we attack down the right-hand side. I agree with Chris, get the ball in the box, because as soon as we start getting more numbers in there, what Timo Werner does, he peels into the space and waits for us to give it away, and then he hits us on the counter-attack. Thankfully, he hasn't been that great so far, that Germany will be saying, but we just need to be mindful.
Saka challenging for the ball near the edge of the Germany penalty area, but Rudiger won it. And now Toni Kroos turns away. Kroos so comfortable on the ball, lovely balance. Kimmich left-footed aerial ball, Stones headed away. Havertz was underneath that, but Maguire's underneath this one, and England have it back. Phillips just playing it to his partner Rice. England in possession on the edge of their own penalty area, and then going all the way back to John Stones, who turns away from Goretzka and then plays the ball forward to Harry Kane, who's in his own half, and Kane plays the ball over the top but beyond the run of Calvin Phillips, and Neuer of course was there.
To be fair, that's the first time we saw Harry Kane in the game. Nice drop of good position, gets away from his man, over hits the pass, right idea. You can't fault what he was trying to do, but it's the first time we've saw him in the game.
And England need to get him in the game. As Gareth Southgate said, he's England's most important player, and there were signs of promise in the match against Czech Republic, but he's been a peripheral figure. And as we say again, for whatever reason, there might be a reason, no Dominic Calvert-Lewin on the bench for England, as England played all the way back to Pickford in the goal to our right. Pickford has a look, it's going to go long, which it does. Here is Kane now, in between two German players, and that's a very decent flick on in between the two of them to Sterling, but Sterling had Ginter with him, and the ball is returned to Manuel Neuer, who's just out of his own penalty area. So 40 minutes have played here at Wembley Stadium. England 0, Germany 0. Neuer, right-footed towards Havertz. Maguire wins the header. Maguire again as it's hooked forward for Germany. Kimmich rather shied away from that. And here's Stones now. John Stones looks for the bobbing hair of Calvin Phillips. And England have it on the halfway line. Germany drop back into position. Kyle Walker receives it, and now Walker stepping forward, winning his 58th cap tonight. Kyle Walker. Phillips has to scamper out towards the right-hand side to keep the ball in play from that pass to him, and England are forced back into their own half and have to start again, which they do. Here's Maguire now. Maguire forward towards Kane. Kane turns and sets off goalwards. Goretzka makes the challenge. Referee says free kick. Goretzka in again. His challengers are mounting up now, and that's a free kick to England in another decent position. And Harry Maguire just comes across to the referee and stands in front of him, and I think is making probably that very point about Goretzka.
Well, Goretzka's saying, when you see the replay, he was not really a lot of contact. Harry Kane goes down holding his ankle. The referee waits a couple of seconds and then decides to give it in a good position here. And really, you've got to be looking to shot on target.
I wondered whether Harry Kane might have been tempted himself to have a go, maybe just a little bit too far out.
I think Trippier fancies it, and we know he's quite good on dead ball situations, so he'll fancy it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he crosses it.
Just seen on our screen, as well as Prince George, the Cambridges, Skinner and Baddiel, David Beckham and Ed Sheeran are also over there on the far side, sitting next to one another. That's a real fly on the wall, isn't it, that one? Trippier and Shaw with this free kick. Germans have put up a three-man wall. Half-time approaching. Trippier plays it in. Kane's after this, but Hummels got there first ahead of Harry Kane and heads it behind. And Harry Kane actually puts his hands on his head there.
I think he was looking for I think they were looking for an offside. He gets behind Hummels, but the ball has no pace on it, and give Hummels credit, he recovers very, very well.
He does. So it's a corner, half-time approaching. It would, of course, as you will know, be a great time to get a goal just before the break. Trippier with this, lots of movement in the box. It's swung into the edge of the 6-yard box, but a German head on that, and it's kept in on the far side and played forward, but that's back to possession for England, or it should be. Phillips actually, with Havertz not too far away, goes back to Pickford. Trippier is calling for it over there on the far side from his goalkeeper, and Pickford now tries to pick him out. Actually, he's picked out Phillips on the halfway line, who takes that down, and then Havertz fouls him. But the referee says play on. England are in possession. Stones back out there towards the right-hand side. It's clipped forward. Saka's after this, gets some contact on that, but the ball runs out of play, and it's a throw to the Germans.
Saka started quite brightly, but the last half an hour he's found it hard to get in the game. He's not getting a lot of joy on that right-hand side. Maybe him and Sterling could swap over for well, it'll be second half now because it's come up to half-time.
England 0, Germany 0. It's been entertaining. You certainly can't take your eyes off it, Chris. Germany clearing the ball away. Kroos takes it down. Kroos just forward of the centre circle, and Calvin Phillips in with a challenge. That's going to be a yellow card as well, I think, for Phillips. A little like Goretzka, he's put in a number of challenges, and if that is a yellow, it is. There it is, the flash of yellow. That means both of England's central midfielders are on a yellow card now in this match.
Well, it may settle Phillips down. He's unlucky. He's got the ball. His foot's rolled over the ball into Kroos, and it is a bad challenge when you look at it on the replay. It was a yellow, definite. It could have been worse, that.
Right.
Well, maybe looking at that.
Let's see. Oh, well, they will be looking at it. That's an absolute racing certainty that VAR will be considering it. Now, there's nothing yet to indicate that there is a check going on. The referee's just put his hand to his ear, 1 minute of added time, and he says play on. I saw on the screen a little expression on Gareth Southgate's face, which certainly betrayed the fact that he was concerned about that. Havertz in the centre circle, just taking the ball back into his own half and then playing it back towards Hummels. And now Ginter to the right-hand side, but it's been tight. There's very little in it. Almost anyone you spoke to about this game said it was very difficult to call, and it has been extremely even. Here's Muller on the right-hand side. Muller, oh, that pass was short from Thomas Muller. Sterling was onto it in a flash. Sterling now carrying it infield. Still going to the edge of the box. Still going. The challenge comes in. It bounces to Kane. Kane's almost in. And then a sliding challenge on him. Oh, crucially from Hummels. And Kane couldn't convert. And whether that should have been a foul on Sterling on the edge of the box, I'm not sure.
No, it wasn't. He went down. No, the referee was in a great position, and Werner's breaking it at the other end now.
Could easily have bounced for Harry Kane in the box, but what great work by Hummels. What a recovery. Germany coming forward now in this added minute at the end of the first half, and that all came from Thomas Muller's poor ball. And there's the half-time whistle, and it's 0-0. Chris Waddle.
Well, I've got to say, Germany started very, very well, really in control the first 10-50 minutes. England then up the tempo, started asking questions, particularly from set pieces, and then England have just had one or two good chances. So have Germany. I would probably think 0-0 is a fair result.
Just seeing that opportunity again for Harry Kane when the ball broke to him in the 6-yard box. They were appealing for offside. The touch from Kane was a little heavy, but Hummels was in there, did very well to get in there. Let's get a final third on the first half from Karen Carney, who's down behind the goal.
Yeah, I thought when we started to deal with the little pocket player, England were a lot better and started to build a little bit more confidence. I think from my angle, John Stones was the one that really settled England down, receiving it under pressure, moving it. We've had moments, we look threatening from set plays. We have to stop the crosses because I think we should have been 1-0 down from that initial one that the cross came in, we got cleared, and then for the chance then later on. But we're still in the game. Football's about moments, and hopefully we'll see the subs warm up, and I think we'll see maybe a few after 60 minutes.
Thank you, Karen. I have to confess, I did feel that there would be a winner to this game inside 90 minutes. But at half-time, England 0, Germany 0, means that there is that little thought there that we are 45 minutes closer to penalties. Mark Chapman.
Chris Waddle, there's loads to get out from that half, but just on the final thing we saw, first of all, it was a great tackle on Sterling, and secondly, not for the first time this tournament, Mats Hummels has made an unbelievable last-ditch tackle.
He's brilliant at it, isn't he? You just think it's a goal, don't you? As soon as Harry Kane touches it, you think it's a goal, and he arrives from nowhere, then big, long legs come and get the ball away again. Yeah, brilliant.
Micah, it's ebbed and flowed, hasn't it? Both sides have had spells when they're on top. What strikes me as a difference is that Germany will try to move it forward quickly, and if they lose it, they lose it. Whereas England don't seem to want to move it forward quickly and are a lot more patient.
Yeah, I think England are a bit too patient. You see Shaw's been hanging wide, the ball's been going at him too slow, and then the other side, Trippier's put some good crosses in, but everything's just too labelled. It's almost like they were shell-shocked a little bit, you know, because Germany started the game so well. It was on the back foot. They grew into the game, but I'd like to see it a little bit more. Ginter at the back, he's on a yellow card. They need to have a real good run at him. Sterling tried towards the end of the half, but it's almost like they don't believe in this. This Germany side is there for the taking if they believe.
Maurice Volz is with us as well. We will talk to Moritz in just a little while. Karen, you were talking about those cross-field balls and the crosses that the Germans are putting in. I've got Joshua Kimmich's pass completion in front of me, which is only 62%, but that kind of bears the point that he's happy to put it in. He's happy to try and hit Werner with that crossfield ball, and if it doesn't quite work out, then so be it. But they're going to try it to get behind the England back three.
Yeah, definitely the ball's in behind as a threat, especially when we flood numbers forward. That's when we're actually at our most vulnerable, when we're trying to get numbers high up and then we overplay as a threat in behind. And thankfully Werner's not been at the races for England, but there was, you know, a 30-second period where the cross came in from the right-hand side and Stones and Maguire weren't there and dealt with it. And then straight after that then was the chance where we spoke about Pickford not having to do anything, and I don't think we've really applauded him enough. He came straight out and stopped that Werner chance, and he was brilliant. I was really close up because Werner should have scored, but Pickford was straight at it. But that's the only time I felt vulnerable. The rest of it, I've been like, this game is just calling out for the subs. You know, a sub is going to come on and win it for me. This group on there I don't think will at the moment. It's going to be see out those moments, and there's going to be a match winner that's going to come on when the game's a little bit more stretched.
Let's bring Maurice Volz in then. Are you content with that first 45? Are you concerned?
I'm happy, but still tense. I think it's been an even game. I'm happy because I expected us to have a very tricky game, and I thought we got into the game well, and it's been very even.
Timo Werner should have scored that chance though, shouldn't he, Moritz?
Well, he's coming in at an angle, and Pickford as well to go down to decrease the angle. You think perhaps he could have chipped it,
Graham.
But I'd like to say that Pickford did well on this one.
And as Karen was saying as well, Chris, at the start of that first half, the positions that Muller was taking up, and to a certain extent the positions Havertz was taking up, were causing England problems because the back three didn't go with where Muller or Havertz were.
Well, what happens is Muller comes towards the ball. Now normally somebody goes in with them, but they were frightened of Werner's pace, so Werner stayed high. So they think if I go in there with Muller, there's space to roll it through the gap for Werner, who we know is very, very quick to run onto. So they were very reluctant, Maguire and Stones, to go in with Thomas Muller. And Thomas Muller, for the first 10 minutes, basically controlled the game. But then they squeezed up the park a little bit more, and Werner started running offside. So England then got a little bit higher, but I still think we need more from the two wing-backs. They don't get forward early enough, they don't want to run forward early enough. Go high, go high.
Do you think they're getting the ball early enough? England's wing-backs? Because 2 or 3 times down here on the left, which has been the closest side to us in that first half, Luke Shaw has been in plenty of space, lots of space, because Sterling's gone inside. And the ball just hasn't come. And by the time it has come, Shaw's got 2 men near him.
Exactly that, Chappers. You know, I mentioned, and I asked JJ before the game how he see that midfield battle going, and to fair to Phillips, he's pushing on and trying to get involved. But Rice in this game, I don't know if it's because he's on a yellow card now, but he seems to be playing within himself just a little bit, and he's playing the simple ball. There's so many times where Shaw's been wide, Trippier's been wide, and they've just played the safe ball. And Rice, he can do it. He's good enough to play that ball, but I don't know if they're worried a little bit too much about Germany, but they need to get the ball forward quicker with quality as well.
Moritz, do you make changes at half-time? Do you leave everything as it is for the time being from a German perspective?
Yes, leave things as they are. Like I said, we've created some chances, and there are good performances out there. I don't have anybody that I would pick out on the German team where I'd say he doesn't deserve to go into the second half.
Moritz for the moment. Thank you. Maurice Volz with us, as is Micah Richards, Karen Carney and Chris Waddle. Goalless at half-time then here at Wembley. England 0, Germany 0. The second half on the way. First, here's Dan Morsley in the news.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
A police officer has been jailed for 8 years for killing the former Villa striker Dalian Atkinson. Benjamin Monk was convicted last week of manslaughter after discharging his taser at Mr Atkinson 3 times and kicking him in the head while he lay on the ground. Official figures show a sharp rise in the number of pupils absent from school in England due to coronavirus. About 1 in 20 state school children didn't attend classes on Thursday. That's up from 1 in 30 a week before. The Scottish Government is lifting a number of restrictions which have banned non-essential travel between Scotland and parts of northwest England. Travel to Manchester, Salford and Bolton will be allowed from midnight, but restrictions will remain for Blackburn. And just under 20,500 new coronavirus cases have been recorded across the UK, up more than 70% on the previous week. A further 23 people have died within 28 days of a positive test.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Listen live on digital, online, smart speaker or the BBC Sounds app.
If you're on the road, just be aware the M62 westbound is still closed from junction 22 Rishworth Moor to 21 at Milne Row. It's because of the earlier lorry fire. Recovery work is still going on there. I know there's been people stuck for 5-6 hours, but they are managing now to release the traffic using the eastbound side. So as a result, eastbound has 2 lanes closed from 21 Mill Row to 22 at Rishworth Moor. As you'd imagine, it's very busy in the area. And the M25 anti-clockwise at junction 1B at Dartford. This is going towards the Dartford tunnels. There's a broken down car. They're holding all traffic to move that. Hopefully won't be too long before they get all lanes open again. But for now, traffic is queuing. Michelle Dignan, 5 Live Travel.
Coming up after the full-time whistle.
Join us, Ricky, Melbourne and Charlie,
as we host the unofficial England versus Germany after party on Radio 1. Listen tonight from 8 on BBC Sounds. The wait is over.
Euro 2020 with Mark Chapman on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Goalless here at Wembley. England 0, Germany 0. So tense for the footballers, fairly comfortable for the cricketers, Eleanor.
Absolutely comfortable, Chappers. They've won by 5 wickets with 91 balls remaining, 189 for 5. That was the target that they needed. Joe Root finishing 79 not out, passing 6,000 runs in one-day internationals during this game and hitting his 34th ODI 50. But Chris Woakes was the man of the match with his figures of 4 for 18 of 10 overs, including 5 maidens. Just excellent bowling by him. And if it hadn't been for Moeen Ali getting dropped first ball by Kusal Pereira behind the stumps, it might have looked quite different, but he finished 28 not out, put on 91. Sorry, he was out for 28 in the end, putting on 91 with Joe Root. But yeah, England are 1-0 up in the ODI series, and it's the Oval next on Thursday, and following that, Bristol on Sunday. And everyone in a very good mood, and apparently the England players were so comfortable that they were all disappearing off to the back of the dressing room to watch the football towards the end of the innings, so they didn't see Joe Root's magnificent 79 not out.
Thank you very very much, Eleanor, and because of the early finish to the cricket, it means Wimbledon is now on Sports Extra. Jonathan Overend is there.
And on centre court at the moment, we have France-Switzerland, the rematch. It's Adrian Mannarino who's taking on Roger Federer, the 20-time Grand Slam champion, and it's level at 1-all. And Federer has had some big difficulties with the Frenchman, particularly in the second set, which went to a tie-break, and Federer scuffed his way through it. Mannarino, the better player, won it on the tie-break 7-2. And actually the underdog went a break up in this third set as well, 2-love, before Federer pegged him back. So at the moment it's 2 games all third set, 1-all, while on court number 1, Daniil Medvedev, who's the second seed here, leads Jan Lennard Struff by 5-3 in the first set.
One other sports line for you. Mark Cavendish has won his first stage at the Tour de France for 5 years in a thrilling sprint finish on stage 4 in Fougères. If you just look at the half-time stats here, they're very, very similar. 53% possession to England, 47% to Germany. 2 shots on target each, 3 shots in total each. They've covered roughly the same amount of distance as well. Chris Waddle, Micah Richards and Karen Carney are with us. John Murray is also here. Can you just tell Chris to put his headphones on so he can hear my question? in your own time, Chris, are you all right?
Yeah, I was just looking at the stats.
No, I was talking about the stats actually on air, but you're taking your headphones off. They're very similar, aren't they?
I'm just mind reading, aren't I? I'm mind reading, aren't I?
Rio Ferdinand. Well, do you know what I'm going to... Which 2 players has Rio Ferdinand talked about from an English perspective on television?
Well, he'd be talking about midfield players. For me, the wing-backs
I'm trying to send these thoughts to you.
It's that Perspex shield.
I can't see.
In between you.
I see. That the Perspex shield between me and Chris stops me transmitting my thoughts. He's talked about Sterling and Saka, said they've both been bright for England at different stages of the game, and they need to get more from them in the second half.
They've had enough ball, but if you look at the end product, probably Raheem Sterling's had that shot, had that run positive where Harry Kane nearly capitalised on. Saka for me started very well and then drifted out the game. He's gone out the game the last 20 minutes. He's not really, nothing's coming off for him when he gets the ball. He's losing the ball. He's had a bit of good fortune with a few challenges. But England have come into the game, and that's the main thing, because the first 10 minutes I thought, wow, England are going to get, if Germany score here, it could lead to more.
How long would you wait for changes then?
I'd give it 15 minutes. And if you're concerned as well about Rice and Phillips on yellows, he'd be very concerned about that. Me and John were just talking, and he thinks maybe Henderson may come on for one of them, because he'd be very, very looking, because they like to commit, they like to tackle. So you'll have to keep an eye on that.
You could, and I go back to the point we discussed pre-match, Karen Carney. You could play Saka as that wing-back, because he would be higher up then, wouldn't he? As in the wing-back position would be higher up.
Yeah, no, I like that idea. I really do. I think that's where we've got to get more joy down those flanks and overloads down the sides, and really try and get crosses into, give more support to Harry Kane. I haven't seen enough of him. I think we've just got to believe in ourselves a little bit more and take the shot as well. As soon as we see the goal, take the shot, have the early opportunity.
Our second game tonight comes from Hampden. Ian Dennis and Pat Nevin for Sweden against Ukraine. Obviously, whoever wins that plays the winners of this one. Both teams are back out. I can see Declan Rice, I can see Calvin Phillips, so it doesn't look like there are any changes as far as England are concerned. And John Murray, doesn't look like the Germans have made any changes either, have they?
Can't see any out there. So the teams will be as they started, unless we're missing something. Actually, Rudiger's just appeared now and is running out onto the field to take his position. A little slap of the hands with Hummels, who made that important last-ditch challenge. See Kyle Walker just down to our left here is trying to raise the fans. He's come across, he's applauding them. They're on their feet, applauding back. So the teams, as they started the match, Pickford in goal, Walker, Stones, Maguire in this 3-4-3 for England. Trippier, Phillips, Rice and Shaw, Saka, Kane and Sterling, and Germany with Neuer, Ginter, Hummels and Rudiger, Kimmich, Goretzka, Kroos and Gosens, Havertz, Muller and Werner. England 0, Germany 0. Timo Werner, I think, had the big chance of the match so far that Jordan Pickford kept out. England are playing from left to right, so I've got Chris Waddle alongside me in the commentary positions behind the Perspex shields, and Karen Carney is down on pitch side behind the goal that England are attacking, as they like to do in the second half, which is from left to right as we look. These Perspex shields are up there for COVID reasons, so that the commentators don't spray over whoever happens to be anywhere in front, which happens to be Mark Chapman in my case. But it does feel, Chris, as though we're in a Perspex case of emotion watching England-Germany in the Euros, as it's played to Saka down the right, but he can't reach that, and it's behind for a goal kick. How do you think this 3-4-3 has worked?
No, I don't think the wing-backs are suited.
No?
I don't think the wing-backs have enjoyed playing as wing-backs. I think the full-backs, I don't think the wing-backs, I think James is a wing-back, better wing-back. And as for the front three again, Sterling's been probably the best of the three, but I'd be looking to think, give it 20, Grealish on one side, and Sancho, who plays in the Bundesliga.
Yeah, Bellingham as well, who is 18 today, incidentally, Jude Bellingham, the Borussia Dortmund man, who are on the bench. Mount's on the bench as well, Foden on the bench. Certainly you expect we'd see Foden, probably Grealish, you would think, as well. With the Duke of Cambridge and Prince George and Micah Richards here, how could Gareth Southgate not bring on Jack Grealish at some stage? England with the ball inside their own half. Maguire to Stones. Floodlights just beginning to take effect. Wimbledon, by the way, continues. 5 Live Sports Extra. Federer in action. Kane now for England. Tried to flick it forward, but Ginter was there. The Germans all in black, England all in white. A black and white occasion at Wembley Stadium, as Goretzka plays it to the right-hand side. Havertz has peeled out there, then back in field towards Goretzka again. Kroos, Rudiger.
There's a lot of respect, John, isn't it? You know, you can see the teams, you know, they are looking to think, if we go too far, yeah, we get picked off. Both teams are really worried about making a mistake.
Havertz now receives it on that right flank. He uses Joshua Kimmich, who is out there. Kroos now drives it towards the edge of the box. Muller with a touch, comes back into Muller. Kroos is trying to get there. Little touch for England. Trippier was able to get to the ball. It's turned back in by Gosens. Phillips might have got a shove. Havertz with a shot, and it's saved by Pickford, who threw up the left arm and pushed it over the top. Good save.
He's been in top form, Jordan Pickford, and that was a wonderful save. What a strike, left foot, oh, straight at him, but he reacts, gets it, tips it over the crossbar from what, 18 yards? Great save.
One-handed save. It's hit with some pace and got a good hand to it. His white glove corner, first corner of the second half, to Germany, 0-0. Lots of movement in the box. Here it is delivered. It's headed across the penalty area and then cleared away. Just took a touch off the head of Goretzka, I think it was, at the near post, who got to it first, but England were able to clear away. Just a little glance on that, and Germany played all the way back to Neuer.
It's a good corner. If you watch Germany, they've been doing it for years. They aim for that on line with the first post, about 5 yards out. They whip it to that near post, and somebody comes across and just glances it on. They've done it for years.
England 0, Germany 0 here at Wembley Stadium at the Euros. In the tournament, England have only lost one of their previous 14 tournament matches here at Wembley, and that was on penalties. And I think you know who it was who beat England on that one occasion. Germany with the ball on the halfway line. Goretzka to the right, and then back it goes to the halfway line, and Germany start again. Hummels just steps away, all of his years of experience. Mats Hummels, 32 years old now. This is his 76th cap. Like Muller, of course, you'll remember that Joachim Löw decided that he didn't need Muller and Hummels, and indeed Jerome Boateng anymore. But such were their struggles over the course of the last couple of years. They're back, Hummels and Muller at least, but that's out of play on the halfway line, and cheers from the crowd of over 40,000 inside Wembley Stadium. Throw into England. The Shaw is waiting to take. Still waiting for the first big opportunity of the second half for England. Havertz has had that volley that was saved by Pickford. England 0, Germany 0. 5 Live and BBC Sounds if you're on the move on this Tuesday afternoon stroke evening. Ball played by England to Trippier. Trippier on the right-hand side, uses his left foot. Walker on the overlap, but Rudiger will get there first, and Tony Rudiger just lifts it into the crowd down in front of us.
Yeah, I mean, when they switch to play England, there is a lot of space for the two wing-backs, but they don't seem to want to step in and have the ball and enjoy it and go and try and get a cross in or come inside and have a shot. They're reluctant to go forward.
Walker with the throw. Harry Maguire just trots into the penalty area and puts himself in a position near the edge of the box. Walker spins the ball, basketball style, in one hand, run up, here's the throw, looking for Maguire, it's over the top of Maguire and it's headed away by Hummels, who is behind him. Germany look to break, Werner chesting it back to his clubmate Havertz. Good challenge though from Trippier, stopped Havertz in his tracks. Rice works it to the left-hand side, Sterling is there on the left wing, Sterling running at Kimmich, then comes inside, still running at Kimmich again, Kimmich backpedaling, Sterling into the box, Sterling still going but it's very congested, Kroos with a clearance, Sterling threw himself down, challenge came in from Ginter, Sterling just put his foot into Ginter and went to ground, the referee wasn't having that, and now listen to this noise inside Wembley Stadium as the England fans feel that their team needs their help. And they've never been able to help them in these kind of numbers since the pandemic began here at Wembley. Ball played into the penalty area, but Sterling's run is blocked, and indeed he's picked up for a foul on Ginter, and it's a free kick to the Germans, which is taken quickly. Karen Carney, pitch side.
Oh, he's got to shoot. Raheem Sterling does everything, his feet, his movement, little double step over. Take the shot, you're on the edge of the 18. Don't pass it in those moments. He's got to shoot, have the confidence. He's in form. Take the shot.
England 0, Germany 0. Chris Waddle up here beside me. Chris, have you got any sort of gut feeling at the moment, one way or the other?
It'll definitely not go 90 minutes, I know that. It will go 90 minutes. Sorry.
It'll go 90 minutes?
Somebody will score.
Yeah.
Somebody will score.
So you think we're gonna have a result inside 90?
Yes.
No penalties. Here's Hummels. Goretzka drops deep. 3 Lions being sung. And what a noise. Havertz now on the right for Germany. All in black, moving it. And then back towards Goretzka. Goretzka in the golden boots. Ball's played out by Kroos to the right-hand side. Kimmich is there. Dangerous cross from Kimmich. It's headed up in the air. Pickford comes, gets a punch on it. And then England are able to clear on the edge of the penalty area. Gosens was in there again, the German left wing back, but could only head it straight up in the air, and Pickford was able to clear. Kane's gone down in the centre circle. Germany still in possession. Kane's still sitting on the ground. Havertz. Still Kane getting to his feet. He's on one knee. Havertz down the right. In comes the challenge. Good one as well from Sterling. And Sterling plays it up to Kane, but Kane's in trouble. And Kane is now back on his back, and Germany put the ball out of play.
He's rubbing his right knee. I didn't really see a lot between him and Hummels, but I don't know if he's jarred it or he's fell awkwardly. His back's in to Hummels, whose heads it. I think it's just a clash of knees. So it should be okay. Harry Kane still not scored at the Euros. World Cup top scorer in Russia. He's sitting on the pitch with his hands out behind him, and down on pitch side. Karen, what have you seen?
Yeah, they're making a sub. Marcus Rashford is coming on. The stretcher's on the side, but they've already signalled to make a sub. Steve Holland, Gareth Southgate's assistant, came straight down, pulled Marcus Rashford over there, talking to him now. But for me, it looks like he's going to be coming on.
So
it might not be now though, but I think it's pretty imminent.
Right, well, Harry Kane gets to his feet. Of course, this is highly significant. If Kane's not... Well, he's back on his feet. And Harry Kane is walking out towards the far side. I can see Rashford now, as Karen mentioned. And it is quite a vigorous warm-up exercise that he's going through. Harry Kane, if you're wrong, Chris, and it goes to penalties, you want Harry Kane to be taking one of them.
Well, exactly. He looks all right. Listen, he's got a little bit of a limp there, but I'm sure he's not going to come off.
No, he's okay. As you said, it's just that the knees knocked together, and anyone who's done that will know how sore that can be. Free kick, it's once we see Kane was just running his hands through his blonde hair over there on the far side. Throw-in taken by England, and they will give possession back to Germany. But it does look like it'll be Rashford who is going to come on. He's running down towards that end where Karen is. England 0, Germany 0. BBC Radio 5 Live. Already 10 minutes played of the second half here. Not the goals of yesterday by any means, but that was an extraordinary day. Harry Maguire chests the ball down in the centre circle. There's a buzz of anticipation as he takes it forward, but then has to turn and give it back, and it's all the way back to Jordan Pickford, who's now made a couple of important saves in the match to keep it 0-0, to preserve England's record of not having conceded a goal yet at this tournament. England conceded 1 goal in their 9 matches unbeaten, the run that they were on coming into this last 16 game here at the Euros. Phillips back to Stones, and he works the pass towards Luke Shaw on the left-hand side. Sterling nips in, takes it away, ball through the middle. Kane and Sterling exchange. Sterling now moving from left to right, then cutting back in towards the edge of the penalty area past Rudiger, but then the covering challenge came in. Muller it was, and the Germans played forward towards Havertz, and now Havertz running at Maguire, plays it square. Werner on the edge of the box, Werner taking on Stones. Stones went on the accelerator, John Stones against Werner there, and got the touch behind for a corner.
Well, Havertz's first touch on the ball coming across field, first touch, just takes it on the half volley, starts running England back then. Werner, to me, doesn't look confident in front of goal, he doesn't look sharp, and we know he takes a lot of chances to score, but Raheem Sterling, I suppose Mika sees more than me. He frustrates you so much. He gets in positions and you think, pass it, shoot, do something, and he doesn't do anything and loses it.
Corner to Germany from the left. It's 0-0. The black and red and gold are being twirled as the ball's played in short. Kroos has to stretch to get it back and then plays it with the outside of his right boot. Rather ungainly it was, and Kane was easily able to head it back out towards that side, the German left, and it bounced into the hoardings. And little ball boy was able to pick it up and give it back to the Germans. Havertz into the area, Havertz with a flick, but Phillips is there, and England are able to clear. Maybe that ball boy will play for England here at Wembley one day, and we'll be talking to him about how he was the ball boy on that day that England met Germany in 2021. Still waiting for the opening goal, and as we do so, it becomes increasingly tense and nervous for everyone watching here underneath the arch of Wembley Stadium. Goretzka now to the far side, where Kimmich was able to play it back to Ginter. Kimmich thought about the long pass, but goes square.
It's interesting, John, he had Grealish, Foden and Rashford warming up. Now he's changed it to 3 midfield players.
Havertz back to Kroos. Just a little touch from him into the centre circle, and now Germany are just being very, very patient here, and England are setting off them. Hummels through the middle, the whistles. Flick towards Werner, who flicked it himself, but that was blocked, and England have got it with Shaw on the left-hand side. Sterling still 10 yards inside his own half. Shaw's made the run. Sterling has got to play it all the way back to Maguire, who will pass it to Pickford, who comes out at pace and left-footed, lifts it up towards Harry Kane, who's with Hummels again. That's been quite a contest. Kane with a flick, and then Saka trying to reach it, but Ginter put in the challenge.
That was a good challenge. He's played the ball, and unfortunately he's just sort of left his foot there a little bit and caught him. And Rudiger puts the ball out so they can get treatment to Saka, who at this minute in time you've got to be thinking about changing this front three.
Yeah, Rudiger swiped the ball out of play, so we've got a stoppage in play. So let's bring in Micah Richards, just sitting down in front of us to see what you've made of almost the first quarter of an hour of the second half, Micah.
Yeah, it's not being great again. England, Pickford, we have to give Pickford, because he made an excellent save with Werner in the first half, and then he's made a great save from Havertz in the second half, and he just seems to be the shining light in terms of his organisation. When the defence are out of position, you can just see him. I'm just watching him. He's always talking, giving that great influence from the back, and he's been a star performer for me today.
0-0, 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Neuer. Saka has received his treatment. He's back on the field. Bukayo Saka, the Arsenal teenager, and then free kick given in favour of Havertz near the centre circle.
Harry Maguire
with the challenge. They don't like it.
It was a little bit late, you know.
Yep, free kick taken, that's all it is, and the Germans have it inside their own half. The news from down at Wimbledon, by the way, is that Roger Federer is 2-1 down against Adrian Mannarino in his first match at Wimbledon. Commentary on 5 Live Sports Extra. Roger Federer 2-1 down. Ball out of play on the far side. England with a throw. And at the moment, they're cancelling one another out. Shaw's waiting to take this throw. Just got a little stoppage because Bukayo Saka just does a trot over towards that far side. Shaw still waiting to take the throw. I'd imagine the referee will give him a hurry up in a moment if he hasn't taken it. Shaw does now take it to Saka. Then Kane slides in. Kane seems okay. Phillips, Rice, now to the right-hand side. Trippier is there. The overlapping run from Walker. Trippier with the cross, easily headed away by first man Rudiger. Phillips puts in the challenge on Havertz, and then Shaw nods it back towards the halfway line. Still no immediate sign of anyone getting stripped off on the far side, even though the substitutes are still there for both England and Germany, incidentally. Still waiting for the first change by either Gareth Southgate or Joachim Löw. If Germany lose, this will be his final match. Joachim Löw, World Cup winning coach. This match number 198 for him as the Bundestrainer. Kane slips it to the right-hand side to Rice. Saka takes it on. Saka's up against Hummels in the full-back position. Plays it back. Rice on the stretch. Then Trippier with the cross. Sterling at the back post. Oh, he had to stretch for it. Nods it back. Phillips then a little header to the left-hand side, but Germany are back in position now. Sterling, though, swings in the ball, but straight into the gloves of Neuer. Comfortable catch.
I'm sorry, you've got to make subs. As I say, it's there to win. England's dominating. They're playing in the German half. Germany they do look a threat on the break. I'm not saying they don't, but it's there for England. Just the quality in the final third. So get Grealish on, get Sancho on the other side.
Chris Waddle calling for Grealish and Sancho from Gareth Southgate, who's standing there with his hand on his hip on the far side. Black suit, white shirt, thin black tie. Germany with the throw. Looks a little frustrated, actually, Gareth Southgate, as Germany get the ball down and play it back towards the tall, dark-haired Hummels. Now forward to Rudiger, who's going to carry the ball forward, but he's overhit that pass through inside left for his Chelsea teammate Havertz, and then Walker with the clearance. Headed forward by Kroos. Trippier on the edge of the area, back to Pickford. Pickford takes a touch and then plays it out towards the left-hand side. Shaw's not going to reach that. It's way beyond him from the England goalkeeper. Out of play. A little nervous reaction from the supporters inside the stadium. Germany with it again. And on the big screen at one end of the stadium, a shot of Jack Grealish sitting on the bench with his hand on his chin. So it was on the big screen, and you can hear the reaction. Cheers. The crowd want him. Chris Waddle's called out for him.
But I think they want subs. I think they want to see people come on. This team's doing all right. They're holding Germany. There's not a lot in it. But who's going to make the difference? Because at the minute you can't see anything happening.
Prince George probably wants him, but not yet. Still 0-0. Hummels with the ball halfway inside his own half. And then Germany just play it back towards Hummels. Very, very patient from the 3 times European champions, Germany. Record winners of the championship with the Spanish. Muller now to the left-hand side, to Havertz. Lots of German shirts inside the England box. Havertz now carrying it into the box on the left-hand side. Plays it back to Rudiger. Rudiger back to Havertz again. Trippier comes across. Then the run of Werner. Werner works it across. Maguire with a touch to clear it away, and he's cleared it away to Sterling. And Germany have players caught downfield. Sterling is challenged by Kroos. That is given as a free kick, but Toni Kroos runs across, picks up the ball, feet wide apart, bends over, clutches the ball towards the referee, and then gives it to him.
He's got half a point. He's got a point, doesn't he? He kicks the ball first before he takes Sterling down.
Quick word from Karen down behind the goal.
But where we're most threatening is with pace. I agree with Chris. We need subs on. Get some pace on Sancho, Rashford, Grealish, just someone. Kane still doesn't look like he's moving right to me, and pace against Hummels, it's scary. We need a change. We've got them. I can feel it. The crowd can feel it. The players can. It's just that final third. It's got to be a sub. It's got to be soon.
England 0, Germany 0. In the penultimate match in the last 16 at Euro 2020, Sweden against Ukraine tonight. The winners of these two matches will meet in Rome on Saturday night. You'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to hear all of the quarterfinals on 5 Live on Friday and Saturday. England, Steve Holland and Gareth Southgate were in discussions together there. And Grealish is coming on, Karen says. He's been given the signal as Saka is picked up for a foul on Rudiger. Kieran Trippier comes across. And the referee is quickly across. It's only a free kick. So Grealish is coming on.
He's got to. Listen, Sterling's getting no joy. He's had a lot of ball, good positions, never used it well, never used it early enough, never made a decision. Saka started the game bright, first 10 minutes, 15, and he's gone out the game completely. And you can even say that about Harry Kane, to be perfectly honest. Harry Kane hasn't done a lot to this game neither.
England have simply struggled for goals at this championship. Just the 2 so far, and this is the 4th match. However, they're yet to concede one yet. Here is Hummels. Hummels stepping forward into the centre circle, but the options simply weren't there. And I think
Werner was on there through the middle, massive space. He didn't see it, Hummels.
But Hummels was unwilling or wasn't able to hit the pass, and then it's given away by Kroos, and Maguire's claiming that he was checked by Kimmich, who came across him. No free kick. This match very much being played in between the 2 penalty areas at the moment. Goretzka to the right-hand side. Kimmich, left-footed ball over the top. Pickford comes, big shout from Pickford, and he caught it. Walker ducked out of the way, and the ball dropped into Pickford's arms. And I think the screen must have shown that Jack Grealish has now got his tracksuit top off, and I can see him over there, white shirt, red number 7 on the back.
Gnabry's coming on as well for Germany. I would think that'd be for Werner. I'd be very surprised if it's not.
Yeah. Gnabry, who was left out by Joachim Löw today, having started the first 3 matches. But the former Arsenal man coming on, but it's going to be Jack Grealish first of all, once the ball goes out of play. Just getting his final instructions. England 0, Germany 0. We've got only a quarter of the match to go, a quarter of the 90 minutes to go. Long pass from Walker. Saka's chasing. I don't think he'll reach it. No, it bounces over the white line, and he punts it into the England fans behind the goal. Neuer gets the ball back quickly, and the referee says, hang on a minute, we're not going to take that yet. And the first change is the German change, and it is Timo Werner, who is replaced by the former Arsenal man, Serge Gnabry, who is on for Germany.
Yep. They give a lot of pace, very quick, similar to Werner.
And the answer to the question, who is going to be substituted for Jack Grealish to come on, and the answer is Bukayo Saka. The number 25 is up. So Jack Grealish standing there, hair swept back, of course, feet wide apart, just doing his stretches, waiting to come on into this knockout match here at Euro 2020. And listen to the cheer for Grealish.
Sterling goes to the right-hand side, Grealish plays left-hand side, where I think's his best position.
Well, that is quite an ovation for Jack Grealish. And not just Aston Villa fans, I'm sure, who were behind that great noise as he came onto the field. As the ball is cleared away by Germany. Walker gets his header on that. Phillips, it bounces to Sterling. No, it bounces away and through to Rudiger. Maguire's under this. Muller got his head to it, but all he can do is head it out of play. So England 0, Germany 0. Let's bring in Micah Richards again. You've got your man, he's on the field. Jack Grealish, Micah.
I'm absolutely ecstatic. If there's one man who could change his game, it's Jack Grealish. He looks like he's gone on to the left side, the throw-in is coming to the central, but he will run at people. Ginter's on a yellow card as well, so as soon as he gets the ball to feet, he needs to run and penetrate down that side.
Still waiting for his first touch. Here's Rice now on that left-hand side. Grealish just peels away. Shaw. Here is Grealish's first touch. Puts his foot on the ball. In comes the challenge on him, and then Havertz puts in the challenge after Kimmich's challenge on Grealish. Then Grealish reacted and fell.
Well said, Miguel. Well said, mate. You called that one, didn't you?
England 0, Germany 0. 20 minutes to go. Still confident, Chris, that we're not going to extra time?
Yep, definitely.
Okay. Kroos playing the ball out towards the right-hand side. Kimmich is there, and back it goes to Ginter. I mean, the Germans have, apart from the shot that Havertz had, they've often offered relatively little. But he's changed it now, Joachim Löw, with Gnabry on, Serge Gnabry. And Gnabry looking to run onto this as the ball is played up towards Muller, but an excellent header from Stones to win it against him. And Phillips now. Trippier wants it. Sterling's out here, now on the right-hand side after the change that Gareth Southgate made. Sterling, this is all rather ponderous from England. Trippier plays it infield and he's just succeeded in passing it away, but then it's been given away by Goretzka. And we're seeing the hallmarks, Chris, of a match like this when the stakes are high and there's not much in the game.
Yeah.
Little mistakes.
Yes, so waiting for that little bit of quality. No team's offered it enough in this game, and that's why it's 0-0. But there's got to be another 2 or 3 good chances before the final whistle.
Sterling near the halfway line. Oh, Trippier was caught, and we could hear the cry from here. A blood-curdling cry as Gosens came in with the challenge, and it's a free kick.
Well, it's what you get with playing in Spain, isn't it?
And a yellow card. What the cry from Kieran Trippier? Are you suggesting that Kieran Trippier didn't used to do that in Bury and Burnley?
No, he didn't.
Yellow card though for Gosens. England waiting to take this free kick. He's okay, Trippier. The cry of the Banshee actually didn't mean that he was hurt, so it's a free kick. Grealish makes a run out towards the right-hand side, but Trippier just delays it. Harry Kane waiting near the edge of the box. Trippier's played it up towards Harry Kane. Kane tried to bring it down, it bounced away from him. Kimmich is trying to keep it in because the final touch was off his teammate. Kimmich clears it, and then Rice in with a challenge, and the ball bounces out of play. Let's go down to Karen Carney again at the end of the pitch.
Yeah, Grealish is going really, really infield on that left-hand side, and Shaw is a lot higher now that I've seen him in this whole game. So trying to really push on and give Grealish a little bit more licence to be as an extra midfielder, a little bit more rotation as well, which is really positive to see.
England 0, Germany 0. BBC Radio 5 Live. Trippier plays it forward, then it's hooked forward by Gosens, and then Walker in with a challenge on Gnabry, and it's out of play for a throw. The Germans want to take it, but Trippier has just gone down feeling his right hip.
Could be hamstring.
And he is going to need some treatment.
Could be hamstring. These long seasons.
And Atletico Madrid.
Yeah.
I mean, what a tough campaign they had to hang on and stay in there and win the league. Reece James is also warming up over there on the far side, so a stoppage in play with under 20 minutes to play. And Trippier continuing to receive treatment on his left leg.
I don't know if it's a knee in the back. No, he's swung his left leg at it, and I think he's tweaked his hamstring.
Oh yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, you could tell. We're just seeing the replay now in our little screen in the commentary position here. There was a grimace. That you would think that's going to be the end of his match. You would think. And possibly the end of his tournament.
Yes, possibly.
Reece James waiting to come on to replace him. Remains 0-0. Tight affair in this European Championship round of 16 match. It's remarkable, actually, if you haven't heard this. England have only ever won 2 matches in the knockout stages of the European Championship. One was on penalties against Spain at Euro 96, and the other was a third-place playoff in 1968. These are rare birds. Trippier is going to see if he can carry on. Plays back underway. Ball played to Grealish, but he can't reach that. It bounces away. And Kieran Trippier is waving his arms around and looks as though he's absolutely fine.
You've got to say, though, I'm analysing the game at the minute. 75 minutes coming up, and England haven't done enough.
Haven't done anything in the second half.
Oh, no, in possession, they haven't done enough. They've passed it square, back, slow. There's no risk football. There's nobody. Raheem Sterling's beat 1 or 2 men, but then dawdles on it and loses it. There's no end product from anybody.
Tournament football, though, Chris?
Well, that was what they said in the group thing. This is a knockout, mate. You go home if you lose.
Ball played up towards Sterling. Sterling now. Sterling trying to run infield past Rudiger. Plays it through to Kane in the D. Now Kane back to Grealish. Grealish works it to the left-hand side. Shaw's ball across. Sterling's there! England lead! What a noise at Wembley Stadium!
it's a great ball by Shawcross, and it's just saying to anybody in a white shirt, put me in the back of the net. And Raheem Sterling yet again scores for England.
Scored just a few yards away from Karen Carney.
Oh, that was unbelievable. As soon as the build-up play was happening down his side, we knew it was coming, you could sense it. Since Grealish has come on, Shaw's got forward, there's been more pragmatic. The ball was zipped across, he was never missing. Oh, it's absolute scenes. Everyone's coming close down onto the mats. The stewards are trying to push them all back. Get in there.
Michael Richards.
Oh my God. Jubilation, this is absolutely incredible. Jack Grealish gets it, and he could have shot, or he could have played back to Kane. He plays it to Shaw, cross, and that man Sterling gets his third in his tournament. Absolute scenes. What a day this is.
Just a lovely little finish in the 6-yard box. Sterling was involved in the build-up. Harry Kane, who seemed to have an enormous amount of space in the day all of a sudden, he laid it off to Grealish, then Shaw, low ball across, Sterling in the 6-yard box. 1-0 England, but Germany breaking downfield.
Free kick.
And a free kick near the edge of the box. The run from Kimmich. The free kick just a couple of feet outside the penalty area. It was Maguire with the challenge, and a yellow card for the Manchester United captain.
Well, you know what it's like when you score, you fall asleep slightly, and Germany have reacted quickly. 1 down. It's Kimmich again on the run, isn't it? He covers some ground, and it's a little ankle tap, which he goes down. Maguire struggling to get there. Thinks about pulling him down, just catches his heels, and it's a yellow card. It's a great position for Germany. It's just outside the D.
Free kick from an angle. Germany have already had one in this kind of position in the match. They rather overcomplicated that one. This is a little bit wider to the right, Chris.
Well, I'll be looking at Tony Kroos here. I think he's going to wrap his foot around it and go to Pickford's left. He's good enough to reverse it, to go back across the goal on it. But Kimmich is very good at it as well.
Havertz is on the left foot. Havertz standing to the far side of the ball. Muller is there as well. Remember last time these teams played each other in a tournament, Muller scored twice. Free kick then for Germany, dangerous. Muller curls it into the top of the wall. What a roar! Almost as big for the Sterling goal. And then Sterling puts in a challenge on Havertz, and the ball bounces out, and it's a throw near the halfway line.
I think the crowd can carry them through the last 15 minutes or whatever it's going to be. The Germany's going to have a go now, and there will be gaps by the pace of Sterling in particular to get in there and get some more chances.
Raheem Sterling scored for England in the 75th minute, and then there's a poor ball out to the right-hand side for Germany, and it's a throw-in for England. That's his 17th goal for England, which means he draws alongside none other than David Beckham in the goal-scoring charts for England, and David Beckham is sitting in the stands watching this. And it might be a good time just to mention that when Raheem Sterling has scored for England, England have won all 12 previous matches, and they are unbeaten in the 25 that he's played for England at Wembley. Sterling making the difference.
He's had a strange game, Sterling. He did everything right there, carried it, laid it off, kept running, got himself in the box, tap in.
All of the games have been strange games for Sterling.
Yeah, true.
However, he's making a difference with his goals. He might not have been able to get them, or as many, for Manchester City as he would have liked, but he's scoring them all for England as Rice breaks forward. Ball down into the Germany fullback position. And Rudiger is able to guide it out of play. Declan Rice is whipping up the crowd. This is the reaction. Not that they particularly need to be whipped up at the moment. Hummels with a clearance. Muller puts in the challenge. Ball bounces down, and Trippier's going to allow that to roll out of play for a throw.
Can't see Germany coming back at it, John. I just can't see that.
Don't say that.
No, I'm looking. They haven't really got the Kroos has gone out of the game, and there's a lot of their players feeling the pace, and I don't think their squad's strong enough to bring people on, which could change it.
Rice plays it back to trying to find Grealish, but it was cleared away downfield. Stones thumps it forward on the volley. Rudiger's underneath that. Phillips is able to chest it down. Calvin Phillips, he's quietly had a very good game, Calvin Phillips, in midfield. Phillips, tidy touch.
He's a good player, John.
He is. Grealish then forward towards Kane. Kane now just forward to the centre circle. Now Rice is involved. England looking for a second goal here. Germany would find it very difficult to come back from that. Rice to Kane inside the penalty area, but back out to the goal scorer, Sterling. Sterling now moving in field from the right. Kroos goes with him. Oh, the touch from Kroos. Havertz is going to get there first. Havertz is able to play it through for Muller. Muller's one-on-one with Pickford, and he's put it wide. Oh my goodness, what an opportunity for the great man of German football, Thomas Muller. One-on-one with Pickford, who raced out, and Muller with his right foot steered it well wide.
Well, it's Raheem Sterling who gives it away to Havertz on the halfway lane. Muller's clear. They're not going to catch him. He gets just inside the D. He keeps it low. He sends Pickford the wrong way, and he misses by what, a yard. What a chance.
Scuffed it. Tried to find the bottom corner. I was just waiting for the net to bulge.
You're not going to get a better chance than that. You will not get a better chance than that.
England still lead 1-0, but what an opportunity. The Germans can't believe it. It was at the end where their 2,000 supporters are as well. They must have thought 1-1 all over. But no. Back down to Karen Carney.
Yeah, I felt for Sterling. He gave that ball away, and as he was going through, he fell to his knees. And when he missed the chance, Harry Kane and Trippier went and dragged him back up and went, he's missed it. Let's go again. Thank goodness he missed, though.
1-0 to England. Grealish and Phillips. Now this is game management. Now we're talking tournament football with 7 minutes to play. Leroy Sané is being prepared on the far side for Germany, who need something. Grealish wins a header, bounces down into the full-back position, played across for Neuer. Neuer passes it out from the back. Germany in the group. Germany were just minutes away from going out of the tournament against Hungary before Goretzka scored. Now again, they are facing the exit from Euro 2020 in 7 minutes' time. Sterling in an offside position, free kick Germany.
He's had a funny spell, Raheem Sterling, hasn't he? Jordan Henderson's coming on as well.
So Jordan Henderson being called forward for these final minutes. Just looked at the stopwatch again. I thought it had stopped, but it is still ticking over. Kroos near the centre circle. The moment England, with this scoreline, are heading to Rome to play Sweden or Ukraine. You'll hear that match tonight. Ian Dennis and Pat Nevin from 8 o'clock, live from inside Hampden Park. Inside Wembley, the place is in a ferment as the ball's headed forward for Germany by Gosens, but Pickford is out again and he's able to scoop the ball up and stay down. Havertz on the chase, but he couldn't get there.
No, England's just dropped off the pace again, obviously, you know, getting towards the end of the game, protect the lead. It's always not a great thing to do. England are better when they push up and go and win the ball back a bit higher.
This is the sound of Wembley Stadium. It hasn't sounded like this for a while. Pickford launches the ball downfield. Kane beaten in the air. Hummels just shuffling the ball forward on his right foot. Mats Hummels. How are your nerves, everyone? If you're driving in your car, you might well be gripping the steering wheel. Hummels plays the ball to Muller on the left-hand side. What a chance he had. What an opportunity. Thomas Muller, all of the things that he's done in the game, but he couldn't finish there. Gnabry with a little flick, but that doesn't work for Germany, and Kane now peels away. Sterling with a run. Kane didn't see him. Sterling was ready. Kane keeps possession. Kane runs it forward and gives it to Sterling on the right-hand side. Grealish is available on the left. Sterling gives it back towards Trippier, and then back it goes into the England half. Stones all the way back to Pickford, who passes it out to Walker. Walker plays it up to Rice on the halfway line. Rice holds off Toni Kroos, gives it to Trippier. Trippier's ball in field, straight into Gosens, and the Germans have got it back. Just over 5 minutes to play at Wembley Stadium. The ball's won back by Shaw, the man who set up the goal for Sterling, and Shaw's taking it on through the middle, and Shaw plays it to Grealish, and Grealish's ball across. It's headed in by Kane! He's joined the party, and England lead 2-0 against the Germans, and the captain's on the score sheet, and he slides away into the corner. He's got white England shirts all
6-yard box where you want him to be, and he just finishes it so comfortably. What a finish. Game over.
Not yet. There's a goal check. VAR are involved. There is a check going on, and the news is the check is over. The goal stands, and England lead 2-0. Straight down to Karen Carney.
Oh, that was absolutely electric. Again, this left-hand side. Shaw, Grealish. Oh, unbelievable. When it was, again, every time they go down this left-hand side, you think goal, you know it's going to happen. It is, everyone's getting closer and closer. It is unbelievable. And I'm so happy it was Harry Kane. He couldn't miss. What a ball. Get in there.
Germany make a change. Ginter is coming off, and I think Jordan Henderson is coming on. Whether it's going to be before the restart or not, I'm not sure. But Harry Kane was there, finally scoring his first goal at a European Championship Finals tournament. 35 for his country now, and Harry Kane is just leaning over. Just a cushioned header. He had to stretch for it, he had to stoop for it as it was played in by Jack Grealish. And while England bring on Henderson for Declan Rice, Micah Richards, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. I can hear you all right. I mean, I'm lost for words. Jack Grealish, I've been talking to him all season because I know the quality's there. He had an effect on the first goal, creating the space, and then the second goal, absolutely astonishing assist for Harry Kane. I couldn't be more proud of him. What a player, what a guy.
Micah, you sound as though you've been running up and down the Wembley steps. I think you're going to need a rub down as well.
I burst for Micah. My earphones are burst.
They've imploded. Where's the engineer? He's on his way. Rob's on his way. Don't worry, Micah. We'll get you patched up. I've never seen that happen before with any summariser. Well done, Micah. It's all those weights, I think, isn't it? England 2, Germany 0. Oh, Sterling runs across Rudiger. Seemed to be checked by him. The referee says, no, carry on, and Sterling's all right. 2-0 then, Chris Waddle, Sterling and Kane.
Yeah, they deserved it, England. I think they've been better. Germany have had spells where they showed their class, what they've got, we know that. They've had one or two very good chances. The Muller chance to bring them level to 1-1 would have been an interesting if he'd converted, which he should have. But England's worked ever so hard. They got the reward.
That was the big moment. Emre Can has come on for Germany. He came on for Ginter, and Leroy Sané did come on for Goossens. Rudiger playing it into the box, headed away by Stones. Everything England do now is cheered. Great memories being created here by this Gareth Southgate England team as Shaw heads the ball away from inside his penalty area, and Grealish scampering for the ball over on the far side. I can smell cordite in the air at Wembley. I think fireworks might have gone off. Cross from the right-hand side. It's gone all the way to Leroy Sané in the right-back area. Sané now pulls the ball down, running it Trippier into the box. Sané, left-footed cross to the back post, headed away by Maguire. Comes out, scuffed shot by Goretzka, well wide. Goal kick, 2-0.
This has not been Germany's day, has it? England have worked ever so hard to get this result. Yes, we've seen them play better, especially in the final third, but they've had two good chances. They've had probably three or four actually, but they've took two. So I've got to say England have shaded it for me. England have been the better team.
Have to feel a little bit for Joachim Löw standing over there on the far side with his hands on his hips, his head bowed. These are going to be the final minutes for him as the German coach, the Bundestrainer. What a brilliant time he's had. 15 years in charge, World Cup winning coach, brilliant tournament record, with the exception of going out at the group stage at the World Cup in Russia. But he's been such a part, really, for a generation, and before that under Jurgen Klinsmann as his assistant. But time waits for no man, and England lead Germany by 2-0, and it's looking like England's day. Stones with a header in the area. It bounces back. Goretzka on the edge of the box. Bounces for Gnabry on the far side. And then the cross from Kimmich into the penalty area. Muller heads it across the box. An overhead kick by Goretzka. And Havertz can't reach it in the 6-yard box. And it's through and behind.
No, it's not been... Listen, Germany have been decent. I don't... As I said earlier, England deserved to win it for me. It's just been a bit better. Germany have had 2 or 3, you've got to say, really good chances. And at this level, that's how you win games.
England on course for victory. Germany making another change. And it is young Jamal Musiala. What a moment for him. He was playing for England's under-21s this season, but he was born in Stuttgart. As you probably know, he's making really great strides at Bayern Munich. And here he is now, having worn the 3 Lions. He's now got the German shirt and the German badge on, and the 18-year-old comes on to replace Thomas Muller, who might be another one who's saying goodbye to the international stage.
Yeah, you would think so. They might use him up to the next word. They might use him as a squad player, though, John. He's got good experience. He's good in the changing room.
Ball walk forward for England. Grealish is after it, but Neuer out of his penalty area, got there ahead of the Aston Villa captain, just got his head to it. Shades of that match at the World Cup against South Korea for the Germans, but this time Neuer was able to get there. Germany need to score 2 goals in no time at all. We're in the 2nd minute of added time at Wembley. Up it goes for Germany. Shaw is there to head it away. Kane on the stretch. Germany with Kroos. Kroos long into the box, but Pickford comes and makes the catch and drops onto his front inside the penalty area. He's another one you have to pick out, Pickford.
Most definitely. He's had a wonderful tournament, not just today. He's had a great tournament. When he's been called upon, he's made every decision right. So yeah, he's had a great tournament, and it's good when you've got your goalkeeper on top form. It really helps.
Long one forward for England. Only seconds to play now. We'll bring you the interviews from down on pitch side. Listen out for them on the 5 Live Daily Euros podcast as well in the morning. You won't want to miss that. When we round everything up, we'll have more from Micah Richards and Karen Carney and Chris Waddle and Moritz Foltz as well with the German view. Germany with a free kick, forward of the centre circle. Kroos to take it. Only seconds to go though. Kroos standing over the ball. Kroos waiting to take this. Here it goes, in from the Real Madrid man. Phillips heads it away. Still we play on. Referee Macaulay just indicating it's a throw into Germany, and then very ponderously the Dutch official looks at his watch on his left wrist, and then Neuer fires the ball into the edge of the England penalty area. Maguire, he's had a great game as well for England, Harry Maguire. Back it goes to Neuer, who's almost inside the England half. High ball to the edge of the box. Neuer still there. Cleared away by England. Sané heads it forward. Phillips clears it away. Germany come again, but 2-0 down. Long into the area, on the edge of the box. Gnabry lifts it forward. England trying to preserve yet another clean sheet, and there it is! England have beaten Germany by 2 goals to 0, and they have beaten the Germans in a knockout match at a European Championship or a World Cup for the first time since 1966. Scenes of celebration for England men in white, Germans in black, dropped to the pitch. And England, World Cup semi-finalists under Gareth Southgate, are now European Championship quarter-finalists, and they will go to Rome at the weekend to play against Ukraine or Sweden. Goals from Sterling and Kane in the last 15 minutes when the gaps opened up for England to exploit. You could say, where were the Germans? But frankly, who cares?
Who cares, John? Who cares? England win 2-0. That's what the result that we looked at. And you've got to say, Germany, listen, they caused a few problems, but over the course of the 94 minutes, England deserved it, and they're through.
Down pitch side to Karen Carney.
It's unbelievable. The tunes are going, the fans are absolutely loving life. I'm losing my voice. Talk about tactics, stay controlling the game, making the right substitutions. But for me, it was the best one when we all called for Grealish, but it just enabled the left back Shaw just to get forward, and that's where the goals came from, the confidence. But just after the year we've had, the 18 months, just to see the fans loving this moment, they're singing 3 lines on the shirt now. What a moment! You've got to keep going.
Jack Grealish, this is just his 10th cap, and I'm watching him now all on his own in the corner of the pitch down to our left, just applauding the fans in the stands. And Harry Kane also finally getting on the score sheet at these Euros. Clenched double fist salute to the England fans behind the goal. Lots more to come here from Wembley. First time Germany have ever lost a knockout match at the Euros before the semi-finals. It's over for them, it's over for Joachim Löw. They're out in the round of 16, but England go on to the quarter-finals in Rome on Saturday after England 2, Germany 0, and Mark Chapman is here with us inside Wembley Stadium.
And Harry Kane has just separated himself from the rest of the England squad, and he's currently going round Wembley Stadium on his own. There's a camera following his every move as he applauds the fans and pumps his fist towards them, and then he just breaks from applauding the fans and gives Calvin Phillips a huge hug. And now he makes his way around some of his England teammates, Kyle Walker as well. Harry Maguire takes Kane's place in cheerleading with the fans, and on my screen here I can see Harry Maguire has been given star of the match, that yellow star that gets put next to a player's name to indicate the player of the game, and it's gone to Harry Maguire. And there's now a collective group of them in front of us as they make their way on a lap of honour. And Kieran Trippier and Jordan Henderson have both gone to congratulate Luke Shaw, who was heavily involved in both of the goals, with the ball for Raheem Sterling's first and winning the ball and playing it to Grealish for the second as well. And at times, Karen Carney, we've seen England, we saw it after Scotland. They sort of did this in dribs and drabs. After the first game against Croatia, they were a collective. Scotland, it was dribs and drabs. But look at the togetherness now of this squad of players with those fans behind you.
Experience though as well, just key moments. Experienced players stepped up. Pickford, we spoke about him before, sensational in his moments. Trippier, you know, Kane in his moments. They're all just coming now over to the fans. They look exhausted. I hope they can recover and go again, but this group has got this experience. They know how Declan Rice giving it to the fans, getting them up now really close up. They're absolutely loving it, and the fans behind us are Maguire. That's what I mean. They've got the experienced players. Phillips, outstanding. John Stones. They know how to get the job done. It might not be pretty. It might not be this attractive way, but it's the England way, and we're getting it done.
And as the players just finish their lap of honour, John Murray, I don't know if you can see this, as they come back round towards the tunnel and the technical area, the whole of the England backroom staff have stayed in front of the benches to applaud the players as they come back round.
Yes, they have. They're all there. Gareth Southgate actually peeled away. I noticed him. He was in the centre circle, actually having a laugh with Jack Grealish, and he ruffled his hair, and it was almost as if he was saying to Jack Grealish, you did exactly what I asked of you. And they both had beaming smiles on their faces. And you're right, the England players, having gone around the stadium, are now moving through that line of England coaching staff, and it is a guard of honour that they're receiving here. And many of the England players have actually stayed just a little further back down that side, because there's a big gathering of England fans just behind some of the television arc lights there as well. But there's still a job to be done in these Euros, and they will leave Wembley now with the prospect of perhaps being back here for the semi-finals.
I wonder whether that's some friends and family in that corner where Calvin Phillips and Kyle Walker and Jack Grealish and Declan Rice have kind of stayed as they're singing Sweet Caroline to each other. But I wonder if there's some friends and family, Micah, in that area. The way they've paused and are looking and pointing would suggest that it is.
I don't know why my ticket's not over there if it's friends and family then anyway.
But which one are you claiming to be a friend of?
You know who my friend is. Super Jack Grealish. Super Jack Grealish. Honestly, I'm just so proud of them. We talked about the emotions before the game and what would it mean to some of these players, and they've stepped up. We can get excited and we can say, oh, it's coming home and all that stuff, but take nothing away from these boys today. They gave a great performance. Yes, it wasn't the most electrifying performance, but they got the job done. They managed the game, another clean sheet. Pickford outstanding. Subs did the job when they came on. Really good.
Let's focus on the England defence, shall we, at this point? Because Harry Maguire's got player of the match. They went to 3 at the back today. They still haven't conceded a goal. Germany's best chance came from a Raheem Sterling error when he gave the ball away. I mean, in what has been quite a free-scoring tournament, Chris, that's some effort to have gone through 4 games now without conceding a goal.
Yeah, I think every game we've watched, the opposition could have had a goal. Timo Werner should score at this level of football, and definitely Muller should at least hit the target or make the goalie save it. But, apart from 1 or 2 occasions, they've defended well. What can you improve on? I think going forward, I think if you're going to play that, the wing-backs have got to be a bit more creative. They've got to play wing-backs, not full-backs. This was an awkward game today. You can see he's thinking, I don't want to give anything away, so I'm going to play full-backs rather than wing-backs. But they did play wing-back position, but they're not naturally doing that. And he had a solid base, and he thought, can the front 3 go and win it? And really, his game plans worked out well.
And I take your point on the wing-backs, but Luke Shaw was involved in both goals. Set the first one up for Sterling. I mean, I believe one of his ex-managers is still wittering away saying he can't deliver a ball and still criticising him. I don't know where he's saying that, but, he's still having a pop at him. Well, his crossing for the first one was decent because it led to Sterling's goal, and he won the ball and set Grealish up to set Kane up for the second. Luke Shaw's involved in both those goals there.
Yeah, he grew into the game. And as you're playing the game, you know, as Germany started dropping off, and we started playing in the England half, in the German half more, push them right back, and then when I push them right back, Luke Shaw's thinking, I can go into that 20-30 yards up the field here. So he grew in confidence as the game went on, and once England scored, you saw all the players grow in confidence. They must have thought 1 goal's going to win this, and they've ended up getting 2, but they all grew in confidence. Once that ball hit the net with Sterling's goal, you could see the team lifted, and you've got to give the fans a lot of credit today. The atmosphere has been electric.
I think the difference was when Grealish came on the pitch. He came on the left-hand side, along that wing-back side with Luke Shaw. And we all know what Grealish likes. He doesn't always like to stay wide. He comes inside. Karen Carter made a great point. That's allowed Luke Shaw to go and be more involved. And as soon as that happened, he felt like he had a bit more freedom, a little bit more width. He enjoyed it. I agree with Chris that I think second half of games always open up anyway, so there's always going to be more space. It's just, I think with Grealish coming on, it just allowed him to be a bit more expansive.
You had the perfect view of how both goals were set up, Karen.
Honestly, I'm still recovering. It was brilliant. But like I said earlier, like Mike said, I think Grealish comes infield, and they had to go with him. And Shaw just it was like the shackles were released, and it was as if Southgate said, when Grealish comes on, this is where we're going to turn the screw. This is when we're going to shift gears. And he went infield. Shaw got a lot higher, pushed us forward. Kane was where we wanted him to be. There was just numbers forward. It was as if, again, it goes back to the game plan. This is the moment. This is where we go for him. This is where we've got him against the ropes. We go for it. And credit to them. I keep saying about moments. We took our moments. The team was unbelievable. People are getting cramped. Honestly, this has been the best game. It has been so good. But the key moments, getting Jack on. I know we keep saying it, but he released Luke Shaw and got us a lot higher up, and the confidence in the team grew.
Can I just clarify something here? When you say it's been the best game, do you mean the best England game?
Yes, thanks, chappers. You always help each other out. But yeah, the best England game for me. But also,
because Karen, to be fair, we all sat through yesterday's games, and as much as it's great England have wanted her through, this game wasn't quite up there with the excitement of what we saw yesterday.
The best England game, Chappers. I can always. Also, I think you're starting to believe, Chappers. There's no this. You were throwing out some stats there where you're starting to believe, Chappers, and we're gonna. I'm telling you, Chappers, it's coming home.
Well, one game at a time, Karen. That's what Gareth will be saying, and I'll be following Gareth Southgate's mantra on that. But having just seen the replays again, in some ways I don't want to over-egg the point, but in some ways I do with Luke Shaw, because it was Grealish to Shaw to set up Sterling, and then Shaw to Grealish to set up Kane. And the reason why I want to over-egg it with him is because the tough time that Luke Shaw had from the horrendous leg break, right? From the horrendous leg break, which, you know, you read some reports, he could have lost his leg when it was such a bad break. And he's fought back, and he's dealt with, you know, being treated not great. Well, I was going to go stronger there, but let's just say not great by one man, and he's worked his way back to confidence and fitness, and he's been integral tonight. And you know, I think that deserves highlighting, Micah.
Yeah, I did an article on him early on in the season when he was getting into his great form. I've always liked Luke Shaw from the days when he was at Southampton, always used to go forward. I was always a little bit critical of his final delivery because he was always in there and his numbers for Southampton weren't that great. When he got his move to Man United, I thought it was a perfect fit. We expected to see this Luke Shaw a lot sooner. You mentioned the injury, and it's a nasty injury. To come back from then, the mental side of the game that no one really, and you talked about, he looked a bit overweight, and to have that in the public eye and come over all of that and play the way he did today is inspirational for younger kids, and inspirational for anyone to say that when people, you know, count you out, show everyone what you good player you are, and keep believing in your ability. Yes, he wasn't Roberto Carlos today, but he affected the game on a big moment, and that's the difference between a good player and someone who wants to be that world-class fullback who we all thought he was going to be.
Played with his body and his mind today, Karen.
Yeah, he did. Like Mike said, he's come back from a really horrific injury, and just to have that mentality and to stay in the game, and he did it. It was just a really, really good performance, because we're talking about his attacking sense. Defensively, he was good as well. You know, there was never really a threat against him at times. You know, their strengths in the German side are from the wide areas. He got out there, he did his job, and then getting high up the pitch, which is where we want to see him, which is why he broke onto the scene at Southampton, and why Man United wanted him. We saw him do that tonight, and it was really good. And his end product is why you're in the team. You're judged in the final third on your end product, and he delivered. And I think, like we all are, we're all just ecstatic. We always want a positive ending, and that was great.
Not everybody's ecstatic. Let's bring Moritz Volz back in on 5 Live Sport, former Premier League defender.
I'm here.
You're here. Two good chances. Jordan Pickford made an amazing save, didn't he, from Kai Havertz, and then the best chance was Thomas Muller's, which, you know, 9 times out of 10 he'd put that away.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, he rushed the shot. It went wide, and that was a detail that didn't go right today. But I feel that you know, the English team may not have been the better team on the night, but they have been the better team throughout this tournament, and I include the qualifiers as well as the group stage.
Do you want to give me, we talked to Chris Waddle about it, but do you want to give us all an appreciation of England's defensive capabilities, bearing in mind that they switched to a back three this evening and they're yet to concede a goal in this tournament? It might not be scintillating going forward, but defensively at the moment they're rock solid.
Absolutely, although I will say that they did allow chances today, and the fact that they haven't conceded yet in this tournament is due to very good and resilient and, assured defending. But also today, due to the lack of finishing, top-class finishing of the German team, and Muller and Werner, to name a few.
Why? It felt at times in the first half that Germany had the control in that game, the 20-25 minutes. That control didn't really seem to be there in the second half. It was a scrappier second half.
It was a little bit in the beginning, but then, you wouldn't expect a game at this stage, of two top sides that are, perhaps equally matched, to be a one-sided affair throughout. So I think in the first half, England did well, releasing some of that pressure through some injection of pace through both Sterling and Saka. And I feel the detail, and for me the winner tonight was always going to be in the detail. And that detail was that Germany all day long allowed England to dribble into the center. And that was a big problem that wasn't, didn't lead to any goals for England in the first half, but it was punished in the second half.
Has detail been lacking for Germany in this European campaign? I mean, we talked after the Hungary game that it was basically just throw on as many attacking individuals as possible and hope for the best. Has detail gone amiss somewhere?
Yes, I think that's a point that we have to concede. In all the 4 games during these Euros, we went behind. And that's something, it's not a coincidence. And sometimes it's a bit of bad luck as well. But over 4 games, it's a lack of detail.
England players just starting to come out of the tunnel now to do some post-match interviews. I can see John Murray on the far side of Wembley Stadium, and when the players start to make their way down towards him, we'll bring you reaction, and we'll bring you reaction on the Euros Daily Pod as well. And we still have Sweden-Ukraine to come this evening. Ian Dennis and Pat Nevin are at Hampden. We'll get team news from there shortly, and of course whoever wins that then plays England in Rome on Saturday night. Let's hear from the man who won Player of the Match. Here's Harry Maguire.
Harry, you're here with the Heineken Star of the Match Award. Sweet Caroline is playing, but how sweet does England to Germany nil sound?
Oh, it's magnificent. To get the crowd back, the atmosphere today was electric. It's what the country needed after a tough period. So we came out. We knew there was a lot of pressure on us to deliver a performance and to deliver a victory, which is the most important bit. And I think from start to finish, apart from probably the first 10 minutes where it was a little bit expected, home crowd, pressure on us, but to a man, everyone was magnificent and we deserved the victory.
You keep slaying some old demons, and Germany, to finally beat them in a knockout round of a major tournament for the first time since '66. What did it take?
Well, I think first and foremost it took huge bravery. Bravery on the ball and without the ball. We wanted to be aggressive in during formation for a simple factor, to get better pressure on the ball. We wanted to go man for man as much as we can all over the pitch. They dropped deep, the attackers, so sometimes it was hard to get to the number 10s, but we wanted to go man for man, we wanted to be aggressive, and I think it paid off. We didn't give them any easy possession that we know they like to play, and they have some top players, a good team, very good team. But yeah, I think we needed to be aggressive. Bravery was probably the big word, bravery with and without the ball, and I think we did that today.
And Harry and Raheem got the goals, but it's a 4th clean sheet for Jordan. Can you talk about the defensive shift and also Jordan's contribution?
Well, first and foremost, Jordan's been magnificent every game he's played for England. He's a top keeper, and he deserves all the plaudits that he's probably going to get after today's game, because he's under a huge amount of pressure. A goalkeeper playing number 1 for England is probably the most scrutinised player in world football. So Jordan has been magnificent every time he's put the shirt on, and he was again today. He was magnificent out there. And yeah, obviously it's nice to keep clean sheets. That's what we're here to do. But it's not the defence. It's a team. It's a unit. We're a solid base. The defence that plays really well at the moment. So listen, long may continue, and it comes from the forwards, and it builds back to us defenders. Any balls out of our box. So say, it's not just defence and goalkeeper, it's a team effort.
I'll be honest with you, I couldn't really hear that much of what Harry Maguire was saying there because everything else was really loud. But, well, could you, Micah? I mean, normally I like to ask a question off the back of an interview as to what they've heard, but after what they've said. But I think I heard the word bravery.
It basically said that it starts at the front to work hard and it felt to suit at the back. And Jordan Pickford's been top goalie because he's the most scrutinised player on the team.
Yeah, okay, good. And they were brave.
Nice to see one person's listening.
No, I was listening. I couldn't hear him. Brave. He kept saying brave. They were brave on the ball and they showed lots of bravery.
Yeah. Listen, it's a hard game. People forget they were playing Germany, who, yes, there's 3 or 4 of their players will probably retire from international football, and they need to bring some new players in, which they will, I'm sure. Develop some new players. I think they won in the 21s this year, didn't they? Championships. So there'll be some new players coming through over the next couple of years. But it was an experienced side, and they did cause England a few problems. You can't say they didn't. But overall, England just eventually got on top of them, and you could see it the way it was going second half, and England got a reward.
Chris, how far do you think this England side can go? I know it's a difficult question, but after seeing 4 games now,
I think they can get to Rome. So no, listen, they're in there. They've got a chance. Belgium's got a chance. Spain's got a chance. Listen, looking at the way the tournament's going, Switzerland will fancy the chances after knocking France out. There's a lot of teams. Denmark, the things of what happened to events around them.
Yeah.
Denmark have got a strong belief that they think we're going to win it. We're on a mission. So, but England's definitely in the pack. You cannot say, well, England's overachieved. They've got this far. They've got to go out now. No. England should be aiming inside the group they've got. Ukraine or Sweden. If somebody said you'd be playing them in the quarterfinals, you'd snap your hand off. So they've got to believe and think we've knocked Germany out. All right, people didn't think Germany are as great as what they used to be, but it's a good psychological, breeds confidence, and I think they can move on from this.
Moritz, is this for Germany? Do you feel that this is the end of an era?
It is. The era of Joachim Löw, to start with, that's ended.
Yeah.
I think the era of players like Hummels and Thomas Muller, that's come to an end. And, the fact that Hummels and Muller were brought back showed that there isn't anybody immediately able to step in, you feel, but maybe on the second attempt. That's what I hope for anyway.
And maybe it's a bit too soon to sort of dissect the reign of Joachim Löw, but what will the feeling in Germany be towards him tonight and in the coming days?
Still, I think overall, a feeling of gratitude. You felt throughout his reign that he, kept Germany a steady ship, a contender. Now, it's definitely blighted through to, due to the last 3 years with a disappointing World Cup and then, a disappointing European Championships, if we're fair, this summer. Because we weren't convincing, we didn't look, that we're able to play with any consistency.
Moritz, I'm just going to jump in. Thank you very much, because we've got some live interviews now with John Murray. This time, because it's quiet, I'm going to be able to hear Harry Maguire because he's with John.
Yes, absolutely, yes. You don't know this, Harry, but we've actually played an interview with you already and we couldn't hear it. So we're now going to get the real thing live. So well done today. Well done. What was that like to be involved in it?
No, obviously it was magnificent atmosphere. First and foremost, brilliant to get the crowds back in. That felt like proper football.
Something else, wasn't it?
Yeah, it felt like proper football. Obviously the group games we had 20,000, but I think we missed the band as well, to be honest. When the band's in it, the atmosphere seems to pick up with England. But no, it's magnificent to get a full, it felt like a full stadium when we was playing. I know it wasn't, but it's been a tough couple of years for everyone involved in this country. So we knew coming out today it was our moment. We had to put smiles on everyone's faces back home, everyone in the stadium, and I'm just so grateful that we managed to do that.
Yeah, tough game, wasn't it? You feel that you deserved it though?
Yeah, I felt like we deserved the victory. We knew it was going to be a tough game. First and foremost, they're a top team. We kept hearing things about they're not as good as they used to be, but they're a top team. They'll bounce back, and I'm sure they will. But they have great players, great structure. We've obviously changed our formation to match them up and try to be really aggressive out of the ball and go man for man as much as we can. And I felt like that worked. We didn't give them any rhythm or settle in the game. And yeah, I felt like for the large majority of the game we was in control of the game, and we know that we've got match winners in our team, and it's proven again.
There have been a few moans, I know, last time we spoke about the way that England have done it. Do you think that'll stop now?
Well, I'm sure everyone will have a good night tonight. I'm sure every table in the pub will be busy. Listen, we want to win football matches. It's tournament football. You see what happens with the results yesterday. It's tough to win football matches at this level, and at the moment we're doing it really well. But listen, it's just a start. We've got to carry on. We've got to continue. Another big game on Saturday, and if we don't rest, recover and prepare well, it's going to be another tough test. We know that, and we have to be right at our level to make sure that we win that game on Saturday.
Lovely, thanks Harry.
Thank you.
We heard you perfectly today, so thanks very much.
Thank you, John. We'll get more reaction shortly. Will it be Harry Maguire again, John, or are you going to get someone different in a bar?
Oh, well, I'm going to keep it as a surprise. Maybe we will.
Excellent.
maybe we will.
Karen, are you still pitchside for us as the lawnmowers go up and down? Tournament management, game management. I mean, England have said this all the way through the tournament. You know, we may want them to be hitting 3 goals like France or 5 goals like Spain, but it's how they manage themselves through this tournament, and you can answer that after we go down to John Murray for his latest surprise.
Yeah, and the latest surprise is it's Harry. No, it's not Harry Maguire. It's Declan Rice. Declan, last time I spoke to you in this very position, you were looking, do you remember, rather downcast after the Scotland game. Different today.
Yeah. As you can see on my face, I'm delighted. I'm so happy. To a man today, everyone ran their socks off, and in the end, we was never going home today. We was never coming off this pitch without winning this game of football. And you can see to a man, we was fighting, we was blocking, we was making tackles, we was driving forward, and in the end we scored 2 great goals and managed to hold on for our 4th clean sheet in a row.
Before the game, we were sitting over on that far side, and you came running out towards us. Big smile on your face, you were waving up to that far side of the stand, and you know, we remarked on it. It's an England-Germany match. You looked as though you were running along the beach.
It's because my fellow skipper Mark Noble was up there with James Corden. Yeah, James is a big West Ham fan, so he's in the box with Nobes, and I could see Nobes' kid Lenny, so I was buzzing to see them. Really made me happy. Like, I can tell you now, today I think it was the most composed that I'd probably been, more composed than the group stage games, and today was a bigger game. You know, I just knew it was a game of football, had to go out there, and if we imposed our game on them and really showed what we could do, we could come out on top.
And again, you know, you've had some real midfield confrontations in this tournament, haven't you? And they're in Goretzka and Kroos. That's high quality you and Calvin were up against, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think with me and Calv, people are always going to write us off. You know, I read stuff where people write us off and say we're not good enough to be playing at this level. Well, you see today we are. You know, maybe against Scotland we weren't at our best, but we parked them performances to the side, and I think that's part of being a top player. You have to move on, you have to be mentally strong, and you have to go out there and keep putting in performance after performance. And just said to Calv after the game then, we need to keep going. You know, there's another final on Saturday which we're about to play in, and we need to stay fully focused and ready for what's next to come.
And I know Gareth Southgate always says to you about how what you do in an England shirt will be something that people will remember, and when you get to the end of your career, things you do in an England shirt will be above everything else.
Yeah.
What you've just experienced there today, it's one of those moments, isn't it? It's one of those matches.
It's history. You know, we've been asked in press conferences all week about games in 2010, 96, 66, and today was our chance to write a little bit of history and be spoken about forever. You know, I think they just said to me, the first time we knocked Germany out in the tournament since 66. So what more can you say? Everyone's buzzing and I'm so happy.
Well done, Declan. Speak to you again further in the tournament, perhaps. Declan Rice.
That was a great interview, Michael, wasn't it?
He speaks well, does Declan Rice, you know what I mean? He mentioned the people in the crowd as well, Corden. He was happy to see Corden, but, you know, he was speaking facts. I don't want to get overexcited, because England fully deserved the win today, but they didn't do it incredibly well. But a win's a win. Against Germany, you take it. Crystal's made some good points in terms of you just can't get too carried away. They've got a chance. There's, you know, we all know that now, but there's still something missing. You know, Germany go through a couple of them chances. Great to have, you know, the clean sheets, but if they want to win this, they've just got to step up a little bit more.
Yeah, they've got to be more clinical, they've got to move the ball quicker, they've got to have more confidence. Basically, it's more confidence in the middle. When they get over the halfway line, be more positive. More runs, better passes, earlier passes. Don't be frightened to put balls in the box. You know, you're getting great positions, the wing-backs at times, or whoever. Jack comes on and puts the ball in straight when we score. But, you know, don't be frightened to put it in there. You know, you've got a fair chance. It's 50-50 when it's going in there. So you just like to see them be a little bit more positive when they have the ball. But there is spells still, I've got to say, where England play and they have 10-15 minute spell where the other team absolutely dominate them. And I mean dominate. You think you've got to somehow know how to step up a little bit, and then when you get your breather, still get the ball back a bit more and look after it.
This is a rare day. Days like this do not come along very, very often. England have beaten Germany, and Mike has tried not to get overexcited. I mean, that very rarely happens with you.
You know why? Because we're true contenders now. This is why. This is where you get the level head out. I think looking at this tournament, there's nobody that scares me. We said yesterday on Match of the Day 2, or the highlights program as we're calling it in this tournament. There's no one in this competition I really fear. If we beat Germany, and we've done that today, the boys deserve immense credit for that. I don't fear anyone else that they really could do it, but they've got to believe, because...
Do you not think it could go either way? If they play somebody else, if they get the chances Germany had, they could be 2-0 up or 2-1 up. Then you're chasing the game where you leave gaps and you get exploited. What you've got to think is they've had clean sheet. So they get the first goal, they think, we're getting clean sheet. That team's got to come out, it'll suit us. And that's how the tournament's going, a lot of teams. A lot of teams are thinking, get the first goal, because then teams have to come out with, and we'll pick them off. And that's the way a lot of these teams are set up. But England keeps getting the first goal.
But and that isn't... What you're saying there isn't a dig at England. That is the nature of... You can't hear me?
No, you can now, go on.
All right, you can now. That isn't a... Can you hear me now? Yeah. So, but what you're saying there isn't a dig at England. That's the nature of this tournament.
No,
Every single game could have gone either way, really.
Every team's the same. There's not one team dominant in this competition where you actually think they're all the way. I mean, look at Belgium won the other night, but Portugal had all the ball.
Italy could have lost to Austria. I mean,
exactly.
They could, couldn't they?
Yeah, they could have. Yeah.
Let's go back to Karen. We think we might get Harry Kane shortly. I'm just watching a few England players as they go along doing the post-match interview. So Karen, when we went to Declan Rice, we'd left you with the question about that Harry Maguire had said, talking about tournament football, managing the tournament, managing each game.
Yeah, they've done it unbelievably well. I listened to you up there, and
Hang on. It might be that Harry Kane, is going to talk
Harry
to John.
Kane's first.
We'll get this answer out, Karen. I promise you, we will. Harry Kane with John Murray live.
Yes, here he is, Harry Kane, the England captain. On the score sheet at the Euros, I know you've been along the line, Harry. Just going to ask you two questions, because I don't want to keep you for too long. You've got a big smile on your face. Goal scoring, Harry Kane is back.
Yeah, no, incredible day, incredible afternoon for us, you know. So much build up for this game, obviously a lot of pressure, a lot of expectation. So to be able to perform like that as we did as a team in front of this crowd, to see Wembley as it was, bouncing and people falling off their seats, and it's just a moment none of us will ever forget. Everyone in the stadium, all the players, the staff, the nation, it's a big moment for us. But we know we've got a long way to go in this tournament, so we can't get too carried away. We'll enjoy it, of course, but then we focus straight onto Saturday.
However, is it fair to say that you've never felt like that before in a football shirt?
No, that was for sure. That was one of the best feelings I've ever had in my life. Yeah, you was here, you witnessed it. Just to see everyone off their seats and my friends and family there, it was just incredible. It's what you dream about as a kid when you're growing up, scoring at Wembley in a knockout against a big nation like Germany. It's what it's all about. So, amazing day, a day we'll all never forget. But look, let's turn our attentions onto Saturday now, because we don't want to make it worthless. We want to make sure that we take advantage of that, the self-belief, and take that into the games ahead.
That's my 2 questions, Harry. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Harry Kane.
Right, for goodness sake, Karen, get this answer out, will you? Come on.
It's probably not even worth it now.
Right, let's move on anyhow.
Southgate's coming out, look.
He's not with John quite yet, so you're all right.
Oh, okay,
right.
all right. I forgot even what you asked now. Tournament football. You know what? I was listening to you guys earlier. Guys, we've won 2-0. We beat Germany 2-0. And you're asking about tournament management. We're getting it done. And I said it all along. I said it last week. It's not going to be pretty with England, but they're just going to manage it. Clean sheet mentality. That's what they're going to do. Keep it in, and bring on the super subs to win the game. It isn't going to be like Spain, tiki-taka and all this. We're going to do it our way, and it's going to be about game plan, game strategy, and bringing on the subs at the right time. And we're doing it well. And I think they're, like you said, every game's a final. They've got to prepare for the next one. But what I like in interviews is I hear a mentality. They've learned from that World Cup. They're not losing. Declan Rice, wow. That's, in the past, probably like 5 years ago, we'd say that would be arrogance. No, that's brilliant confidence. That's a winning mentality. Harry Kane, next game Saturday. That's the type of mentality that we need if we're going to win this tournament, because we have got such a good chance. Clean sheets. We look solid. We look really solid, and Pickford is on point as well. And you need your goalkeeper to be on point if you're going to progress. And I just liked everything about today's performance. It was fantastic.
I just think, Karen, there's a balance, isn't there? Because you revel in 2-0 and beating Germany, because it hasn't happened for England in the knockout stages against Germany since 1966. So there's a natural elation at beating a great rival for the first time at this stage for a very, very long time, coupled with 45,000 in Wembley, that whole release of having a big crowd back and everybody feeding off that. But at the same time, recognising this is a tournament and it's only the last 16, and these guys are setting their ambitions much higher than that. So trying to manage the realism and the unbridled joy. That's, I suppose, the path that we're all trying to tread this evening.
It is. And from being in loads of tournaments, when you have these moments, you do have to enjoy it. And enjoy today as a player, as a fan, and everyone is. And tomorrow is where you start again, your recovery. And what I noticed about that is we are travelling now. This is the first time we're travelling. There was a lot of fatigue. This is where now it really is important that the England players recover. You saw Declan Rice getting cramp. There was a lot of people getting carb gels on the side. The tournament is progressing, and part of their DNA, I spoke to someone actually, they said about keeping players fit. They have to keep us. That's a real big thing for their medical department. The England team is keeping everybody fit and making sure that everyone is available to give them the best chance to progress. So it's the first time they're travelling. It is important now that they regroup and recover and enjoy this moment, because it's history, it's very rare. So, but tomorrow morning, we park it, you move on. What's the game plan? What's the strategy for Saturday?
For the moment, Karen, thank you. Let's hear from Jack Grealish now. He's been talking to Kelly Summers.
Jack, we heard the fans cheering your name for you to come on in that second half. You came on and played a key role. How much did you enjoy it out there?
Yeah, no, I loved it. It's always nice when the fans, are calling your name, but it's not about me. It's about the team, and I'll just come on, and try to create. And obviously, I come on and played a part in the first goal, and then got the assist for the second. So, I think it was. A good performance for myself, even though at the start, I come on and I was slipping all over the place actually. But yeah, in the end it ended well.
What was the message from the manager when he sent you on?
No, he just told me, to go on and express myself and play the way I usually do, with a smile on my face. So, I went and done that, and yeah, luckily for me, I created one of the goals.
There's been a lot said about the service or the lack of service at times for Harry Kane. Was that something you identified? Do you feel like you could be the man to kind of put the goals on a plate for him?
I don't know, it's tough to say. I think this Euros has been different, I think, to many before. I think there's so much tactical stuff going on that it's hard, for H, and because he's probably our most talked about player, probably our best player. It's difficult because teams are going to double up on him and try and get him out of the game. So I don't think it's anyone's fault really in particular. But when the game opened up at the end, as soon as Luke gave me the ball, I was actually going to shoot. I was going to bring it onto my left foot and shoot, but I seen H obviously in the box, so I obviously crossed it for him.
You said there that Harry's one of your most talked about players, but you're rapidly becoming one of the most talked about players. How are you dealing with all of that?
No, I love it. It's a part of the game, and if you're getting talked about, you're obviously doing something well, aren't you? So I just take it in my stride, and obviously it was an unbelievable feeling to come here today, and have the fans singing my name. I've said to you before that it's weird because I usually have these fans booing me, but when they're cheering me like this and singing my song, there's nothing more than I want to do than pay them back with goals and assists. So hopefully my goal will come soon.
He's relishing it, isn't he, Micah? Sounds like there's no pressure on him. He's just... Hang on, let me ask Chris, because Micah's having a season fit. Right, he's relishing it, isn't he, Jack Grealish? He sounds like he's got no pressure on him.
Listen, he's a fan's favourite, he's a crowd pleaser, he's technically very gifted, the lad, and he'll be wondering why he's not playing from the start. If I was him, I'd be thinking, I'd knock on the door. He got a start against the Czech Republic, which was a poor game in a way to come in, because the Czech Republic were thinking we're happy with second place. We're not going to really push England hard, and the game sort of died away. So, but today he'd be devastated. He probably didn't start in his own mind, but he's come on and made an impact again. Now you go to Rome, to Sweden or whoever, and Ukraine, and you think, do I start him? Because we need quality in the final third.
Yeah, I'd agree with Chris. I think with Jack Grealish, I know we have we talk about the Jack Grealish fan club and we have a bit of fun with it, but it's just genuine quality. And every time he plays, even for the first goal that Shaw puts across, he's occupying players. When he gets on the ball, he occupies 1, 2, even 3 players, and although he might not get direct the assist, he's involved because players have to move out of the spaces that they were in. So Jack Grealish is a fantastic player. I do wish he did get more time, but I can't question Southgate up to now. He's got 4 clean sheets. They beat Germany. Yes, I would like to be more expansive, but up to now it's worked. But I think I have to agree with Chris on the fact that in terms of he deserves a place in this 11 now. While things have gone okay and it's winning, it seems all right, but we shouldn't have to be we bring him on the Scotland game for last 20 minutes. Chris mentioned the Czech game where it's a nothing game really, they're already through. And then they're bringing on here where he's got to come on and change the game. I think now he deserves a place in this England side. A lot of people are talking about he doesn't work hard enough, but if you actually look at his stats, at Aston Villa, he's one of the hardest working. He affects the game, he creates the most chances, and it's not by fluke. So if I had my way, he'd be starting.
So it strikes me, Karen, that there are only 2 places that are up for grabs, really, in this England side. If England play with a back 4, they may choose to stay with a back 3. Who knows, depending on who their opponents are in the quarterfinals. But if they stay with a back 4, then you've really only got a midfielder alongside Rice and Phillips, because you would expect Trippier to drop out if it was a back 4, and then one place alongside Kane and Sterling. They're the only 2 places that are up for discussion, aren't they?
Yeah, no, totally agree, Chappers, and I totally agree with the guys there. I think he deserves to start now. I think Saka did really well. He started to fatigue, and then the next teams we're going to be up against, Sweden, Ukraine, will pose a different problem for England. So it might actually suit a Jack Grealish to take the ball on and pick it up as opposed to spacing behind, especially, let's say we've got a Swedish team very, very well organised. We're going to need ball players. Could see Mount come back into the team, could see Grealish come back in, could be Ukraine. So Gareth Southgate has said throughout this whole process about the opposition. They changed today because of the opposition to try and give them, the strengths against their weaknesses. So I think he will start. I think he should start, and I'd like to see him on that left of a front three and let him go into the midfield and roam and do what is best. And we've still got Foden as well. We haven't mentioned him today. We've got a fantastic squad.
There's the debate that's coming, Chris, isn't it? Mount, Foden, Grealish.
There, Mark, it's there, but it's up to somebody to grab it. We've tried Saka, we've tried Rashford, we haven't tried Sancho yet. We've tried Jack Grealish. Played as a 10. I think Jack Grealish's best position is where he come on today, that left-hand side. And, we've tried players. Saka had a good game, but he's had a poor game today in a way. So there's nobody really grabbing the shirt. Raheem Sterling's kept in there because he's scoring. I wouldn't say his general play was absolutely brilliant. I think he's scoring, which is helping to keep him on the pitch. But them places are up for grabs. So, for Gareth, he can say who we're playing next round, let's say it's Sweden, which would be difficult because Scandinavian side is always strong and physical. He may say, I'm going with Jack Grealish because it's his time now, and he's going to have the turn. Now, if he doesn't play well, he may not play in the next game if we get through.
Chris, I think he will go to a 4-3-3, and I won't be surprised if he brings Mount back in and starts Grealish on the left-hand side.
Karen Carney, Micah Richards, Chris Waddle, all with us. We hope to hear from Gareth Southgate. Surely been a busy sporting day on 5 Live. Day 2 at Wimbledon. We'll round up everything that's happened there shortly. England's men winning the first one-day international against Sri Lanka by 5 wickets. That was very comfortable at the Riverside. And of course, it's been the final 2 last 16 games at Euro 2020. And as you're well aware, this game at Wembley has merely been the starter, really, with England beating Germany by 2-0, because the main course is at Hampden. Sweden against Ukraine. Ian Dennis.
Did somebody mention main course? I'd already eaten.
So there's a surprise.
Well, yeah. The winners of this one, of course, will be England's opponents in Rome on Saturday. And as the team news, Sweden have made one change. And that change is Quaison dropping out and Kulusevski coming in to replace him. So Olsen is in goal. It's a back four of Lustig, Lindelof, Danielsson and Organiston. You'll have Ekdal and Olsen in the centre of midfield with Forsberg and Larsson out wide and Isak and Kulusevski. As for Ukraine, they've made 2 change. Krivtsov and Stepanenko come in. Means they've just rejigged things around in the defence. It's Mykolenko and Malinovsky who drop out. Bushan is in goal. Karavayev will be the right back. Zabani, though, partnered by Krivtsov at the heart of the defence, and it means that Matvienko moves to left back. The 3 in midfield will be Zinchenko, Stepanenko and Sidorchuk, and then you'll have Yarmolenko, Yaremchuk and Shaparenko up front for Ukraine.
Pat Nevin alongside Ian for this one. Both these sides will be thinking, won't they, if they can get through this, that they have a chance as well. I mean, we were talking with Chris Waddle earlier, Pat. Everybody left in is going to think they've got a chance because of the nature of how the tournament has gone.
Well, particularly in that end of the draw. I mean, really, England v Ukraine, Sweden, and then winners play Czech Republic or Denmark. And I mean, none of them are easy games. Obviously, we know that. But you would take that before the tournament if you almost wrote it out in a kind of line. What would you like to get? Well, Germany was the one you would need to get past. So it'd be incredibly exciting for any of these teams. And certainly England are the favourites now from that edge.
So, Sweden-Ukraine coming up at 8 o'clock here on 5 Live with Ian Dennis and Pat Nevin. And over on the other side of Wembley, Gareth Southgate is just shuffling from foot to foot, waiting to talk to John Murray.
Yes, here he is. Gareth, very simple question. How are you feeling after that?
Well, I'm so pleased to have been able to give the fans in the stadium an incredible afternoon, and I'm sure millions of listeners and millions of watchers at home. We know what the country's been through, and to be able to give them a day like today and a performance like that is really special.
What swung it your way, do you feel, today?
The players were incredible, you know, from right the way through the team, the guys that came on. You know, they were aggressive with the pressure. We felt that was really important. That's why we changed the system, not to sit back, but to be aggressive on their wing backs, to make sure that all over the field we could get pressure on them. And then I think we used the ball better than we have done during the tournament, and the pace of Raheem and Bukayo was a problem all the way through at the start.
I asked you that last night, whether it was a quick decision, something that you instantly knew that you wanted to do against Germany, and I can understand why you were coy about it last night, but was it something that you were quite firm in the idea that you would play three at the back against Germany?
Yeah, we knew that the tactical problem that the wing-backs high causes you, when you've got players who are evenly matched, if you give them a tactical advantage as well, then that's a real problem. And we also felt that with the ball we could cause them problems. And so although, of course, you're looking at it from a defending point of view, it was the aggressive pressure and the spaces we thought we could find with the ball that helped. And of course, we played the system in the autumn partly to see how it would all work for us, and it meant that the players could slot into it pretty quickly this week.
And you also gave the people what they wanted with Jack Grealish coming on, and when he was on, that's when the goals were scored. He made a difference, didn't he? And I saw you in the centre circle after the end of the game having a little bit of a laugh, and you ruffled his hair. What were you saying to him then?
That these are the days that it's all about, you know. We know if we pick that system and pick the players we picked, if we don't win the game, we're dead. So you've got to have the courage of your convictions, I suppose, that was the best way to go. I think the players really took that on board and went with it. And we know we've got a squad, and we know that games right through this tournament are going to be decided. You know, last night both matches had six subs on the pitch, so over half the team being changed during the game. To have that depth, to be able to make the changes is important, and we've got to try to use those players at the right moments where they can have the biggest impact.
And you've got a lot going on now, haven't you? You've got to go to Rome. There's the euphoria after this, which I guess is something that you're going to have to, get everyone back together over. But also at the same time, so many of this squad were involved in the semi-final, getting so far but no further last time. So sum it all up for us.
Yeah, somebody just said to me that it's the first time for 50 years that we've backed up a semi-final with a quarter-final, and these players have got to keep writing those stories. That's the thing. And they were having a sing in the changing room, and I had to be the party pooper as usual to say, look, it's great, and they knew it themselves, but it doesn't mean a thing if we lose on Saturday. And of course it's brilliant for everybody to be excited, but yeah, we're mugs if we think we're in the right half of the draw and we're carried away by all of that. We've got to get Saturday's game right. Whoever we play is going to be really difficult. We don't have our fans with us, which we've had, and today will have taken a lot physically and emotionally out of the players. So yeah, we've got to start preparing for that now.
And a final quick one, 25 years on, very different feeling.
Sorry John, I'm distracted there.
25 years on, you didn't want to talk about that either last night. Very different feeling.
Yeah, it is, but it's because of the feeling you give to everybody else. And I can't change. I saw a big picture of Dave Seaman on the scoreboard, and I can't change the fact that he didn't get the chance to play in the final. So unfortunately that will always live with me, but so will today. And nice that we've been able to give people something to smile about.
Lovely. Well done today, Gareth, and
Thanks,
good luck in the quarter-final.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gareth Southgate.
He still carries it, Chris, doesn't he? And you'll understand.
What's he carrying?
Well, what? Oh, you know.
No, it's all right. Hold on, I just dropped my fishing rod there. Listen.
Well, didn't he?
Listen, he'll always remember it. It's a moment in his footballing career which he could wish he could change, but you can't. He just get on with it. Listen, he's gone on and done great things. He's managing England now, and he's gone on as a player. He did really well. He carried it on. It didn't affect him. People will always remind him, and obviously this fixture always comes up, and it'll be reminded again. So, you just got to get on with it. And I think he handles it all right. But it'll still always be there. And I'm sure every week somebody will ask him about it.
Good thing or a bad thing, Karen, that they have to go to Rome for the quarterfinals?
Well, it is what it is. But obviously, I think the team, the staff, would all prefer them not to travel. Just travelling as a player in tournament, more so for the staff, it is a logistical. It is a little bit harder, and they've made St George's Park a home for them, so that they won't have that feeling. You won't have the home comforts, but it hopefully is only a short stay, and then they're back to London, playing here again, and back to St George's Park. But it is what it is. I do think it has helped the side staying here in the UK. But as I said, it is what it is, and they're going to have to recover, and they have to recover very quickly, because there was some tired legs out there, and as he said, there's a massive game coming up now.
Just wonder whether actually by travelling, Micah, and just getting out of the country for a few days, it takes them away from a little bit of the hype that will build here over the next 2 days or so.
No, I can see it both ways, if I'm being totally honest, Chappers, but I think staying at home in your own surroundings, it can only be beneficial. I think in terms of confidence as well, from the Scotland game, where they were so disappointing and everyone was a typical same old England, to go and beat Germany. Yes, it wasn't all the performance that we wanted to see. The midfielders could have got on the ball a bit more, but it's a massive statement, and for confidence, there's nothing better than having that off your back and beating Germany. So
Sweden-Ukraine coming in 10 minutes' time here on 5 Live. Let's just round up what's been happening at Wimbledon today. Alison Mitchell is there.
Hello, chappers. Okay. I'll start with centre court, because Serena Williams has currently left with the trainer and concern over her ankle. Now, she'd gone a break-up. She'd been broken back by Alexandra Sasnovich, 3-2 with serve, but a lot of concern about Serena Williams, who has just started her bid for a record-equalling 24th Grand Slam title. And it's the same court at which Adrian Mannarino, Roger Federer's opponent, slipped on earlier. A slip which in fact led to Mannarino forfeiting the match, Federer going through. Now, Federer had been in some trouble, and there was a real chance of a centre court upset. Federer was 2-1 down. At a point then he went to break up in the fourth. That was when Mannarino slipped. Really seemed to have hurt his knee. He tried to continue. Federer won the fourth set 6-2 to level things, and it was right at the start of the fifth set when Mannarino just said enough's enough, I'm in too much pain. So Federer through to the second round, but following injury to Mannarino, and now the match straight away after on centre court, we've seen Serena Williams go. Now, whether these surfaces are getting a little greasy, particularly with the court, the roof over centre court, but here is Serena Williams coming back on court. Her right thigh is heavily strapped. That was always the case from the start. And I must mention, Chappers, her entry, because she came on court wearing a strap-on white skirt, more akin to a bridal train. It wafted out behind her, ballooned out. Quite a spectacular entrance, but a lot of concern over Serena Williams. That match is live on 5 Live Sports Extra. I've just been watching the British number 4, Francesca Jones, play with real spirit and determination against Coco Gauff, but she has exited in straight sets, making her Wimbledon debut 7-5, 6-4. That went the way of the American rising star. Earlier, Britain's Dan Evans has made it through to the second round, and the Queen's runner-up Cameron Norrie is just getting his Wimbledon underway on court 2 against Luca Pouille of France.
Thank you very much, Ali. Jonas Olsson has joined us because Sweden against Ukraine is less than 10 minutes away. Afternoon or evening now, Jonas.
Good evening. Nice to be with you.
If Sweden get through this evening, Jonas, will they be very scared about England because everybody's getting carried away here?
They probably will be slightly scared, but then again, in Scandinavia, English football is so huge. You follow Sweden if you're Swedish, you follow Denmark if you're Danish, of course, but then you have almost everyone has England as a second team, so it will be kind of a derby kind of game. But we need to get there first. I was
going to say the serious point in all of that, actually, Jonas, is that Sweden are in really, really good form. They've won 7 out of their 8 matches this calendar year. They've drawn the other. I mean, Sweden are not to be underestimated by anybody, I would suggest.
No, they're in, like you say, in great form. They have, really X-factor players like Alexander Isak, like Emil Forsberg, who already scored 3. Dejan Kulusevski, who will start today up front with Isak. The problem is, if you look at it in a longer perspective, and probably what you like to hear, with the slightly cynical approach Sweden do have, they rarely overachieve. But then again, they are consistent, and if they, like today, I see them as favourites today, and if they play a team that, on paper you should beat, they will beat them 9 times out of 10. So that's a good thing about today, and in the long perspective, there's a slightly concern, of course, regarding England and how well they did today.
Have they surprised you in this tournament, Sweden?
Not really. I think what surprised us a little bit is how deep we've been sitting, not against Spain, but against Slovakia in the first half, against Poland, the majority of the second half. I think this team is better on the front foot, and I really hope today that they start the game on the front foot. They're a better team playing like that. They have a back line who are comfortable pushing high up, and also the opponents today, Ukraine. It's unwandered territory for them. It's the first time they're in the last 16. So I really hope Sweden starts and hits the ground running from the first minute.
Jonas, for the moment, thank you very much. Micah and Karen and Chris, thank you as well. We are done here at Wembley. We know 7 of the 8 teams in the quarter-finals. Italy are going to be playing Belgium. Denmark will be playing the Czech Republic. Spain are taking on Switzerland. And after what we've seen here at Wembley, England will be taking on the winners of either Sweden and Ukraine. And they are at Hampden, along with Pat Nevin and Ian Dennis.
Thank you, Mark. Perfect timing on what is a glorious evening in Glasgow. It's been extremely hot these last couple of days. Sadly, there are no supporters who've been able to travel from Ukraine or Sweden because of the quarantine rules, and certainly Jan Andersson, the Swedish coach, last night was very, very critical. But those who, of course, do reside in this country, whether they're Swedish or Ukraine, have come to Glasgow to celebrate and cheer on their team. So as you can imagine, there is plenty of yellow shirts on view here at Hampden in the sunshine, as we will now stand for the national anthems here on BBC Radio 5 Live. And first of all, it will be the anthem of Ukraine. Ukrainian players turn around and acknowledge the Ukrainian supporters. There is a large chunk away on the far side to the right, as now the Sweden players link arms, and now it's the anthem, Thou Ancient, Thou Free, for Sweden. respectfully observe the national anthems for Ukraine and then Sweden. This completes the last 16 lineup as far as the Euros are concerned. It is Ukraine against Sweden. It's coming up on BBC Radio 5 Live after some breaking news from Wimbledon. Alison Mitchell.
Serena Williams has had to retire from her first round match. Centre court is quite stunned. Serena Williams emotional. She has left the court. We heard that she had left the court with some injury problems. She came back out. She tried to continue. It was 3 games all. She was attempting to serve, but in increasing pain on her left leg, pain etched on her face. The crowd rose to try and rally her. That almost brought tears from Serena, and eventually the pain too much, and she has left Wimbledon. There'll be no 8th Wimbledon title, no 24th Grand Slam title here at this Grand Slam in 2021. Will she be back here? She'll turn 40 in September, but it is a huge story here at Wimbledon that Serena Williams has had to retire from her first round match.
Thank you, Alison. A reminder that the Wimbledon coverage continues on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, but this is 5 Live Sport here at Hampden. Clear blue skies, and we are ready for this game where England await the winners.